Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. How you guys doing? Big day today. It's the day before the patch, which means the floodgates are opening today. I don't know if I'll be live by then, but usually a day before the new patch is when we get like text leaks of everything basically that happens in 7.0. So we'll see if we catch that.
How was your mosquito issue before you killed the mosquito?
It was a mosquito being in my room and being annoying. It's not an interesting story, the ether. Uh, but yeah, we can cover the banners today since we have time, and the current leaks that are already out, which is mostly on Odette, Stellar Swirl, and new artifact sets. So yeah, we'll see. We'll check all that out, and then we will see. And that is the play for today. Eric, W first redeem. Hello, Sinks. Hello, Eric. Hello, Percy. Hello, Ether. Remagnitude. Hello, Purple Savannas. Hello, Brainrot Mates. Hello, Boo Boo. Hello, Mahendra Singh. Hello, Smick. Hello, Bip. Hello, Ivan. Welcome in, people. First and foremost, we gotta do our dailies. After I check the notices. Who's friend requesting me? P. I don't know who P is. Who's pushing P's? Good amount of achievements, though. Well done. Wait a second. I read 13 in Abyss. I was like, what? Is it like a secret Konami code you can put in to get Abyss 13 or something? Apparently not. What's in the notices? Updates probably? No, what Miliastra? Get out of here. How disappointing. Janssen will never see a banner again. Probably, actually, yeah. They're probably never gonna make Janssen. It's probably just gonna be a Varessa lock again. Which is crazy, because no one's pulling on Varessa anymore. I guess you can hope whatever character you want to pull on reruns with Varessa. Is long weapon good on anyone? It is not. That is the main reason why I'm not pulling on this weapon banner. Eric, W30 stream streak as well. Nice. Yeah, what are we using our resin on? About to go into a new patch. There's no new... there's nothing new in the next patch when it comes to... There's no new sets. 7.0 sets are leaked. We can check them out in a bit. Do I want to do this again, or do I want to do this? All the Mora I get and all the, like, character level mets I get will just mean that I wouldn't have to get them later. Because you will have to get them eventually. It's not like you never have to get them again or something. So that just buys me time to do other farming later. Because right now I don't have anything to farm. This is how you need to think in Genshin Impact. You will have to do this eventually.
Go get him, Aiden. Behold, the dog.
It is inevitable. Lumi, get him! My goat.
Divine light, shield.
Slays, welcome in. There's something about this area in Natlan and like one specific area in Nordcry that consistently lags my game. I will never understand. Purple Savannah, stay for hydrate. I shall. Ah. Ice cold. Nice. Something about this area is like super laggy in Natlan. It's like I always have like stutters at the start of a new region because I don't know. My graphics cards need to get used to it or something. I don't get it. It's either me or it's Horrorverse. I'm not sure. But like certain areas keep it forever. Like this here and like something in Nordcry. Or it might just be like Columbina's effects being annoying or something. Or lunar effects in general being like making the difference. I don't know if a normal character would have these issues. Are we getting Odette in 7.0? For sure. That's been the leak for forever. Like, we knew that the 7.0 character would be... I don't know what the connection is, I guess. I really don't, but like, it's been basically solidified for like a month. that the 7.0 character is like the dedicated stellar support, and Odette fits the requirements of being a cryo character with that insignia thing. What is it called again? What do you mean still Swirl Calyx? We don't have nearly enough information for that. But we might get them. If Stellar Swirl is in 7.0, we might get that information by the end of the day. Sub DPS could be interesting. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. But yeah, she's a very important. Did whatever it ended up being, and it seems to be her. What is it called? The Stellar Visions. I guess a Stellar Vision. She has a cryo vision, which adds up with the leaks that we've had forever about a dedicated cryo support for all stellar reactions. Stellar Swirl comes out in 7.0 as well, I guess. If that's the case, then we will see. I mean, those numbers will take a while to come out, because like you have to figure that shit out. Like, Hoyoverse is not gonna tell you that. Like, it's not gonna be easily available to you for you to see when you like open the game or something. You're just gonna have to like reverse engineer it. Okay, Lumi, you bloodthirsty hound. Jesus Christ, I didn't even want to kill these guys, and now I have to. It's not killing. They're all using the, like, dust, or what is it called? Like, smoke technique, where they, like, leave. Disappear right in front of me. Is Teresa going to be a DPS? We won't know until we find out. Probably not, but it would be... Yeah, probably not. But it doesn't seem like... Is she gonna be like Columbina? Because if Odette is for both Stellar Swirl and Stellar Superconduct, then it's unlikely that Tsaritsa is going to be a Columbina when she's the Columbina. Whoa. What's killing me here? What's going on here? What is happening here? I don't remember this mechanic. Am I crazy? Wait, is that a Nodcry ship? Was that always there? That's a Nodcry ship. Wait a second. Did we always have that? No, right? I've never seen that. Calcs tomorrow? Well, yeah. If there's anything worth calcing. But no, because we don't get enough information. All I could do is guesstimate. But yeah, this is a Notcry vessel in Nutland. Look at that. God, these look awful. Like, if you put it next to the colorful area of Nutland, it puts into... It puts it on such a contrast. Like, oh, look at this ugly piece of shit, man. What the fuck are they doing in Notcry? This is some scrap metal dog shit. Holy. Don't even dock at my beautiful wooden port. Get out of here. I don't want to get there. I guess I can fly with the guy. Why am I even here? This is not Notcry. This is Nutland. You should always do farm in the newest region. I don't know why I'm not. No, probably don't need to wait for 7.0 beta. Maybe the 7.0 already includes the Stellar Swirl mechanics. We can't use an emo for Stellar Swirl? No, of course she doesn't. The Stellar Superconduct. If Stellar Swirl was in the game in 6.7, we would already know what it does. We do not know what it does because it's not in the game yet.
Be gone, Shadow of Dark.
It might be in 7.0 though.
Divine light, shield them.
We'll have to see.
Smite the dust.
Jesus Christ.
Smite the
Good work,
dust.
Lumi. That's my goat. Vorka upskill coming. Like, no. Nothing in the Stellar mechanics seems to have anything to do with anyone that isn't Stellar, I guess. Other than Yaemiko, I guess. She should stick around. Uh,
A moonlit night for all.
yeah, I heard as well that Vesna is gonna be a slow swirl DPS, which is exactly what I thought she would
Lofty
be.
wisdom will show us the way.
I said this in the Discord, but Vesna looks like Psyche to me from a game I haven't played in like months, even though I quite enjoyed it. It ended up being too grindy for me. But Do It Night Abyss was actually quite a fun game with a pretty good story. Not a gacha game, but gacha adjacent, I guess. And it has this character called Psyche. It has this character called Psyche, who's this flying fairy lady. She's also, like, I guess, is this the Nemo equivalent? She plays by flying around on her wings and shooting. And I feel like Vesna is gonna be very similar to this. Because she also has wings. And she's an Anemo character. You would say, no, she can't fly. Genshin doesn't let characters fly. That's wrong. Traska and Wanderer get to fly. Why do they get to fly? Because they're Anemo. Anemo characters get to fly. She reminds me a ton of this character. Like, just in a lot of aspects. Not just, like, the flying part. So I feel like Hoyoverse might be trying to copy this character when making Vesna. Like, someone who flies around and shoots pellets, I guess. Vesna is not gonna fly. Again, with the fucking... How do you guys not know that Anemo characters are allowed to be cool? How do you not know that? Like, that's literally always been the thing. Anemo characters get movement mechanics. How do you guys not know that? She has wings on her back. Chaska flew with a fucking gun. Yes, she's gonna fly. It's an Anemo character. It's built into her DNA. Okay. That's done. They always release one flying character every 2 patch cycles. Okay?
Add Astra.
Wanderer, Chaska, and now Vesna.
Thank you for completing. Add Astra.
Aoife is just, Aoife counts as, Chaska Light. Because they always make that. Aoife counts as Chaska Light because they made a 4-star for every region. So you can use the mechanics even as a 4-star. Even with a 4-star. But yeah, when it comes to limited characters, they release a flying character every 2 patch cycles. We didn't get one in Outcry, did we? So this is where it's gonna be. It's pretty obvious. But yeah, and because she's gonna fly, obviously, she's probably gonna be like Psyche. Which is cool. I like the character. It was a lot of fun. Mostly played for her, to be honest. Got her to like C4, because you can grind characters to Constellation. No, I got her to like, not C4, C2 or something. Before I stopped playing. Way too grindy game, but Do It Night Abyss had a great story. Now that story was immediately better than Genshin's. Like, instantly. Kinda crazy. I don't know what happened to that game, though. Okay, daily's done. Let's check the teapot. The Arlecchino Redcon voice line about Sandrone is hilarious. It is, yeah. I posted it into the Leaks channel on Discord. They're making a Redcon voice line. I guess not a Redcon voice line, because it's just a change of mind, I guess.
This realm is true.
But yeah, Arlecchino includes a voice line for Sandrone's revival that says, "I've changed my mind about her."
If you ever
In reference to her previous message, which said, "I don't care much about her," from like 3 years ago when she came out. We are getting new 5-star weapons free like Wuwa. We are not getting that. Okay, like, I know for a fact that Vesna is gonna fly. I know for a fact we're not getting a 5-star weapon. And if we are, it's gonna be a 4-star weapon in disguise. It's gonna be fucking Skyward Pride. Okay?
With Sandrone, everyone is going to use Chi-Chi.
You can use Chi-Chi. It's not bad. But it's not by any means like an outstanding option. If we're getting a free if you're getting a free 5-star weapon, it's gonna be like something like this. They're gonna make it intentionally really bad. They already do
Be
that in
cleansed.
Star Rail. Like, people think like Star Rail is so goated for giving you 5-star stuff. Star Rail has like 5 tiers. Or like 4 tiers of 5-star weapons. You guys know that, right? You guys know that there's like a different amount of stats between... there's a four types of stats for 5-star weapons in Star Rail. Where the standard weapons have the lowest base stats of all the 5 stars. Then come the Herder Shop weapons. No, actually, it's Herder Shop weapons have the lowest base stats. Then standard weapons. Then, like, what was in between there? There's also something else. Then the... what else is... There's other 5 stars that I'm not thinking of. There's one more. But yeah, for the 3 that I remember, like... Herder Shop weapons have the lowest base stat because those are completely free. Then standard weapons have then slightly higher base stats, and then limited weapons have even higher base stats. Like in Genshin, we don't have that. The only way to distinguish yourself between a 5-star, a limited 5-star from a standard 5-star is like strength, I guess, because like passive is what mostly carries those things. The passives are getting stronger, but in Star the base stats are different, which is crazy.
While the light shines
At
bright.
that point, they could literally do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-star system with just the 5-star weapons. Maybe like a 4.5 star or something. Pretty sure Battle Pass weapons have higher base stats than Herder Shop weapons. I'm actually not pretty sure. I'm lying. But yeah, Hoya will figure out a way to make those shit if we have those. If that's true. But yeah, Arlecchino changed her mind on Sandrone apparently, even though the videos or something, not videos, the scenes that we see of her with Sandrone in tea parties are before her first statement. So I don't know how that makes sense. Anemo triggers are good for Swirl, so Varka application is quite good in an Anemo team. If you want an Anemo trigger, you're gonna play Sucrose, man. You're not gonna waste your time with Varka. You'll pull for Sandrone? Nah. Not at all. Let's hop on the second account real quick, do dailies over there. Come back here and we can do the banner review. Yeah, Taco, that's exactly what I'm excited for as well. 7.0 will have to introduce something really special, as they do every anniversary. And not anniversary, as they do every new patch cycle, really. In 5.0, we got fate point reduction from 2 to 1. We got the crafting of items and the rerolling of items. Oh no, that wasn't, the rerolling wasn't in 5.0. Was it? No, it wasn't. Came out later. That was Nordka, right? I don't know what it was. But yeah, and the 50-50 change to include capturing radiance. In 6.0 we got then the reroll materials, the free constellations, and what else? Yeah, the reroll, the free constellations, and seeing artifact 4 stats. Stuff like that. 5.0 was good. 6.0 was less good. The constellations barely mattered. So I hope there's something really cool in 7.0. Skip button? Probably not, since they are adding like a pseudo skip button here in 6.7. I assume that means we're not getting a skip button in 7.0. How are you? I'm good, Beelzebub. Welcome in. Oh, hi. Welcome. Long time no see. Do you think Sig with Raya with Odette might be better than No 6 and John? We'll have to see how strong she is. But she doesn't enable. Does she enable the reaction? I don't think she enables the reaction, does she? You'd have to play like Stellar MC or like Cry MC in that team. So instead of forcing Sandrone in that team who does nothing, we're probably gonna have to force Cry MC in that team who does nothing. See ya. Hello. Hello, Phelan. Latest leak said she does trigger Stellar. Really? Oh, that's good. Because I was assuming that they're gonna just make only the DPSs trigger the reactions, which is kind of weird. It doesn't make sense. But okay, it makes sense that that is not the case. That would just be weird. That would just be more restrictive not cry. You know, the region that's like super not restrictive, right? Come on. That would be weird, yeah. Yeah, it might be like a warm-up. It's
What's
possible.
this?
Text-to-speech. It might be like a warm-up. They could be warming up to try and release a skip button in 7.0. It's very possible. A skip button would bring a lot of people back, probably.
A little loop. Let's light it
Genshin
up. Everybody step
is very
up.
forceful
Show no
with
mercy.
their story, and like, it's not particularly good recently, so... And it's always like 3 hours yap session, so I understand how people would get tired of it. I'm still gonna read everything, but I
Yay,
get
I
it.
kinda stopped playing Genshin. I went to Woowa.
Exactly. Although Wua's story isn't any better. It's just worse, to be honest. But like, it's faster. The quests are faster. Has more gameplay too. I feel like Hoyo just forgot that Genshin Impact is a video game when making the story. It's just like, let's just stand here and talk for 3 hours. Let's not do anything. In story quests, we get to do stuff recently. Varka had a lot of gameplay. Loan had a lot of gameplay. That's good. I like that. But I've replayed the main quest on the second account to get this 500 Primo Gems. There's one gameplay section where we infiltrate his... No, wait, that was the other quest. Yeah, there's not a single gameplay section in the newer one. Other than the puzzles. the Sumeru puzzle section with Alhaitham. Well, that was pretty good. Yeah, a skip button would help make this account gain a lot more Primo Gems because we get to skip through way more stories. That would be good. Did you watch the Sandrone teaser?
Fire.
Is there like a new one?
Open fire.
The teaser I watched.
Locked
Do you mean the trailer? Yeah, world quests are always tied to an area in the map where you explore at the same time while also opening new areas of the map. So world quests probably more variety in gameplay than the main quests do now. We just need to have them either be shorter, more concise, or for them to have more stuff to do in them. It's just that it's sitting there and just taking in words for like hours is not like the point of a video game that has this kind of gameplay. Like, you have a lot of opportunities to create interesting combinations of gameplay and story. But obviously that would take a lot of work. New trailer, really? Oh, I'll check that out. Is Hoyo still the same? I mean, I don't know what you're expecting me to say. Duh? You're supposed to hop onto their games when you run out of stuff to do in Genshin, silly. I mean, that's exactly what that is, yeah. The Sandrone trailer just came out? Really? Well, we're gonna check that out for sure. Hello, Ferrand. Did, 6 hours ago. I see. Natlan was fun because the tournament in the first act. Yeah, you got to fight people. They had some interesting boss fights there. Act 1 and 2 of Natlan is the best part of Natlan for sure. That's peak Natlan right there. And then Act 3 happens. And what was Act 3? Sidlali yelling for 3 hours. That's what that was. I don't know the elements in IT. But yeah, we're done with dailies on both accounts. We might as well check the trailer. And then we can do a little banner review. Act 4 was fun. What happened in Act 4? That's like the war. Did I like the war? It was atmospheric. That's all I'm gonna say. Probably. But yeah. Okay. So I know Elaine Gueton. I know about Sandrone's origins, but so far we've had like 17 videos of her, and all of them all they have to do about the only thing that happens is she talks about Elaine or something about Elaine and Elaine this, Elaine that. Is there anything more to this than Elaine? Like I know the Narcissus Kreuz lore. I played it like, but it's a little one note. Elaine crafting up Sandrone, or she also breathes in Dragonspine, for example. So how did he make that happen? Like this guy's a fucking wizard. Why is there no sound? I don't know. Oh, I do know. Sorry. Restart. Browser tab thing was off. My bad. I like this sound. Clockworks that like simple. What is this? Is this what makes her like real and have to breathe? I'll check it out later, Jeff. What are you doing? I'm doing something else right now. Is it even gears in her? Look at that. That's an interesting section. I kind of just want to replay that. It can't just be robotics, man, because she breathes. Flowers bloomed in the time it took him to make a robot. Duh! It's a robot. It takes a while to make.
Weather, clear. Optimal testing conditions.
Ah, that thing.
Power level met expectations.
Yeah? So is this your new robot?
Fagio is ready for final calibration. Unfortunately, without Polonia, data collection and retrieval have suffered.
She needs to put a step there. Polonia could have just gotten that book himself. She needs to put a needs to put a ladder there.
Suffered.
It takes too long to get the ladder to go up there.
Clear.
That's a cool, cute concept.
It's Fontanalia Film Festival season.
Like a wind-up dragonfly. That's a cool concept. Not the Fontanalia Film Festival. Oh, is there like a film about Alain Guton?
Someone made one about Alain's life.
Really? How good is
The
it?
poster made him look ancient.
Well, he is. He's
You've
dead.
been immortalized as an old man, Alain.
Oh, that's true, but he was a young man at some point, that's true. But that just means that he did interesting stuff later, right? Being immortalized as an old man means that you've at least managed to stay relevant, I guess, for longer. Ooh, what a cute art style. Is this when she first took her steps? Classic anime groaning. It's a big ass Rubik's Cube. See? Now she doesn't struggle anymore with the walking.
Weather. Overcast. Tested Fagio in the field.
In what field? Heaven?
Weather.
Where is this?
Overcast. Tested
There's a
Fagio.
spotlight. The ground looks like Not Cry.
Field.
The background is a fucking, what, like a container? That's getting closed? Is this like a shipment of Clockwork Mecha weapons to Not Cry that's intercepted or something? I will never find this robot cool, Hoyoverse. You can stop trying. That's a pretty impressive pellet. Oh yeah. Alright, that sounds good. Ha! Classic burst.
Result. All targets eliminated.
Is that true?
Result. targets eliminated.
Ah. Well, this counts as eliminated, I guess. But this guy is just crouching. Look busy. Look busy. The boss is coming back. Why does the fucking, like, crane have a consciousness? The fuck is going on here? Did she, like, use the tech that Elaine used on her on everything in her entire laboratory or something? That's immoral. Don't do that.
Voice module will remain uninstalled. Excuse me.
Oh, Fagio doesn't get to talk? Or what?
I'm looking for Miss Guillotine.
Hello, Sidlali. Weird, right? They don't do collected miscellany thing anymore. Yeah. Weird. When was the... Like, this sets up for a limited event quest. When was the last time, like, a character's trailer or something that is immortalized as their introduction ever have, like, a reference not to some in-game... Is that permanent story? I guess it's just... Wait, is Sitlali in her story quest? Or something? Like, why is... Sitlali's in the event, right? Is that part of the story quest, or... I guess. It would be weird if the if the end of the trailer was referencing like a limited story, right?
Result.
Yeah, it's permanent.
All
Okay.
targets eliminated. Uninstalled. Excuse me. I'm looking for Miss Guillotine.
Why is she saying it like that? It's obviously Guton. Be French, Sitlali. Allow yourself to be French. Where's the ass? Yeah, this robot got no ass. I don't know. I mean, it's Guton again. Like, it's all very serene, I guess. I don't really like these trailers or the teaser. Wait, did I like the teaser? I don't remember. I think I might have liked the teaser. What teaser was I looking at recently that didn't care for that much? No, it might have been this one. I don't know. Like, nothing is happening, really. It's just, hey, Guton, my goat. Elaine, my goat. And then, I'm a robot. And this one is about, hey, I get Fagio now. Like, okay. I don't really care about any of those aspects of your character. I mean, yeah, I never really cared about Guton when it came to Sandrone. I don't care, like, too much. And the ThyssenKrupp story is all over the place. And I don't like the new robot, so... Well, what are you gonna do, I guess? Music was nice. And there's some nice nice art style changes I liked between, like, sections. Polonia will be playable in Shizhnaya. True. And real and factual. Are you wishing for Sandrone? No. Character is one of, if not the most boring character they've ever released, gameplay-wise. Like, that's literally my favorite Notker character, having the worst gameplay of all time. She's Neuvillette if he had to think less, with a more restrictive kit and a more boring reactions. With a more boring reaction. Hoiverse asked himself the revolutionary question of, what if Neuvillette was even more boring? What if we made Neuvillette even more boring? What would we find ourselves in? What kind of situations could we find ourselves in by doing that? And this is what we got. Hello Zotel, welcome in. We're yapping about Sandrone because we just watched the trailer. Yeah. I feel like I haven't heard of anything made by Elaine other than Sandrone in a while. Like, you're not really respecting his legacy. She's like one of those baby birds that push out their siblings out of the nest when they get born. Like, Jesus, you're not the only one.
My sprinkler goes like this.
It's like, you're not the only thing he made, right? He must have done some other stuff too. More interesting than Flint's, though. Gameplay-wise, no. Not really. Flint has his burst to play with. Like, she doesn't have anything of interest in her kit. You just hold the left click button. Once you're done doing that, you press E, and that's it. And when you have the burst, you use it. Like, that's not more interesting than Flint's. Flint's has more depth than that. Because Flint's can use the big burst. In fact, to clear Dire with Flint's, with like C2 Flint's on someone's account, no, there was C1 R1 Flint's on someone's account, I used the burst at the end, and that was actually part of the solution. Like, you're not gonna be able to do that with Sandrone. The only thing you get to do is decide when to burst, I guess. But the optimal time to burst is the first time to burst. Leaks time? Yeah, we can check out some, oh no, I wanted to do the banner review. Sandrone is coming out. Let's talk about the character and the banner. Yeah. I mean, this seems like a limited event. Jesus Christ, man. I don't want Charlotte anymore. Oh, boss mats? Alright, from the story quest. Wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. Event reward boss mats? Isn't that new? I don't think they do that, right? Answer me. I will not. Sometimes I mind Sandrone too. Yeah, of course. It's nice to have characters. I don't mind characters that are like simple. But you can make characters simple to play and still have interesting kits and gameplay. But yeah, I don't mean every character needs to be Mawika. I just, like, Neuvillette is a good example. Like, he has a lot of variety to his team building that makes up for the fact that he's really boring to on-field. And he still needs to position himself because he doesn't have interruption resistance in C0. So, like, that's something you need to think about. I just want something to think about while I'm playing. And there's nothing to think about there. Yeah. Let's talk about the banners. So, Sandrone Banner, Miss Sandrone, Hersig, Beto, Diona, Freminette. We haven't seen Freminette in a solid, like, year, I think. For good reason. He has no synergy with anyone. He is a DPS. While being a 4-star, and also a bad 4-star DPS. So there's never a reason for him to be on a banner. But he's here. He's holding the bell. That's my goat. He doesn't like the bell. You shouldn't use it on him, but he's holding it. It fits with his clockwork design, I guess. But yeah. Do we start with Sandrone? Sandrone is a weird character right now. She is the Inefa of this region, but not in the role, basically. She is released as a main DPS, an on-fielder. Without any supports. So her performance will suffer based on that. To compensate for that, they created buffs for old characters to make them part of the stellar meta, I guess. That includes Weasley, Sino, Diona, Beto. And for some reason, Mizuki was buffed as well. And Chi-Chi. These characters are the preliminary temporary supports. They intended for that, at least. Before they released, like, the other stuff. At least most of them are. Yae Miko has exemplified herself as a very large standout in this group of characters. Everyone else I could see easily being replaced by any character. But Yae Miko is adding a solid, like, 30 plus K DPS to Sandrone's teams currently. With pure sub DPS. The only way for them to manage to kick out Yae Miko is to release 3 dedicated supports that are focused on, like, single target buffing, basically. Make her a hyper carry. But currently, with Yae, she's not a hyper carry, doing about 70% of the team DPS. Or like 65-ish. With Yae doing most of the rest. And yeah, for now, without Yae Miko, she's a pretty bad character, pretty bad DPS. With Yae Miko, she's already really strong. To the point where it seems like if they gave her 1 or even 2 dedicated supports, which they usually do, at least in Outcry, you have Columbina, the dedicated support, the universal support for Stellar, for Lunar, and the dedicated support. If they give her a dedicated and universal support, this lady is easily getting over 200k with Yaya, Miko, C1 on the team. And yeah, specifically C1 Yaya. C0 Yaya doesn't do much, so you definitely want the Constellation pickup. So yeah, the only equivalence you can really make to her is Flynn's, being the first Lunar DPS. Flynn's had good matchups. Being the first to release, you're the one that is there most often. You're the reaction that is there most often. So just like Inefa had good matchups and Flynn's had good matchups, we can expect Sandrone to have good boss matchups for Stygian. But if you're not interested in clearing Dire, that is entirely irrelevant. Because for Fearless, you're not going to need the perfect teams. You're just going to need good teams. And then at that point, you would prefer to get like characters that have a little bit longer shelf life. But to be honest, you could argue that this kind of character has the longest shelf life. I mean, Inefa, for example, like was completely and fully playable on release and just got better and better throughout the patches. And that was one of the best investments in Notcry. Sandrone could be similar. Being an on-field cryo character, similar to what Lowen is already doing in teams with Sandrone just being off-field, is something you can do in stellar teams just for application maxing, I guess. She doesn't have as good application as him, but like there's already like competent-ish low-end on-field driver teams. So if the stellar reactions aren't too restrictive, maybe she could be like Nuvilette, a universal driver for reactions even. Unlikely, but we can speculate. But like for now, she's sitting at a like 130, 40-ish K with C1 Yaya. Without C1 Yaya at around 100. Without Yaya, if you don't have that Yamiko character, I feel like right now she's definitely not worth it to invest into. Because Yaya is doing so much. If it turns out that Odette is a dedicated support that like buffs the team so much that Yaya Miko becomes irrelevant, not possible, but let's pretend, then you might have a better argument for like, okay, I don't need to get Yaya Miko to make a good team for Syndrome. But right now, the way that it stands, you're not making a good team without Yaya Miko for Syndrome. It's just not it is. Even compensating and going, oh, what if I get this R1 or something? No, that's still worse. That's still worse. Like, it's just this character is weird. I don't like. I can also say that generally the worst DPS of a region is the first one. The first DPS that we got in Sumeru was Sino. The first DPS we got in Fontaine was Linny. Then it's not true with Mulani, but it was kind of true with Kinich. Yeah, anything that comes up before the Archon will just be worse than the Archon and what comes after the Archon. Like, to be honest, right now, Mulani is stronger than Varessa, and Kinich is not far behind Varessa, because both Kinich and Mulani got stronger, while Varessa stayed the same, basically. This is not necessarily too intentional. I think this kind of happened accidentally, but that's kind of cool. I like that. But yeah, at the time, or basically always, the DPSs you pull before are not going to be as good as the DPSs you pull after the Archon. So patience is going to give you stronger characters that will probably last a little longer. Because you need to think about it the way, like, how does Flynn's feel now? Like, how do you feel about playing Flynn's now?
Sandrone support is Cryo, then who can provide Electro?
It's supposed to be Yamiko, man. Yamiko is supposed to provide Electro. Because her dedicated support is Cryo, and the also a issue. I didn't think Odette would be Cryo, because you need Electro on the team, right? If Odette is playable with if Odette is played with Sandrone and that Sarita is played with Sandrone, that's a 3-character core without a reaction. Flynn's does not feel great. Flynn's is awful. You can't even clear Dire, not because of Pavica, but because of Flynn's. Flynn's feels like dog shit. He's so much worse than Nefer and Zebai in every single
vision
boss
is
fight
visible.
that has come out since in every single boss fight that has come out since what's it called? since Knuckle Duckle, he has felt like 20 times worse than the other Lunars, which is weird because he shouldn't be that far behind, but he is. He's really bad. Well, did you? You should have at least tried that one. Shut up, Farron. I know what I'm talking about. I've played a lot of Flynn's Dire on the Stygian. He sucks. He's dog shit. Flynn's feels really bad compared to other Lunar characters right now. So it's like a pain in the ass to go on an account and be like, oh, well, Lunar characters are good against this boss, and then it's like, oh, it's Flynn's. Okay, well, I'm gonna need a little more than normal investment to get it done. This is not just gonna work. We just have to do more. Both Zabai and Nefer easily do a 2-3 cost clear on Dire Watcher. Both can do a 2 cost with like super scam investment. Both can do a 3 cost not with scam investment. And then Flynn's has a minimum 4 cost that is super scammy. Which is hilarious. I know, it's technically, his 3 cost is entire scam, and his real start is like 4, probably. He just has bad vertical. He has a bad start, too. He's worse at the start. Again, Flynn's is like 150k, Nefer is 160, and Zabai is like 180. On top of that, both Zabai and Nefer have more flexible rotations. They can decide to like rotate differently depending on the situation. He gets to do his skill twice, and that's all he gets to do. That limits his damage output and his rotations. Like, he just needs to run it the way that he runs it. He has no alternative things he can do. With Zabai, I can decide to go faster by like trying to speed run my application. I can decide to go slower. What I do in the Watcher, for example, is I do 4 and 4 E's instead of like skipping 1 because I have extra time on that rotation and I can't start a new one until like the next phase of thing. So I just decide to do 4 and 4s. With Nefer, you can fit in another N3 at the end to compensate for that. With Flynn's, you just sit around doing fucking nothing. Because what else are you going to do? More normal attacks? That doesn't do anything. He is not very flexible in his rotation, so he has a harder time adapting to new fights, which is why he feels a lot worse against the Watcher than these two, and why he is worse than the Watcher. But yeah, we're not talking about Flynn's. We're talking about Sandrone, who is in a similar position to Flynn's. She is much more flexible than he is, of course. She can choose to extend her rotation or like reduce it as much as she wants. She's the easiest character to play in the game. You hold charge attack, and after 4 seconds, it's going to overload. Once those 4 seconds are done, you can press your skill, which is on a 4-second cooldown. This is an infinite rotation. Sandrone can be played infinitely. If you have an Electro Aura on a dummy, you can continuously rotate forever. And you can cut in between all of those skills to make your rotations shorter or longer. So she is incredibly flexible in that regard. On top of that, she spawns with basically Flynn's DPS, even though she doesn't have dedicated supports. Her, like, Chi-Chi, Escoffier, like, Yaemiko C1 team is, on some people's calcs, of 140k. I have it at 130. I don't know how people get 140. I think people are assuming too many stacks. We'll get back to that. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it is true. But yeah, she's getting a lot of DPS already, even though she's not. So this is clearly a power creep character. For sure. But if she's a power creep character, why wouldn't the next ones be even stronger? The Hoyo has no reason to make the next couple weaker at all. But yeah, it's a complicated character to talk about. We've never seen something like this. We've never seen the last character of a region be a DPS for the new region. Like it's just new. It's weird. It's hard to like estimate how impactful she will be. I can probably tell that similar to Flynn's, she will have a lot of good matchups. Unlike Flynn's, she has a bigger starting point. Unlike Flynn's, she has more flexible rotations. Like, slightly more utility, I guess, because she applies cryo on fields, which is good for stellar superconduct, I guess. But, like, yeah, big issue that I was talking about earlier. Her three dedicated characters, which core, which includes herself, Odette, and Saritsa, if Saritsa ends up being good for this team, doesn't have any Electro in it. So you couldn't play a 3-character core like you do with the Luna characters right now. A good thing about the Luna characters is that all of them have like a 3-character core that you can add a character to deal with mechanics. Big problem with Luna characters, and Stellar characters are going to be the same. They are not very flexible in terms of team building. You have your dedicated characters you gotta run that you gotta run. When you're in situations where a mechanic is required of applying a specific element that you might not have, or like, yeah, basically that, or like needing some kind of healing or shielding or whatever is needed for a boss fight, they can't accommodate that naturally by adding a different support that does like stuff, because they can't add different supports. They need to replace their 4th slot, which is usually flexible, with that character to make up for that. Sandrone will not be able to do that without losing something if the Tsaritsa ends up being a support for her. Because she needs someone to do Electro. If you do a 3-character Sandrone core, you need an Electro character, and then you need to choose between Odette and the Tsaritsa, and probably will be Odette. So that question puts into question if the Tsaritsa is even going to be a support for these characters, because if she is, Sandrone teams are going to be fucked in any kind of mechanic check that isn't optimal for her. She just has to choose between Columbina and Inefa. Flynn's needing to choose between Columbina and Inefa for his teams, instead of getting to run both and then running like Yanfei for the Watcher. That would be weird. What is her DPS on her best team? It's like 140k. So yeah, this character's awkward. I have no idea what to say about her right now. I'm not getting her because I don't have Yaemiko. I think Yaemiko is gonna stick around. People are saying she's getting replaced. I don't believe that for a second, because that would require for them to release 3 dedicated supports. Because Yaemiko is doing about as much as Inefa is doing already for Flynn's. Like, that's already happening. Yaemiko is doing 45k DPS with 50 stellar damage bonus for the whole team. That is arguably more than what Inefa does. That's not okay. Like, if you power creep that, to manage to power creep that, to be able to power creep that, Sandrone would have to have 300k DPS Kekium standard or something. Like, to make the sub DPS not worthwhile, it would have to be an insane amount, I feel like. It's not, like, realistic. I don't think she's going anywhere. I don't think she's going anywhere. Yeah, and if her doesn't farm artifacts well, you should just get Zebai if we're talking about Lunars. She just does, like... Nefer has such a, like, I mean, they don't hate him, Ferrand. They gave him really good matchups, actually. He's just too weak. If he was slightly stronger, then Flynn's would have been, like, the best pickup from Notcry, but he isn't, because he's not very strong. But he's got great matchups. He's just really weak. Still not feeling like pulling Sandrone. That's fair. Just because you have Yaya doesn't mean you need to pull Sandrone. Because there's another thing that you need to think about. On top of Sandrone getting buffed as an on-fielder, Risley and Sino are also getting buffed. And Sino, on top of that, has a pretty strong now C1 that you can pick up on the Constellation Picker. So people that have Yaemiko and Sino or Risley can maybe decide to not get Sandrone at all and get Odette instead to get probably similarly powerful, if not slightly worse, probably. But if you have a slightly invested in Sino and slightly invested in, like, Risley, you can maybe make up the difference. Like, it's actually not that bad. Sino currently with Sandrone doing nothing is calculated at 100k DPS. Sandrone, Yaya C1, what, like, Chi-Chi, I think? Sino, C1, I think? Is he Sino C1? It's calculated at 100k. Adding an Odette to that instead of a Sandrone that does nothing would probably increase the DPS to, like, a good amount. Like, that might be enough for Stella's shill on Fearless. So maybe you don't even need Sandrone if you have Yaemiko. So that's a weird situation to be in. Even if you had Yaemiko, like, it doesn't mean that automatically you should be pulling for Sandrone. It's a weird, it's kind of a weird situation to be in. I don't know, this character is weird. I really don't know how to feel about her. We need more information. We're gonna have to look at the leaks for Odette. We see what happens with that. This is, for now, I'm gonna skip her because of how disappointed I'm in her visual design changes, in the fact that Polonia isn't there, in the fact that her gameplay is really boring. But I can never say that she isn't strong already, that she doesn't have a lot of room to grow and is incredibly flexible in terms of her rotations, at least. What she isn't flexible in is her team building. It's basically always... she's like practically Chevreuse. Because the Stellar Superconduct reaction requires you to apply Cryo and Electro, you're shooting yourself in the foot putting a non-Cryo Electro character in the team. You like everyone to apply a little bit. So she's basically Chevreuse. Like, you kind of want a 4 Electro slash Cryo character team for her. So that will be matchup checked very easily by some certain bosses. But yeah, we'll have to see how she develops. For now, it's an awkward pull. Rerunning with her is Sitlali. We can get to the next character. I'll check out the links later. Right after this. Sitlali. Another awkward character, to be honest. Sitlali is, to this day, still the very best support in Mavica teams for Melt teams. You can't really compete with this application. She's not much of a buffer. Sitlali provides 20% res shred to Pyro and Hydro. And that's it, basically. That's her entire base kit. It's shred. That sounds like very little. It is. But she's a catalyst, so she gets to hold TDS, and she's a Nutland character, she gets to hold scroll. So she gets to add on to that more. In Mavica teams, funnily enough, she doesn't hold either of those, at least in my best Mavica team. My best Mavica team, C6 Janssen, C6 Bennett, Sitlali. I have her on Fav because she can't have enough ER, because I have her on Instructor. I have her on Fav Instructor, and I get the team to 180k DPS. It's by far my highest DPS team with Mavica. So I'm not taking advantage of scroll capabilities. I'm not taking advantage of TTDS. But still, she's incredibly important for that team. That team wouldn't come close to 180k DPS without her. Why? Application. She is, to this day, the best applicator, best cryo applicator for Mavica specifically, in the way that she works. Sitlali allows for an incredible, it has such incredible front-loaded application that either makes it easier for you to get a melt on Mavica's burst, or allows for advanced combos that do much more melts than any other support can accommodate. Sitlali is still by far Mavica's strongest team, even after all the combo optimizations. Overload doesn't come close, Vape doesn't come close, Monopyro doesn't come close. Melt is still on top. Even though with combos, Melt Mavica has not been has not gotten much better combos. Not compared to like Overload and like Mono, who basically doubled in damage. It only increased by like 20% maybe, 10-20%. Which is still a lot, but yeah, not as much as the other teams. Still, Melt is on top. Sitlali, beyond being in Mavica teams, is also the best in slot for Arlecchino Melt teams. With optimized combos, both of those characters can reach their peaks only with Sitlali. At C0R0 stuff, at least. C0R1 stuff too as well. Sitlali is also a good slot in Skirk teams. My favorite slot in Skirk teams, actually, because Scroll is good. TDS is good. And a shield is nice sometimes, especially if you have Eshu, which I do, and you can easily put all of her power into Elemental Mastery in that team because you don't want to burst on her. So the shield will not be a complete wet noodle, but that's not what to say. The shield will not be broken by the wind, blasting a little strongly. That's like, yeah, and she's basically my favorite slot in those teams, pretty much by a good amount. Her signature is... We'll talk about the weapons when we get to the weapon banner. So, for Melt specifically, for Mavica, she stacks Fighting Spirit. She can give TDS and Scroll, but likely won't be on those. She can be. In Sucro's team, she is on both of those if you play them like normally. But yeah, if you currently pulled from Mavica on this patch and you don't have any if you don't have any supports that are not from Nutland that stack Fighting Spirit, Sitlali is a great pickup for you. If you're a new player, you can just got Mavica. Sitlali is the best thing to get. You can play Sitlali, Mavica, Bennett, Sucrose. That team will also have a lot of room to grow depending on how good your combos are and how good you like ER is, I guess, on Sucrose. You can optimize those combos to do dramatically more damage than they did like a year ago. Like a solid 50% more damage or something. That team used to do nothing, and now it's one of her best teams. But yeah, Zidlali has some great utility. A very versatile character. Surprisingly, like apparently her cryo application hits the like minions in the Sandrone boss, so maybe that can be used for some tech in the next Stygian. Just like a very versatile character. I think she's still a strong pickup. I think if you have Mawika, it's great. If you don't have Mawika, I don't think it's that worth it. Because for Arlecchino, the overload teams aren't far behind at all. And for Skirk, she's not the by far best in slot or anything. I think she's best, but that's not nearly enough to justify pulling for a character. So to me, the only reason you would ever pull for this character if you want to make your Mawika reach new heights. Sandrone, Zhongli, Fischl, Rosaria. I wouldn't play that. You're better off putting like Beidou and Chi-Chi on. With Beidou and Diona on the banner, and you can use Chi-Chi. Like, just Beidou, Diona, Chi-Chi, Sandrone is right there as a free-to-play option team for a thing. But we'll get to that. But yeah, I like Zidlali. Constellations, I need to talk about cons again. I forgot. Sandrone C1 is one of the worst C1s in the game. Sandrone C1 makes it so you get 30 stellar damage increase. That's the permanent one. And she gets a 30% reduction in like point consumption or something, or like you can do 2 more charge attacks in one charge attack. Two more stellar superconduct hits in one charge attack. Right? 50% lower rate of decoding. Okay? What's the problem with that? She has 4 seconds of field time and 4 seconds of skill cooldown, which means she can directly go from skill to normal attack, from skill to normal attack already. So this doesn't help with that at all. This just means you can stay on field for longer. What does that do, basically? It reduces the amount of skills you need to use. Is that valuable? No. Why? Because the skill actually does stellar superconduct damage. It does this times 4 because of this passive. So actually, the stellar superconduct damage done by the skill is not negligible and provides a good amount of DPS. Not as much as doing another charge attack, or another 2, I guess. But it's not nearly enough of a problem for this to be worth anything. So the DPS increase of this constellation is basically just 30 stellar damage increase, which is negligible. One of the worst C1s we've ever seen ever. If you want to vertically invest in Sandrone, don't go for the C1. The C1 makes a little more sense with the C2, but at C2, I'm getting reminded of Flynn's and maybe Zabai, but mostly Flynn's. Her C2 works with her with her C1, because now spending more time makes more sense, because each time a beam is fired, crit damage dealt by condensed beams during a decoding phase is increased by 20%. So you get the max 3 stacks, and then you keep the 3 stacks for the 2 additional hits you do from the C1. So the C1 and C2 have synergy. But the C2 is like a 25% DPS increase, which is pretty normal. Like team DPS increase. While this one is like 8% or something. Like 6-7%. So compared to Mawika's C2, where the C2 is stronger and the C1 is stronger, or like any modern character like Nefer, where the C1 and the C2 is stronger, it's not great. It's not great vertical investment. I'd probably recommend to wait for Odette. The supports usually do have broken... the supports usually do have somewhat broken, like, constellations. So if you want to vertically invest in this team, probably best to wait for Odette. Her signature isn't bad at all. We'll get to that. But, like, for now, not great. Zidlali, on the other hand, is a similar situation, actually. Her C1, dog shit. Not very impactful. It's one of the... It's little. It's Quills. Quills are never that good. Basically... But the reason is because she has one of the most ridiculous C2s ever. Gaining 250 elemental mastery and another 20% shred. Making her one of the most powerful supports in the game. Is that worth it now? Now that Nicole is out, Durin is out, we can tell that the constellations are getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, she still has one of the most powerful C6s in the game. She's in the top 3 of Nicole, Durin, Zidlali, of the most powerful supportive C6s in the game, by far. And the C2 is a big reason for that. It's very impactful. All 3 of them also have good C2s. But would I recommend people go for these in 2026? Not sure. I'm not sure if that's the play right now. Because again, both of them have bad C1s. You're not getting shit from either of them by getting their first constellation, which feels bad, and I don't like that. But yeah, if you have C1 Sitlali already, then getting the C2 is very powerful. Getting the C2 is quite a powerful upgrade. But again, she's a support, so the Constellation's impact is a lot lower than a dedicated DPS's is. And with how Genshin's gameplay has turned into core impact, having versatility is not that impactful anymore. You can just have 3 strong teams and only invest in the DPS's, and you'll be fine, to be honest. Sometimes matchups can become an issue, but it's not something that more support constellations will really help with. What's Sandrone's best team? Sandrone's best team on release is C1 Yaemiko, Chi-Chi, Escoffier. That is her current highest calcing team. I have it like 127k DPS, but like it's more 130k is likely where it ends up. But people have it at 140, so I don't know what they're doing differently. I'm not pulling anything next patch personally. I'm literally not telling people to pull gacha free to play. That doesn't even make sense what you're saying. If you have Bina and Lene, you should definitely get Zabai, but you don't need to wait for Zabai. You can get other stuff on the way. Ice coffee, it depends on what else you have. Like, are you interested in, like, getting a new DPS? Do you need a new DPS? Do you already have 3? But yeah, so looking at the 5 stars summary, new DPS for a new region, very confusing time. It's like Flynn's in a lot of ways, but she's stronger on her release, while also being a little more flexible in rotations. Well, maybe also not being as flexible in her team building, because Flynn's can do a lot more stuff. It's a weird character to pull right now. If you have C1 Yai, she's going to be strong. If you don't have C1 Yai, she's not going to be strong. Or you like Yai at all, she's not going to be very strong at all. But obviously, she will get more supports. Sitlali, great for Mawika, and I wouldn't really pull her for anything but Mawika specifically, because she does the most in those teams. Very impactful, strongest Mawika team still includes Sitlali. It's not even close. And yeah, Constellation, C1 sucks, C2 is strong and works with the C1, but again, not really competitive with other DPS constellations. One of the best support constellations in the game, but still have to get past the bad C1, unlike someone like Nicole who has a pretty decent C1. Or like Durin has also a pretty bad C1, to be honest. Not a great one either. So I guess everyone has a bad C1 when it comes to supports. But yeah, C2 is strong, but not the best vertical for Mawika. And if you're just playing her with Mawika, you might as well go for Mawika cons, right? Let's talk about the 4 stars now. Hello Pika, hello Augustus, hello Chiwi, hello Nezuko, welcome in. When the update will arrive? Tomorrow. Update is tomorrow. For me, at least. It's in like, what, like 20 hours? No, less. Wait, today is Tuesday, right? Yeah. Update is in, like 15 hours or so. So it's speculated to work in Sandrone's best team as a supporter subbies. Augustus, that doesn't make any sense. Let's think about that for a second. She is Cryo. Her dedicated support, which is speculated to be Odette, is also Cryo. And then the Tsaritsa is also Cryo, right? So your 3 best supports, your 2 best supports are both Cryo. That means you're forced to play an only Cryo and Electro team if you want to use all of your supports. Which is fine. She doesn't mind that. But that's going to be heavily matchup checked once that comes out, if that's true. That would be a disadvantage more than anything. You'd prefer to have an Electro onfielder in that case, because an Electro onfielder would get to run Odette and the Tsaritsa while having a flexible slot, because you still get Electro application from them. I think that might end up being one of Sandrone's biggest disadvantages. One of the only reasons why Lunar characters are good at all, even though they are so restrictive as they are, is because you can take out the 4th slot and replace it with something. I mean, would the Lunar characters be clearing the Watcher in this Stygian? At all, even? if they couldn't slot in like a character that wasn't their element. They could probably, but not nearly as easily as they are right now. Not remotely as easily as they're doing right now. This flexibility from having a 3-character core that is self-sustained by having the application of all the elements available is what makes these Luna characters strong, competent beyond just their strength. Competent as characters you can like slot in multiple boss fights. If Sandrone doesn't get to do that by 2 of her dedicated supports being fucking the same element as her, therefore needing a 4th slot or having to replace one of the 2, that's kind of cooked, to be honest. If that ends up being true, you should probably wait for the Electro DPS that is releasing for Superconduct, which has also been leaked. I wouldn't recommend that. Well, that would be scary. You know, that's something to think about when pulling Sandrone. Why Danica? She's a Nemo. Why is she there? Why is a Nemo character there? That has nothing to do with what I just said. You were not really listening at all. Bro, look at my chat. I don't want to. You don't say anything useful. I don't care. I'm not reading leaks right now. I'm doing a banner overview, man. Why are you guys not like paying attention? I'm doing that later. I'll find it later. It's fine. I'm clearly busy. Can I talk about the banners? Jesus Christ. So pulling Sandrone now is a bad move? No, but it might end up being. We don't know what the Tsaritsa is. People are saying Tsaritsa is going to be good for her, but we don't know that. We'll have to see. No, she's leaked to be Electro. She's Electro? Well, that wouldn't... Again, that doesn't... You're not listening to me. I'm saying if the 4th slot is... You need to lose someone in that case. You're losing Odette, the dedicated Stellar support. If she's Electro, do you think she's gonna like be a dedicated support for Stellar but Electro? Like they're just gonna release 2 DPSs and 2 dedicated supports for the Superconduct reaction? To make that problem not a problem? Or would they just, you know... Just be a little smarter with designing elements. Llama doesn't look a Nemo or Hydra at all. Where do you get that idea from? Just because she... Okay, Genshin players and color coding like fucking toddlers. Oh, she looks a Nemo because her dress is green. Yeah, man, sure. Whatever. The problem that I stated is that Odette is being leaked as the dedicated Stellar Superconduct support, which means you don't get to run her if you fucking... If you want to use the Tsaritsa and a non-Electro character in the last slot. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. You have to replace a dedicated support. And why is Danica even there? Yeah, Miko would probably be the slot. She's probably not going to be better. There's 2-star reactions for now. And people treat leaks like fucking a gospel. Like, have you guys ever played this game? None of this is gonna stick. Leakers are not reliable. Have you ever played this game? Why are we treating leaker words as gospel? They're never right. It's... Like, why are we pretending like this isn't a reasonable statement? That if Sandrone's dedicated support and its Tsaritsa are both cryo, that you're forced to add an Electro character to the 4 slot for the team to work, you're losing flexibility and can't play in a 3-character core without having to either sacrifice the Tsaritsa or Odette, which are currently leaked as the working with her. What is wrong with that statement? What do you have an issue with that statement? Beyond not listening to the words I'm saying and talking about something completely different that has nothing to do with anything. Okay, 4 stars. Beidou and Diona are both getting buffed, but neither of them are strong. Neither Beidou nor Diona will stick around in Sandrone's teams, unlike Yaimiko, who I think will. These 2 are getting kicked out the moment they get kicked out. These characters are getting buffs to their base kit and their C6s. Both of their C6s giving either... I mean, Diona gets, on top of her 200 Elemental Mastery buff, gives a stellar damage increase for the on-fielder. Beidou, on top of her current C6, gives Cryo Res Shred and 200 elemental mastery to the on-fielder. Both of these buffs are good. They're locked behind C6. So if you don't have C6 Beta and C6 Diona by the time you get Sandrone, if you're a new player, these characters will be doing much less than we're assuming. And even when we're assuming that they're doing everything they can do with C6, they're not even that good. So don't be too invested in getting these characters. If you're pulling for Sandrone, ignore these guys, basically. They're fine. They're gonna be layover, like, characters you will play until you pull new stuff, but you will be forced. Like any current character in Genshin, you're forced to pull for a character supports once you get them. So pulling Zabai like locks you into pulling Columbina and Linnea. That's a forced if you want to make that character as good as she can be. Similar to Sandrone, we will get 2, maybe only 1. We'll see how that Cereza thing works out. 1 to 2 dedicated supports, probably not 3. That would be weird, but it's possible, I guess. Whatever, it can be anything. But she will get dedicated supports. You will have to pull all of those. And those will be replacing these 2 for sure. These 2 are doing fucking nothing. Diona has a shield, gives elemental mastery at C6, and that's about it. She can heal with her burst. Diona is a funny character. Her shield isn't strong enough to be a shield. Her burst isn't healing enough to be a healer. She's neither a shielder nor a healer. She's kind of just a C6 buffer. She only finds usage in certain situations like the Tulpa to break the mini Tulpas while giving an EM buff for someone like Zabai or Nefer. Really only has slight utility at C6. Beidou, on the other hand, is a completely dead character. We haven't seen anyone use her ever anywhere, really. I sometimes used to use her in Force Only Abyss before that became, like, unviable. Like, this character doesn't do anything, and none of the buffs change that, really. She gets a little bit more energy, so she doesn't have as much of an energy issue. She can use her skill a little bit more, but that's a lot of field time. Like, none of the buffs to the base kits that aren't related to stellar stuff do anything to make these characters much stronger. So both of these characters are basically the same, other than being, like, okay options to put on Sandrone until you get better stuff. That's basically the conclusion on these characters. So yeah, don't bother too much. Don't try too hard to get the constellations. Don't put that too much effort into getting their cons. This is not gonna be big. And the last character is Freminette, who is even worse. Like, at least these characters work with something. Like, Beidou now gets to play in stellar teams. She's okay. Gives 50% shred to both elements, 200 elemental mastery to the on-fielder, a shield at C1, which can have some utility. And, like, a little bit of DPS, but basically nothing. Diona gives 200 EM, 40 stellar damage increase for the on-fielder. Like 200 EM, 40 stellar damage increase to the on-fielder, a shield healing, could hold TOM now with her new changed like off-field hits. So these characters have utility in stellar teams, and Diona also has utility outside of stellar teams. This guy has nothing. I'm not even gonna talk about this constellation. There's nothing to talk about. Freminette does no damage while being a DPS. That's it. There's nothing more to say about this guy. He is not worth building. He's not worth investing into. He's not worth anything. Last time I cleared Abyss with him was my Force Only Abyss like 2 years ago. I don't know if it was even possible recently. Rented is probably not bad. If a new players don't... it's never bad to pull for new DPSs when you're a new player. Without Yai, it's a little hard to recommend Sandrone. But, yeah. It's hard. I can't really. We'll need to see how the dedicated supports work out. If the dedicated supports end up overshadowing Yai enough to the point where she doesn't seem necessary like the way that she is now, yeah, then pulling for her without Yai would be fine. But we need to see reliable Odette leaks and numbers to make that conclusion. That will be happening over the next week-ish once we get proper leaks. Well, you shouldn't have 10 crit rate, Honey Badger. You know, without crit rate, the crit damage is irrelevant. Like, there's no point in having crit damage without crit rate. Just give her a crit rate circlet instead of a crit damage circlet, and you will be doing a lot more damage. You have a 1 to 15 crit ratio. That's like 3 times worse than having a 1 to 2 ratio, which is what you're supposed to do. Stop giving her crit damage. Like, there's 0 point in crit damage without crit rate. The 150 crit damage happens 10% of the time. Basically never. That's why you're struggling. Get her to like 50 or something. Okay, so that's with the characters. Nothing interesting on the 4 stars. 5 stars, Sidlali is decent. Sidlali is still strong. Sandrone is not looking bad at all. Is looking very strong. Let's look at the weapon banner. I didn't even peep this. Okay, Sandrone's, let's start with Sidlali's signature. Sidlali's sig is dog shit. I've been doing a lot of dire recently. I gotta be honest. A lot of the clears had C3 cost with C0R1. A lot of the teams I cleared with had 4 costs with C0R1, Pavica, and C0R1 Sidlali with Bennett on Fav. I didn't see any difference with running Bennett on a higher base attack weapon and running Sidlali on Fav at all. The difference between 3 cost and 4 cost, nothing. Literally nothing. Not even TTDS better. It doesn't even have to be there. At all. Like, it gives 26 damage bonus when protected by a shield. It can be used by someone like Lanyan in case you want to like have some versatility from it, but it's not a lot. You need to create a shield to get the damage bonus, and it's based on your elemental mastery. So you need to stack a good amount of stats. Is it based on your elemental mastery? Or am I making it up? I think I'm making it up. I don't really... I don't pull for weapons. I just use them when they're on whale accounts that need to clear help. I forgot. Do you need EM? No, right? No. Yeah. No stat requirements, which is nice. It's less restrictive than TTDS, but it's also less powerful. It's not worth it at all. So, yeah, I wouldn't go at all in any situation would I go for Sidlali Sig as anyone with like limited resources. Then Sandrone Sig is pretty solid. It's a strong signature weapon. It's a classic DPS Sig. I mean, there's nothing to talk about there. It's Honey Badger, you don't have anyone stacking Pavica's Fighting Spirits. That is where you're struggling. You would like to put Kachina in that team instead of Lila or something. For now. Preferably you would use someone else. Aurora on Yansan work would be better. Kachina is like the free option that everyone has access to. And you can put Kachina on the 4-piece Scroll of Cinder City set, which gives you 40 damage bonus as well. So that would be a lot more powerful. She's a 4-star. Well, everyone else on the team is a 4-star. The way that Pavica works is she needs to stack Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit is gained by other Natlanese characters using their Night Soul abilities in the party. The only Night Soul character you have available to you for free is Kachina. And she can still hold the new set. So that will be a big upgrade over Lila, who is literally doing nothing other than give you a shield, which is not necessary because you have a healer and Pavica has infinite interruption resistance in her burst. So you will not be interrupted, which is the main reason you use a shield, or dying. But Bennett is a healer, so you won't do that anyway. So replacing... and you would also like to replace Fischl with like someone like Sucrose, who would... who with the Virtus and Vanera set, which you can get here. If you can get a 4-piece of Virtus and Vanera, Sucrose will give you 40 resistance shred to the enemy. You get this for Sucrose, if you have that. If not, just a Nemo Traveler or anything. You get, you go to Natlan, you get the scroll set for Kachina, which gives you 40 damage bonus for the team. For the reactions triggered in a... And yeah, Bennett, Sucrose, Kachina would be a very available composition for a new player using Pavica. That would probably be your strongest team. If you have Sucrose, please use her there. If you don't have Sucrose, then you can use any Anemo character because they can all hold the VV set. Or you could keep Fischl, but she really doesn't do anything in that team. Fischl is kind of bad. Sucrose, man, it was free in an event, but I didn't know. She's still free. Oh, you chose Razor. Ah, that's the worst one. Both Fischl and Sucrose would have been better. Man. They shouldn't make this available so early, man. They shouldn't make this. People just are gonna make bad decisions. I can't even say like, oh, everyone please pick Sucrose from the Hexarai picker because people are so new they're gonna get that quickly before they even realize to check. Whatever, it's fine. You can use any Anemo character in that slot. Lynette would work fine. Lynette gives you 20% attack, which Moika likes. Lynette, Lanyan, any Anemo character. Just sort by Anemo and pick one that is like available. Lynette is also free, and she has this attack buff, which is nice. After using her burst, you get a bit of attack. Maybe you can use it catalysts, different catalysts. If you have Aoife, you can use him on a great 3-star weapon. Yes, 3-star weapons are useful in Genshin. A great 3-star weapon called Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer. If you swap specifically from Aoife to Moika, she'll get 48% attack. That could be really good for you. Anemo Traveler and Prune. Prune could be good, yeah. Prune is perfect. Prune can hold the Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer set weapon, and if you level it enough, you can even get some damage bonus from it. But likely, you will not get a lot of damage bonus from it, but yeah. Prune is a great option. Prune, Bennett, Kachina is your best team from Moika. For sure. Oh yeah. If the DPR is 800k across 100 seconds, it's 80k DPS. Almost, Bill Wall. Almost. Any clears for the ball? I have not seen many. I'll do a lot of testing once it comes out. I don't mind just waiting until it comes out to do the testing. But yeah. Weapon banner. Sidlali's Sig is bad. I don't like it at all. I don't think it's ever useful unless you like are doing C6R5 stuff, I guess. Sandrone Sig, classic DPS weapon. It's strong. It's stronger than any other options. Wolf's Gravestone is a good option if you have it on her, so it's a little bit of a bridging of the gap, I guess. Bridges the gap a little bit. It's nice. It's not great, though. It's just nice. It's not insane or anything. It's not Jade Wing Spear. But for her, it's like nicer than it usually is, I guess. I have Chaska, Moika, and Linnea. Well, with Colombina, you would still not be able to clear lunar content. But if you get Colombina and Zabai, then that would be the play. Chaska, Moika, you would like both, really. Moika likes Sidlali, Linnea would like Colombina and Zabai. Yeah, I see one does like 70, 100, 800k DPR in Sandrone teams, 18.5 seconds rotation. More than that. Is it more than that? No, it's about right. Yeah. I have that about exactly, yeah. At like 900-ish. Yeah, no, 750 I have here. Although I assumed 6 stacks. This team gets like more 7 to 8 stacks. So let me adjust that. Yeah, about right, yeah. 800k DPR is about exactly right. Yeah, so she does 800k DPR, which is 40k DPS. Which is a fuck ton, about as much as Inefa does in her teams, while also giving Sandrone 50 stellar damage increase. That is why C1 Yai is so powerful. I know, I'm not arguing about her damage. I don't know what you were guys talking about. I just read someone saying 800k DPR over 100 seconds is 8k DPS, and that was funny. She does 40k DPS while giving 50 stellar damage bonus, and people are saying she's gonna get replaced. What's the difference between C0 and C1? On Yaya, big. The 50 stellar damage increase is a lot. It's a lot. Like, that's for herself and that's for herself and for... oh, this is a buy. This is for herself and for Sandrone. We're currently at like, I have 127 here. Let me put the right stacks in again. Like 8-ish. And if we remove the stellar damage increase from her own buff, that by itself is minus 7k DPS for her. And it's even more loss for the thing. So that That just lost us 15k DPS. More than that. That lost us like 16k DPS. It's very important to get the C1. Wouldn't a fur weapon be good for Yai? It's a stat stick, yeah. Crit damage with crit rate. I don't know if you get the passive at all, but the EM would be nice on the passive if you get it. Leash elemental skill, they gain the sacred space for 12 seconds. Yeah, I mean, all of this is there, yeah. You get this and this. It's pretty strong, yeah. Definitely one of our best options. It's a lot of crit. You get crit rate as well, and the ADM is pretty solid uptime as well. Yeah, great. Is Hyper Freeze Risley enough for Stellar Boss? Probably not, no. Because Skirk isn't even enough. So, I don't know what Hyper Freeze is. You mean like freeze Risley? Scafair, Farina, something? No, that's not enough for the guy. Skirk is barely enough. You want to adjust your team to include stellar stuff, or like super conduct at least, I think. Okay, and yeah, so strong Sig, but not even better than getting Yai and Miko for her, and then getting Yai Sig C1 from the Constellation Picker. Not better than getting C1 Yai. So, for now, we'll see if that changes with dedicated supports. Overall, I don't really like these weapon banner. A decent stat stick, I do have to say. It is a crit damage weapon that gives a large amount of attack in it. So this is actually one of the better, because basically every single weapon on this fucking thing since Red Horn has been a crit rate weapon. We haven't seen a crit damage claymore in a very, very, very long time. It's been since 2.3 when Ito came out that we've gotten a crit damage claymore, which is ridiculous. It has 44 crit damage and 28% attack. Just that. So this is going to be a pretty strong stat stick. So if you're pulling for Zilali, you're not too mad losing to this, because this is going to be a solid option on your Mawika. Yeah, strong stat stick, good for her. Bad weapon, I don't like it, and you shouldn't pull for it. 4 stars, Sackbow, only one use really, Diona, basically. Fav Sword, one of the greatest weapons of all time, if not the second best weapon in the entire game. Fav Lance is the best weapon in the game, and Fav Sword is right behind it as the second best weapon in the game. You want multiple of these, you want like 3 of these, you want like 4 of these, maybe 5. I have 4 of these at like R2 at level 90. I have 4 Fav Swords at level 90. You should too, if you want to compete in Stygian. Great weapon, amazing that it's here. Ups the quality of the banner. Sack Frags, strong weapon, useful on Sucrose, useful on Sidlali sometimes. It's a good utility weapon. If you don't have enough of it already, which a lot of people do, it's good to get some copies on this. It has uses for sure. Raid Slash is dog shit. Is finding a little bit of usage now that Mawika is a thing. Used to be played in Gaming teams with Farina before Sidlali came out. Now it's still basically irrelevant. I mean, this is not even better than Blackcliff Slasher or something. Yeah, not a great weapon. Bad DPS weapon. Dragon's Bane. You never need more than one of these, because the only use case for this is for Raiden Hyperbloom. Dragon's Bane isn't a strong damage option for any character, really. Hu Tao used to use this a lot, but Vape Hu Tao is still a thing, I guess, yeah. Hu Tao is still one of the few characters that plays Vape, but like Hu Tao in general is not a thing. So, yeah. You're not really using Dragon's Bane for damage. You're not clearing shit with Dragon's Bane Hu Tao, let's just say that. So you never need more than one copy of this, so this is bad. I'd say this weapon is bad, this weapon is bad. You like one copy of R5 of this, you maybe like 1 or 2 copies of R5 of this, and you want like 4 of this. So based on how many copies of R5 you would like of these weapons, amazing, strong, okay, bad. And overall, that's not terrible. That's not a terrible weapon banner. But yeah, I would never pull on a weapon banner. I'm not pulling on the current weapon banner. Like, I have Mawika not clearing Dire because I didn't clear Dire simply because I didn't pull on this weapon banner. And is this weapon banner better? I mean, Alley Hunter's okay. Dog shit. Okay. Meh. Pretty much dog shit for a guy like me who has better options. And very, very strong. Strongest weapon in the game. I didn't pull on this banner. Why? Because this weapon is mid as fuck. I don't want it. I don't want to accidentally get this shit. So yeah. I can't recommend, and I never will, and I never have recommended weapon banner, and this is not going to be the first that I do. It's middling. It's a middling weapon banner. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's good. So yeah, that concludes the banner review. That took a while. But yeah, my plan for Shiznaya, if you guys want to know what Mr. Genshin Impact does, I will be skipping Sandrone. I might be pulling Odette. If she enables the reactions, I will try to maybe do something with my Sino to deal with Fearless Chill. I'm considering getting a C1 Sino from the con picker and playing him with Odette without Yaimiko. And I'll see how far I can get with that. If that doesn't clear Fearless, then we're kind of cooked in general. Then we're kind of cooked in general. Then we can't do anything anyway. Never punished. Good for you, Flying Lizard. I'm always punished. If you guys saw my YouTube short, you would know that I am Mr. Always Punished. Anyone seen that? It's not doing too well on YouTube. It's doing really well on TikTok for some reason. But yeah, I posted a short yesterday showing my amazing luck in Genshin Impact.
Did she miss the crit?
And this
Did
is
she not have a
this is
fucking 100
applied
crit with
like
Harbinger? How is that physically possible?
everywhere.
Did she miss the crit? Yeah, did she not have a fucking 100 crit rate with Harbinger? How is that physically possible? 41 plus
99.9% crit rate on Zabai.
It's 99.
99.9 crit rate on Zabai. What happens? 2 seconds later? I missed the crit. Not on any hit, but on the highest hit on Zabai C1. And what happens because of that? We don't clear with this amount of HP left. Count the pixels. This is my luck, okay? This is my luck. So I would get... I would not be managing to get Marika Sig in a normal amount of pulls. I'm not gonna test my luck. I know what it is. I know my luck. Also, anyone want to see something even funnier? Weapon banner luck. It's like the same size, so it doesn't matter probably. My weapon banner luck on my main account. I got Tome in 64 pulls. You know what happened after that? I was pulling for what's her name? Shen Yun's signature because I got her C2. You know what happened to me? 1,000 Floating Dreams, Primordial Jade Wing Spear, Crane's Echoing Call. Soft Pity 3 times in a row. 200 pulls spent on getting one signature weapon. This is before they made the Fate Point 1 instead of 2. My only experience on the weapon banner is getting at least 64 pity, winning one of them, and then losing one of them the worst possible way. Like, nah, man. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that again. I'm not touching that. It took me 200 pulls to get a weapon I don't even use anymore. I don't even use it. I use it on Varesna sometimes. But I don't use Shen Yun. She's bad. Flying Lizard, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the emotes. They're very fun. But yeah, I don't even use Shen Yun C2R1 anymore. She's not good. Shen Yun is one of the worst characters. I hope she gets buffed. It's just, she takes so much field time. She takes so much field time. She has VV as a cornerstone of her usefulness. Well... while having 20-second animations, so you don't even get any uptime on it. It's really bad. Bad energy issues, bad field time. That character I should not have C2'd. And nowadays, a C2 DPS Shen Yun, which I had like at 120k DPS and felt like, oh, that's amazing, is dog shit compared to my other characters. Yeah. So yeah. Let's talk about the leaks. It's leakers time, people. There's about 700,000 leaks released right now, and there's probably more that we can talk about now. In order of release, reverse, it's this. This is 2 days ago. We didn't cover any of this because we were busy doing viewer Stygians.
on the last day we wanted to focus on that because, well, duh, it's the last day. I've heard of that, Zero. Yeah, the new Genshin dev meta is copy and paste. Yeah, from what I've heard, Stellar's world doesn't sound very interesting either. No story leaks. I never want to see story leaks. I'm just talking about kids and mechanics. I never want to see story leaks. I never understand why anyone would want to see story leaks. Yeah, we'll definitely. All of this is very speculative. None of this is gonna stick. So Odette has been leaked to be a stellar damage buffer. Sword user Cryo. C2 provides res shred. I love this. I love how leakers always, every single time, before saying what the character does, says what constellations do. Why is that a thing? Why do they do that? How is that normal to them? You know what? That makes me feel like they don't know anything, like, at all. Most of her constellation support buffs. Why are we talking about her constellations before we even know what she does? Is Stella more free to play the Luna? Seems to be exactly the same, Jetty. It seems the exact same. I don't see any difference in it. You get Odette at C0 soon to change. Yeah, like, this is so fucking useless. Nice. Can we see her kit? Like, who gives a fuck about cons? Okay, sus info about Stellar Swirl reaction. Stellar Swirl creates a vortex. That's not the vortex. That is Yume Mizuki. Stop showing this picture. That is Yume Mizuki's, I think. And if it's not, then why do they reuse the asset of her? People keep telling me that's Stellar Swirl, and now they're using it as the picture. Why? Is that not just Yume Mizuki's burst hits? Am I fucking crazy? That's just Yume Glorp. Yume Glorp. You can just type the. Oh wait, it might translate it onto the visual even if you're in YouTube. Where am I? Also, Mizuki is also getting buffed, but her buffs are completely unrelated. By the way, like, entirely unrelated. They don't even have Stellar Swirl in them or anything. Like, yeah, this is like her burst, right? Yeah, if you pick up one of these, this is what her burst does. Like, please stop showing this as the Stellar Swirl mechanic. This is just Yume Mizuki. This has nothing to do with anything. Why are they buffing her then? I have no idea. Because she does not have Stellar Swirl mentioned in her kit, and she probably will not still, even afterwards, but maybe she does. But I'm happy, of course, because I'm a big Yume Glorp fan. Not visually, to be honest, she looks kind of scuffed. But I like Anemo characters. I'm always going to be an Anemo fan. I like flying, of course. Another flying character. And I have her C3, and I'm picking up her C4 next anniversary to get myself... And the buffs are to C1 and C2 as well, so she's actually going to not be dog shit. Currently I have like 17k DPS or something? No, like 110k DPS or something? No, not even that. Like 100k DPS, I think, with Yume Glorp in Binefa teams. That's gonna jump to like 120 with the res shred from the C2 and the EM buff from her talents, from her passive. So I'm very excited for those buffs, more so than most other ones, to be honest. So yeah. So, Stellar Swirl creates a vortex. Every swirl reaction charges the vortex with energy. Okay, so you have like a stack mechanic. After enough swirl triggers have accumulated, the vortex reaches full power and explodes, dealing its maximum damage. Okay. So, Hyper Bloom with extra steps. If vortex is able to home in on enemy targets. Is that like AoE? Okay, so conceptually, this is Lunar Crystallize. Mechanically, like, more Lunar Crystallize means more damage, but instead of more frequently, it's a higher number, which is what I think we originally thought Lunar Crystallize was going to be, anyway. So, okay, it's mechanically similar. But Swirl has a lot more interesting... Swirl is a lot more interesting as a reaction than Crystallize is. I feel like. So there might be more interesting stuff that can happen with this due to infusions. I feel like with infusions, like, there might be a little bit more nuance here. But we'll have to see. But That's literally just stellar, lunar crystallized, basically. So I'm not. What is it? Is it that? Oh, oh, it was here. They just showed the wrong screenshots. It's the spikes. Where's the homing? Well, sir, this is stellar superconduct. Or does the field work for both of them? Oh yeah, it is Hydro Swirl, yeah. Right, no, obviously it's Cryo Swirl specifically, not Hydro Swirl. It only works with Cryo Swirl, of course. They didn't say that here, but obviously it does, because that's how lunar reactions work as well. So yeah, it's not as interesting anyway, then never mind. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. This is kind of boring. Like, that is nothing. That's lunar crystallized again, but like, it's only for Cryo Swirl. Yeah, forgot about how these work. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, I got nothing. That sounds really boring. Odette's kit. Odette mechanics and boss information. Okay. Builds up stacks on herself first. Whatever that means. Hello, welcome in. We're covering the recent leaks from the last couple days. Right before the leak flood happens, which will be very soon. I went about 2 days back, and this is the newest one I saw. Which we'll check out in a second. Builds up stacks on herself. That doesn't mean anything. Those are not words that make sense. When switching characters, a portion of those stacks is gradually transferred to the active on-field character. Wait, so like, builds up stacks on herself on field. Okay. So like, dual DPS style? Dual DPS style, maybe? That could be interesting. Her boss has a shield can only be broken with cryo. Awesome. Cumulative counterattack reflect damage mechanic. Oh, it's like Kochijo, my goat. I don't know how to pronounce it. Does anyone know how to pronounce that? I think it's Spanish. But it's like this guy. Who has like an electro shield. Where's his arena? Where's Big Bro? I forgot where Big Bro Kochijo lives. Is it not on the map? Is it just here and just not? Oh, it's here, but not on the map, yeah. Why is that not on the map? Kosijo. The turtle, yeah. So her boss mechanics are similar to the turtle. Where is the damn turtle? There it is, yeah. Kochijo has a mechanic of creating an electro shield, and once the shield is up, he will counterattack you whenever you deplete the shield. So they're basically releasing this guy as a boss, I guess. That's electro shield boss. That sounds exactly like Kochijo. That's just him again. Anything but the kid, exactly. Give me the boss, man. Show me what the boss looks like before you tell me what this means. Okay, 7.0 Stellar Swirl inclusion in Sandrone and other new Battle Pass characters kit, yeah. Sandrone, Mizuki, Chi-Chi, and Dayona's skill kits add relevant description about Stellar Swirl. Interesting. Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, so they are buffing Mizuki maybe extra there, I guess? Maybe? Sandrone as well definitely does make her seem more like Neuvillette than before. She works with all the stellar reactions. Well, if she fucking does, then I might actually consider going for her. Like, if they're gonna make one DPS work with all stellar reactions, then maybe all of them work with all stellar reactions. Maybe it is more flexible than currently. But that could be interesting. Battle Pass weapons. There's new Battle Pass weapons apparently as well. We'll check those out as well. I don't care personally because I don't have Battle Pass weapons and I don't intend to get any more. Kosio? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, there's new sets, 7.0 sets. Let's see how good those sets are. You guys just needed to wait 2 hours for me to react to this. Okay, Stellar Superconduct support sets. So, what are we getting on, currently we're running, pretty useless sets. Like, Escoffier is on GT right now. So, we definitely have space to add a support set. 18% attack, okay, offensive. Why is that? When a critical character triggers Stellar Superconduct or Stellar Swirl or directly deals damage from either reaction, they gain 12% attack. Oh. 50%?! Why so much? That's a lot! Fuck. Okay, you can put this on Yae, to be honest. When the equipping character triggers Stellar Conduct or Stellar Swirl. You have to. Okay, interesting. Okay, this is a trade offer, actually. This is a slight trade offer. Because this has to be put on a Stellar Superconduct character that triggers it. Chi-Chi Burst, maybe. Chi-Chi Burst could use this, actually. But it's only 12 seconds. Uptime is low. This effect is and does not stack from multiple. It can also be triggered while the character is off. Okay, can be triggered while off field. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So this can be triggered off field. That's good. Very high uptime then. Very large damage increase, and this probably needs to be put on Yae because Chi-Chi is very little uptime. It might be enough, I guess, but like it's probably better to put it on Chi-Chi, but I don't have a Chi-Chi calc open right now. But if we're saying like, oh, removing 40 stellar damage from Yae and giving her 50 back is kind of not much of a loss, to be honest. You can put this on Sandrone. This is stronger than the damage set. You get 80% attack, 12% attack, and 50 stellar damage bonus. The offensive set gives you 18% attack and 40 stellar damage bonus and 16 crit rate. Like, you're trading like 10% stellar damage and 12% attack for 16 crit rate. That's not even far off. This she requires too much field time. It sucks for Mizuki. Mizuki is an on-fielder. Obviously, she requires field time. Yeah, so there's this thing called... I feel like maybe people should be pulling for Yae Miko now that I'm seeing more and more of this stuff. I feel like all the stellar characters will work very well with her for some reason. Like, she can hold this really well. She's like the best holder of this set right now. This better be... Odette better be good at holding this set, because like Yae Miko is currently the best at holding this set. Yeah. So this support set, quotation mark, is not even weaker than the damage sets. Yae isn't even losing damage. You get the 18% still, but instead of getting 16%, oh, I had 15. No, I had 16. Instead of getting 16% crit, you get, and 40 stellar damage increase. You get 12% more attack, and 15 stellar damage increase. And 50 stellar damage increase instead of 40. Oh wait, I just removed damage bonus, didn't I? Yeah, my bad. 12% here, and instead of 40, it's 50. So that is like 3k DPS loss. That's like barely anything. 2k DPS loss. Like, what is that percent-wise? The percent is going to be accurate. Don't look at the numbers too much. I haven't checked the sheet in a while. But the percentage will be accurate. 127-ish. It's like 2% more damage, team DPS-wise. And you know what else happens now? Another 50 stellar damage has hit the fucking Yae Sandrone core. Dude! Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Oh yeah, yeah, now it's 40k DPS. In my calc, which is like behind other people's calcs. Let me check the percentage. What did I do this time again? 50, 50, 50, 40, 50, and another 50. What did I mess up? I did a 40 a second ago. I'm stupid. Oh, I gave her also the 40. I gave her also the 50. She does not get another. I'm stupid. She already has it. Yeah, so it's 136 instead of 127. There's a 10k DPS increase. In my calc. So if it was someone else's calc, they're probably getting 150k DPS on Sandrone with this set. On Yae. Which she doesn't even have to run. She can keep the damage set. And someone else can run it like Chi-Chi. Sandrone 140k. How do you achieve that? Wasn't your old character 128? This set. I just put the set on her. So yeah, that's a ridiculously powerful set. That is, yeah. So yeah, that would be crazy strong. If Odette holds this in a Sandrone Yaya team, that's like already 180k DPS. And as long as Odette does literally anything. Chi-Chi was on TIM. I didn't use Chi-Chi there, but yeah, Chi-Chi would be on TIM. The problem with Chi-Chi is that this you need to trigger a stellar conduct reaction. When the equipment character triggers... Oh wait, no, it's not. You don't need to trigger a reaction. You need to trigger not stellar conduct, but stellar conduct is triggered always. You don't need to do direct damage. Oh no, this is fine. You can put this on Escoffier. You can put this on Escoffier. Never mind, I misread this. They can still trigger the reaction. I mean, they'd have to manage to trigger the reaction, but you can actually just give them more 50% more stellar damage for free. So better to put this on an Electro character, I guess, if you have Cryo on filter, but yeah, it is probably more so a 12% damage increase. Which would, if other calcs were, if you look at like the calc I saw in like what's his name, Seven's video, that was 140k, that would be 160 already without Odette on the team. Yeah, this character is already 180 without the Tsaritsa, for sure. The set offers no crit rate. The support set offers no crit rate. Yes. You check with the new craftable. I did not look at that. My calcs are a little off, Kirei. Other people are getting way more damage than me. But yeah, 200k kick standard is inevitable, basically. What is this? Stellar Swirl DPS set. Oh, what is that? Attack again? Why attack? Oh, that's weird. All the Swirl characters are EM scaling. After equipping character triggers Stellar Swirl, they gain 16 crit rate and 40 increase. Why did you even make 2 sets? What? Why would you even make 2 sets? Like, that was so confusing. Everyone said, oh my god, are they not gonna make the 7.0 domain, like, really accessible? How many stacks are you assuming, Kirei? Because everyone seems to be assuming all the fucking stacks. I get 140 only when I assume 12 stacks. I don't know what could be wrong with the calc. People are using Chi-Chi Burst now, and I don't know why that is happening. Yeah, I don't understand why we don't get a good universal set here. But I guess this enforces my idea to skip the stellar superconduct meta. That's really awful. Calc is short for calculator, by the way, yeah. We're just speaking slang. Okay. Attack scaling as well, which is really weird considering nothing in Mizuki's kit is attack scaling. So I'm just confused as to what this is supposed to do for her. Okay, like, whatever, I guess. Yeah, it's looking like Notcry. 7.0 map. Enormous. Enormous 7.0 map. The 7.0 map, enormous. Okay, can we actually see what her kit is? A standard off-field cryo sub DPS. She's rumored to have a puppet summon. What does standard mean? Like normal or like on the standard banner? 2040 value is associated with her kit. The exact meaning of 2040 value is still unknown. The leakers are still attempting to verify the exact numbers due to frequent kit changes. Constellation related. They are not res shred. They are also not related to the number of elements in the party. They mention element engraving mechanic. Okay, they haven't told me anything the whole time. Is there anything new? Oh, that's weapon. More map. That's a church or something. I don't want to see more map, to be honest. Element plus weapon type for 7.0 characters. Odette is a cryo sword. Aloysia is a 4-star electro pole arm. Okay, that adds up. He is electro, he's a pole arm. Yeah, that makes sense. 7.0 weapons. Like craftables or... Are these the craftable weapons or are these battle pass? I think those are craftable. Are these battle pass? Why would there only be 3 new battle pass weapons? Oh, they're splits like this. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look at the battle pass ones first because I don't care about them. Oh yeah, battle pass catalysts. 36 crit rate. That's a fuck ton. That's gonna be annoying to build around. Casting elemental skill against 20 attack and 100 elemental mastery for 6 seconds. This effect can trigger once every 12 seconds. While this effect is active, hitting an enemy with a charge attack extends its duration by 6 seconds. Who is this for? Do we have a confirmed catalyst DPS, I guess? Not yet, right? Is this for Odette? She's not a catalyst, she's a sword. Who is a catalyst? Because this doesn't work for any current character. Attack and elemental mastery. I mean, it works, I guess, but like, it's not made for any current character. Casting elemental skill gives you 20 attack. The 20 attack makes it tell you that it's not supposed to be used on Nefer, although Nefer could use it, but again, way too high crit rate for her, and she doesn't like attack, so it's not great. Doing a charge attack extends this, and it's an attack buff and an EM buff. I guess, there's no catalyst currently in the game that runs this, right? That would want to run this anyway. That not like battle pass worthy, you know? Like battle pass weapons are supposed to be like perfect matches for you to even consider going for them. So if we look at the catalyst roster in Genshin, it would have to be a catalyst DPS, because otherwise, what's the point? And catalyst DPS wise, we only have Nefer. Varessa doesn't care about the EM, and Milani doesn't care about the attack. So literally no one in this game currently uses this. Yae Miko can use this, I guess. That is true. 200 crit rate Milani, yes. So this is from, I guess, Yae Miko. Well, she doesn't use charge attacks, though. No, it's not for her either. It's for no one. Yeah, no, it's literally for no one. This is currently for... Oh yeah, Risley is a catalyst, I forget. Stellar catalyst. He cares about attack, he cares about EM. He does charge attacks. Okay, yeah, Risley can use this. Yeah. No, that's true. Problem, crit rates. Here's a crit damage ascension, good. His weapon is crit rate, though. His weapon is crit rate, the set gives you 16. So it's, you start with 5. You get 16 from the set. You get 22 from your weapon. And you get 36 from this. You're starting at 80 crit rate. That's not good. That's not good. That's not happening. That like barely fits. That doesn't even fit into Kekium standard rolls. You can get, I guess you can do 8. No, that doesn't even fit. 8 times 8 times 3.1. Like the lowest Kekium. This overcaps the Kekium standard. Like, I guess, yeah. This is like, nah. That's not gonna work. That's gonna be really hard to farm for. That's not good for Risley. It really shouldn't be this much crit rate. He wouldn't even mind higher base attack. Yeah. So I don't know who this is for. This is probably for a new character. But yeah, he actually uses this weapon perfectly. And actually likes all the stats here. So I'm kind of confused as to why they made it crit rate. Because he's going to overcap. Add a crit rate twice. Did I? Let's do it again. 5 crit rate from base. You get 16 from thing. You get 22 from the signature. And you get 36 from the weapon. I did not. But obviously you don't have to play him on his sig if you don't have it. And then it's fine. Because then it's without 22 from the sig. But yeah, if you have a sig, it's overcapped. If you don't have a sig, you're good. So you can run him on Widsif. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about the sig? You're using a weapon. What am I? I'm dumb as bricks. I'm dumb as bricks. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? 36, 5, 16. 57. Manageable. Manageable, I guess. 43, 33, 43. 43 crit rate. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Risley weapon. What is this? Polearm. Energy recharge. Oh no. Another weapon that's worse than Fav incoming. After triggering an elemental reaction related to Cryo or Hydro, gain 20% attack for 50 seconds and restore 6 elemental energy to each neighbor party member other than the wielder. Oh, it is Fav. Oh, it is just Fav. Oh. Huh. Okay. They just made Fav again. Interesting to put it on the battle pass. Cryo, Hydro, or gain 20% attack for 15 seconds and restore 6 elemental energy to each nearby party member other than the wielder. It doesn't trigger... You can't trigger it as often? What's the cooldown on Fav again when it's like R5? But yeah, that is basically just Fav. It's not as often. You can't like come back and do double energy or something, which you can do with Fav pretty easily. So that's a downside. It has more energy recharge, which can be an upside. For Escoffier, it wouldn't be. And 20% attack isn't a lot of buffing. So to be honest, yeah, you can't run this on anyone. This is still worse than Fav. Because all you're getting is 20% attack and slightly more ER. Like, what's the point? Like, at higher refinement, that's just, like, sure, more attack, but, like, who cares? Maybe more energy, I guess. If it's high refine is 12 energy, this could be a big battle pass weapon for, like... This could be a pretty big battle pass weapon, actually. But if it scales by 1, which is more likely, it's gonna be, like 10, which is still high. It's a lot of energy, I guess, in higher refinements, but it's R1, this is just worse than Fav. It always is. It's a much lower frequency. Yeah, it's the cryo and Hydra is also very specific. If it wasn't so specific, that would help it a lot. But it's just there's no point to getting 20% attack. It's really just the energy that's valuable. And it's not enough better than Fav due to the restriction of the cooldown to make it worth it. It is guaranteed, so you don't need crit rate, which is an advantage. But it is just the polearm, especially. Which makes sense. Polearm is the most common... Polearm is the best Fav, so this is an interesting one. This is definitely something to look out for. If it didn't have the restriction, I feel like, yeah, this would be this much less restrictive Fav, yeah. This is actually kind of nice. Much less restrictive Fav. Janssen likes the attack percent as well, yeah. But you can't really do anything with it unless it's Electro Cryo, yeah. Damn, they almost cooked with a Battle Pass weapon. Claymore. So this is going to be for Sandrone, I guess? Precision Instrument, crit rate again. Sandrone is already struggling with crit rates, man. She does not want anymore. So that's not for Sandrone. Every 10 seconds, gain one of the following buffs. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, in a sequence for 10 seconds? Wait, they're making... they're making Witsif again? What does sequence mean? Every 10 seconds, gain one of the following buffs. Like, forever? Or what? 12% attack, 120 elemental, 30 stellar damage. The wielder triggers stellar contact styles where the current buff is locked in and its duration extended by 20. Is this just like... This effect can trigger once... What is happening here? How do you play with this? I don't understand this weapon. What do you mean every 10 seconds gain one of the following buffs in sequence for 10 seconds? What is sequence? Oh, in like order. So you start with 20% attack. Next time you get 120. Next time you get 32. But it's actually 12 seconds. No, it's actually 22 seconds. What is happening? Yeah, it sounds like it cycles the buffs, but why would I want that? Why would that be useful? Do you get all three at the same time or no? You'd have to get all three at the same time. Otherwise, it feels like 20% attack would be too low. It feels like the longer you stay on field, the more you get, but... Like, one at a time makes no sense, because, like, these are dog shit. And the crit rate is way too high for Sandrone. Who the fuck is using this? Sandrone has a crit rate ascension. So, she is 24 plus 36 plus, like, 16. She starts at 76 crit rate with this weapon. That's too much crit rate for her. And these buffs seem kind of dog shit. For how long it takes and the fact that there's no base buff at all. This is terrible. Isn't this, like, just terrible? I don't get this weapon. I guess it's no talking stick, but, like... I don't know. What would be the point of that? Okay, sword. Another fucking 70 crit rate weapon. Jesus Christ, Hoyoverse. Can you not understand that we don't want these? Who is gonna pull any of these weapon banner weapons if all of them are overcapping your build? None of these have Seg Jade level stats. I guess at R5 they might. I didn't really think about R5 much. Even R0, R1 Seg Jade has a lot of stats. R1 Seg Jade has a lot of stats. After casting an elemental skill, gain a swift trail effect for 14 seconds. The effect can trigger once every 14 seconds and is removed when his wielder leaves the field. Swift trail. Every second the wielder's movement distance is recorded. Based on distance, traveled gain 20 to 40% attack. Oh, that's cute. Who the fuck is that for? I guess it's gonna be a very mobile attack scaler in the region. That's interesting because it's not for anyone. 80% attack. Well, there's one stack of this. So you mean like R5? Yeah, it's a lot at R5. At R1, it's 40% attack, which isn't a lot. When you move a lot, which is not very common, I guess. Chlorint. Problem with that is Chlorint also has a crit rate ascension, so no. I guess, oh yeah, also she gives herself 20 crit rate, so Chlorint starts at 80% crit rate. You get 24, you get 36, and you get 20 from her passive. So she starts at 80. That's great. I love high crit rate starts. That's really good for my artifacts. It has to be a new character. This shit is ass for the current roster. Most of these guys don't even care about attack, and the on-fielders are so bad they don't. It's too much. Yeah, Chlorine players are 50 crit rate merchants. That's true. Skirk? Nah. She moves okay in amount, but 40% attack is not better than the current craftable. Or not by enough, at least, I guess. To warrant pulling for spending $10. It's better, probably, yeah. But, like, ugh. Also crit rate, again. She also has a crit rate ascension. No, she has crit damage, right? But, yeah, Marsha say, if you run it. I do. For every party member from the same region as the wielder. Okay, great start. Great start. Gain 8% attack and 32 elemental mastery at the same time. Okay, that's a good amount of stuff. And considering how modern regions literally design every character to work with each other, this is gonna work out fine. Funnily enough, not for Sandrone. Bow is interesting. That means there's gonna be a bow support. Sub DPS, I guess. I could be an on-fielder. Again with the 36 crit rate, man. They're so lazy with the stats, man. So yeah, it's 24 attack and 100 elemental mastery. That's a lot of stats. And it should be pretty easy to... And it includes the wielder, so... Yeah, it's just 2 characters in the same region, which basically every team will manage. Every team will manage this. But it's attack and EM, so... again, only stats like very specific characters care about. None of the current characters. Linnea doesn't like attack. Chaska doesn't like EM that much. Linny doesn't do reactions that much. And yeah, he doesn't want to play... Yeah, nothing for now. Yeah, none of these really work with much in the existing roster, I gotta say. None of these are really good for the current roster. Tirnari, there you go. And you can play Tirnari, Nahida... What was the last slot? Tirnari, Nahida... So no, we need another Sumeru unit. We locked ourselves into using Sumeru units that are great. They're so great, the Sumeru units. We love using 3 Sumeru units. Yeah, this should suck, basically, for any of the current good characters. Venti Varkadurin. He doesn't care about the EM, man. Okay, let's check the other weapons. I'm more interested in those. Okay, craftable bow. Frost Now Oath. Good base attack. Big ass defense. Casting a metal skill grids 120 elemental mastery for 12 seconds. Bad uptime. Bad uptime on Linnea. But it should still be better. 50 defense, 120 elemental mastery. Let's check it. Bad uptime. Let's see. Where's my calc? I keep losing it. Where's my Linnea calc? It's here. Always have to do this, man. Just save it. Okay. So, would this be better? 173. And that's all the weapon does. Right? Okay, and this one gives 51.7 defense, which is good for Zabai as well. That almost makes up the difference, and then you get 120 EM already. And this is R1, right? This is R1. Right? This is not R5. They don't assume R5, right? R1 is extremely... I'm not getting a battle pass weapon that increases a sub DPS's damage. Sorry, that it doesn't matter. Like, battle pass weapons need to be exceptional for me to even consider them. It doesn't matter how good they are. They need to be exceptional. A craftable can be shit and still be fine. So that is a lot of elemental mastery. This would be surprisingly not that impactful. Wow, Linnea's EM scaling is dog shit. Wow, and it's not even 100% uptime. Wow. Yeah, I'm not even gonna use... I don't even use battle pass weapons often. Just when they're easier to calc. And you don't get uptime on this. This is a 19-second rotation. We get 12 seconds of that. So... No, this is not an upgrade. This is a side grade. At Kekium Standard Linnea, this is a side grade. How? That sounds weird. Am I doing something wrong? Or is EM just that bad for her? This is 181 from, and we had 181.3. It's like 200 DPS higher. Wow, EM is just really ass on Linnea, huh? She just doesn't contribute enough of the damage, even though it's 40k, to make that big of a deal. The defense made a lot bigger of an impact than anything else because it also buffs the buy. But she is still an off-fielder. What are you going to do? She is still an off-fielder. And this is a team that has higher focus on Linnea's damage. If you have a better weapon than Columbina, she can also run Morningstar and Iluga or something, and that will be even less impactful. So, yeah, no. This, sadly, not a big deal at all. Kind of a waste of time, considering the other one is free and perfectly capable at R1. Sad. Night Sky Linnea, probably better, yeah. We do swap in Night Sky with Hold Skill, you get a full uptime on the 240. So that's good as well. But yeah, it's still a lot of EM, so maybe... Will this find some other use? On other bow characters? 240 Elemental Mastery. Who likes Elemental Mastery? No one likes defense. That's too big of an issue. But yeah, sadly, not an upgrade on Linnea. Huh. Not by a lot, at least. Well, Slingshot the Goat. What are you gonna do? Echoes of Resolute Heart. Catalyst. Yeah, there's nothing much else to talk about. That was R5, yeah. The uptime is low for Linnea. She loses it on 2 of her skills, basically. No, 1 out of 3, right? No, 2 out of 3. Fuck. The timing doesn't line up well for this. She has 4 hits. The first 2 hit with the buff. The second 2 don't, I think. Fuck. That doesn't line up well. Oh, no, baby. Does it? I'm not sure. Might be 2 out of 4, might be 3 out of 4, but you know, in either way, it's not great. Just stick to the existing weapon. It's a slight upgrade, like very slight upgrade at R5. Don't waste your billets on that. Okay, Catalyst, Echoes of Heart, first 65 base attack, 27.6% attack. After triggering an elemental reaction, gain 6 any elemental reaction. Nice. Gain 60 elemental mastery for 12 seconds. When triggering, okay, there we go. There you go. After triggering Stellar Conduct, Stellar Swirl additionally gains 16% Stellar Conduct, Stellar Swirl damage bonus for 12 seconds. This can still be triggered while the fielder is off field. Okay, we can check if this is better than Witsif for Yai and Miko. My calcs on Yai is a little off, I guess, so it's not going to be a perfect comparison. People are getting 140. I'm only getting 130, so I really don't know how many stacks people are assuming. Obviously, the Nicole team isn't as good as the other teams, but I'm having 6 stacks here, and to be honest, that sounds pretty reasonable. Is this better than Witsif? We have the same base attack. No, it's higher base attack. 565. We're starting at what number? 127.63. It's the relativity of it is going to be pretty accurate. I think there's just some small misunderstanding here in stats. Okay, instead of getting Yai is the only character this really works on for now. Risley as well, I guess, but I don't have Risley calcs, so I can't check those yet. So yeah, we remove the crit damage. We remove the EM. Remove the attack. And we remove the damage bonus. And now we're left with 31k instead of 40. To compensate, we're getting 27.6 attack. Attack. 60 M. 12 seconds. When triggering reaction, so full uptime. Yeah, the Battle Pass one is interesting. If you assume it even gives 12 energy, Lexer, energy is weird when it comes to increases. It's probably 10. It's probably +1, not +2. It might be +0.5, by the way. Like, you can't assume it gives you 12 energy. We have to wait for the confirmation on that. They're really stingy with energy on weapons. That might actually just be 8 instead of... it might go from 6 to 8. It might actually increase by 0.5. That exists in the game. But yeah, that is definitely going to find some play in Skirk teams. R5 craftable of the... not craftable. R5 Battle Pass version of the polearm is definitely going to see some play. That is probably the strongest weapon there. Which is not a good sign, I guess, because it's very restrictive. And then 16. So 120, 32. That's a lot of stats, no? 120 and then 32 stellar damage increase. I feel like that's a lot of stats. So, is this an upgrade or a downgrade or a side grade? 32 damage. Yeah, she triggers this. This effect can still be triggered while the lives. Perfect, yeah. This is for Yai. And it's a side grade to Witsif R5 averaged. Slightly worse. So yeah, not Witsif R5. Would a Bell's Bow not really be good for Linnea? It's okay. Again, you guys are not remembering that Linnea is a sub DPS. I can calc the Battle Pass bow. So yeah, the craftable R5 is a side grade to Witsif, which is good. That's not bad. And that's average Witsif. If you have, like, I guess bad luck on it, I guess. If you want to remove RNG factors, like, it's gonna be pretty competent. But it's not better. It's not bad, though. Not at all. That's okay. 11 stacks average is a lot. Oh, C6 Chi-Chi. I can show you the Linnea calc with that weapon. But again, that's just not enough of an increase from a Battle Pass weapon to be worth considering. But yeah, we'll see. People just don't understand how little impact it does. What is it? The bow, right? Instead of 31, we get 36.6% times 2, which is, yeah. 36.8. Same region as you, which is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, capped. 32 elemental mastery for how much? Forever? Forever. So that's 96. That's good. That's a combo of both of the other weapons. This is 4k DPS ahead. So, team DPS wise, this is 1% ahead. Well, personal damage wise, it is about 5% ahead or something. 10%. Is it 10? Was it 40? Was it 40 on the dot? What was it? 41, 40? Something. Yeah, it's a 1% team DPS increase. It was 41.6. No, wait, was it? 40. Yeah, it was 40 on dot. So it's a 10% DPS increase for Linnea. But the impact on the team is fairly low. And that's it, very generously giving Linnea the Morning Star and Silken to Columbina an Instructor, buffing Linnea more than just putting Silken on Iluga and getting Columbina to do more damage, which would make her contribution even lower. Like, that's generous. It's just, this is Team DPS Impact. This team is specifically gated by Team DPS Impact. It's a 10% increase in her personal damage, but like, over Slingshot, but it's just not impactful. I'm getting it as a downgrade to Widsif. If you don't have Widsif, aka new player, that is an option. What I hope from the 7.0 quality of life update, what I'm hoping for the quality of life updates in the big is that the craftables are more accessible. And if that ends up being the case, I hope, I pray every day. People that don't have Widsif will be fine with this, yeah. I just don't like Widsif. I think it's so random. The new set alone is, yeah, it's a big set, yeah. Kira, what kind of DPS are you getting in C0 Chi-Chi, C1 Yae, Sandrone, Escoffier? The new set is ridiculous, Lexer. It's as good as the DPS set, but for a support. 130. Okay, that's what I'm getting then. The Nicole variation should be a little worse, right? Because now... Oh, Effie, I don't know, my calc said Nicole. I'm using Nicole. I'm getting 127. How many stacks are you assuming? So my calcs aren't wrong. People are just weird. I saw 140 in the team. I have 127. I'm assuming 6 stacks. Are you 7? Because like just 7 or 8 stacks, like... 11? If I put 11, I'm way above 130. This is what the problem with calcing these characters are. I don't see how anyone gets close to 11 stacks here. If I put 11 here, like... I'm at 140. Nicole Escoffier C1 Yae. I think the more realistic one is like 6 or 7. Based on the footage that I've looked at. I've never seen him go to 11. I don't think that's real. But yeah, I'll stick to 7. 130 sounds about right, though. I don't know if people do 11. I don't know how you got such a low number with 11. That's scaring me now. But yeah, I think 7 is about right. Based on the footage I've seen. But we can't know. We need to test. That's what's annoying about Sandrone. We just actually need to test. It's too random. We can't really... Application is not so simple as hits. Hits are just hits. They always happen. Application gets changed depending on like a lot of factors. Gets impacted by a lot of factors. But yeah, for the craftables, we can say that this Catalyst is slightly worse than Widsif R5. So if you don't have Widsif R5, you can go craft this. But to be honest, just put the Widsif in the bag, probably. If billets continue to be as much of a resource hog as they are, like, as much... If they're as impossible to get as they currently are, there's no point. You want an upgrade from a craftable. You want something competent from a craftable. But it's a decent stellar stat stick. It's gonna work on every stellar damage dealer. But so will Widsif. It gives EM attack. Damage bonus isn't good, but like, fuck it. Who cares? Just don't give me that. Okay, Polearm. It's the same. Elemental Mastery baseline. After triggering an elemental reaction, restore 4 elemental energy. Okay, that's a good start. This effect can occur once every 9 seconds. That's better. When triggering Stellar Conduct and Stellar Swirl, additionally gain 20% attack for 12 seconds. Okay. So is this 8 energy? It could be 6 energy. It could be... It makes sense for it to be 6, probably, sadly, based on how craftables work with energy usually. I think you're gonna get only 0.5 here. Scuffed. But yeah, we can't know for sure. They usually scale really poorly on energy. Are you guys still arguing about Escoffier running that weapon? Of course she will. Low-cost Escoffier runs will have that. It's just more energy than Fav. And that's literally all you care about. I don't even give a fuck about the 40% attack. It's more energy. That will be scam. But yeah. 4 energy recharge every 9 seconds. This effect can occur once every 9 seconds. When triggering Stellar Conduct or Stellar Swirl, additionally gain 20% attack. I don't know. This is like a shittier version of the thing. It's not enough energy to be Fav, and it's not really enough damage to be worth as a damage weapon. I think this one's scuffed. I think this one is scuffed. I don't know about this one. Oh, can you run 2 of those on Shenhe and Escoffier? That's definitely getting your full burst. But yeah, this one is scuffed. I don't know about this one. Even at R5, it probably isn't even going to give you 8 elemental energy. It's only for the one character holding it. And the offensive boss of 40 attack and 111 elemental mastery. Considering Primordial Jib Wing Spear is a like potential option for a lot of players that have played for a while, this isn't really gonna find a use. And craftables, yeah, I don't know. It's also stellar tied for the attack buff. I don't know. All these craftables are very stellar-like. But we haven't had a polearm stellar character yet, so we can't know what the comparison would be. Polearms are kind of scuffed when it comes to 4 stars offensively, so the stellar character would have to run, like, we always run deathmatch, basically, because the 4 stars are otherwise dog shit. We don't really have anything good for polearms that isn't deathmatch, so everyone just assumes deathmatch every time. So, at least there's something, I guess. But, like, is it stronger than the other weapons? Not really. If you want energy, like, a lot... Now, this is more energy than this. It's not, no. 3 stacks, right? 15... It's every 9 seconds. Does it trigger off-field? This effect can occur once every 9 seconds. I assume it can. So, like, in 18-second rotations, maybe the timer goes down with Ascension as well. So, to maybe, like, 7 seconds. Triggering this twice per rotation would be nice if Aloysia has, like, off-field. That could be big. If you can get this twice. Stealth Swirl is being added to Sandrone. Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder how. This could be interesting if he gets to trigger it twice. With reactions off-field. And 40 attack isn't bad at all. It's, like, not crazy, but it's not terrible at all. So maybe, yeah, this could be useful. On future characters. But for now, I don't think there's anyone that likes that weapon too much. If we assumed it did give you 2 energy refunds, that could be another Escoffier weapon, but, like, it's not better than Fav. And that's the problem. You'd have to be better than Fav. And the Battle Pass at High Refinement definitely succeeds at that. In these specific cryo hydro teams, yes. But otherwise, in non-cryo hydro teams, there's really no point. This one doesn't compete. This one doesn't compete with Fav in, like... If he's a support, he's going to be on Fav. There's just no point. He's definitely not going to run damage. And for a damage weapon, it's not impressive. I think this one's scuffed. I don't think this one's going anywhere. Claymore. Oh, Sandrone craftable. Holy. 565 good base attack, 27% attack. Nice. After triggering elemental reaction, gain 64 elemental mastery. That's 128, more than usual. Usually it's 120. When triggering stellar conduct. Okay, same as thing. Okay, let's see that one. Let's see that one. We have Mailflower right now, which gives... we're at 130k. Mailflower is the best option for now. Is the new craftable better than Mailflower / Tidal Shadow? This one gives 24% attack. Oh, oops. 24% attack and 92 element. It's definitely better. It's just more stats. Right? It's the same stat line. Mailflower is 110 EM as well. That's all it does, right? Mailflower is 110 EM, 96 and 24%. So is this better? 27.6. I keep forgetting to do the plus. 27.6%. We're getting 124 Elemental Mastery, which on her is actually pretty huge. She definitely needs this. 128. That's already there. Yeah, okay. Okay, free. Holy upscale. That's free. Okay. Plus 36%. Now, that's a lot. For free? That's 3% team DPS increase. 4% better than Mailflower. Wow. Yeah, that Lexer is annoying. The fact that the set that they're adding is just the same set again, they could have just made them both together. Like, that's so stupid. Hoyoverse, they could have just done something else for this one and released the Sandrone set later. That wouldn't have been a problem at all. Like, they're so dumb. But yeah, 3/7 team DPS increase is quite impactful. That's quite high. Yeah, that's definitely relevant. Okay, okay. So my Sandrone is 135k now. Wow. They need to farm 2 sets for it. I think this Stellar Swirl thing is just cope. It's like a Skirk style thing where void drifts are generated by superconduct, you know? I think that's not even gonna be relevant for her, to be honest. She's just gonna be a lot worse than a normal Stellar Swirl DPS. As long as she doesn't enable the reaction, she's useless, basically. So yeah. This is a great weapon. This claimer is amazing on Sandrone. Definitely worth crafting if you don't have, like, a 5-star. This might be better than some 5-stars. 5k DPS ahead of other options? That's a lot. The Electro one is better, Lexer, off rip. Because people are saying that Sandrone, that Tsaritsa and Odette are gonna be the supports. Right? Both of them are cryo. So your 3-character core doesn't enable your reaction. So if you want to do something like the Watcher, you'd have to kick out Odette or the Tsaritsa in the Sandrone teams. Like, Sandrone seems just kind of scuffed in that regard. She doesn't get to play with her dedicated supports outside of, like, outside of good matchups. Yeah, I'm assuming she won't be in the team. I'm assuming Tsaritsa is not gonna have anything to do with these losers. Source of Kindling, Sword. 165 elementary. After triggering elemental reaction, 16% attack, 32% attack. When triggering stellar conduct, 32% stellar conduct. Okay. Another solid offensive option, yeah, for sure. For a damage sword damage dealer, if Odette is a sub DPS that doesn't require energy, she's definitely running this, yeah. I don't know, Lexer. I don't know if that's going to be the play. We'll see. But if she's weaker, then we're cooked, because she's already at 135k DPS. That's not even assuming the set, by the way. And the set works if anyone triggers the reaction, by the way. The superconduct reaction needs to be triggered. But it's probably going to be on Yae, actually. In this team, it has to be Yae, sadly. You don't even lose a lot of damage, actually. %50 stellar damage increase. You get 18% attack. What else? 18% attack, plus 12% attack minus the crit rate, and yeah. Instead of 40, you get 50. Plus 12% attack, minus the crit rate you get. So even if you put Yae on the support set, Kekium standard Sandrone in 7.0 without Odette is at 143k DPS. Kekium standard Sandrone with Yai on the new set is like a hair away from Flynn's. We got kits. Oh, we can check that out right now. Perfect timing. We just finished everything. Okay, so yeah, Sandrone is 143k DPS now. Rhymegrass? We'll see. We'll see. Full kits. Let's check it out, people. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. So the last thing we saw was Odette weapon. I don't give a fuck. I checked the sword, yeah. It's gonna probably go on Odette. Okay, Alyosha is here. Only him? Odette is as well. We can read his first. Perfect timing, wow. Love that. See? Okie dokie, let's see what Lil Bro does. Normal attacks. Performs up to 4 consecutive strikes, yeah. Charge attack, consume stamina, plunge attack, nothing! No normal attack mechanic. Elemental skill. Can I open this image with zoom? Yeah. Okay. Elemental skill. Ambush Thunderstrike. He's Electro Sword. We don't know the base stats. We'll see them in a bit, probably. Level 1 talents as well, scaling. Level 10 scaling is about, like, 90% better or something. He's Polearm, yeah? Polearm Electro. Level 10 is double. Yeah, but I'm looking at level 9, because Kekim standard. He's free, right? Probably, yeah. There's always a free 4-star of a new region. So, he is probably the free one, yeah. So, draws upon a hunter's instincts, tapping or holding the skill produces different effects and applies hunting mark to enemies. Oh, so he really is a hunter. That's cool. So, tapping or holding the skill produces different effects. Hunting mark on the enemy. Tap, fires forward, dealing AoE electro damage. Hold, enters aiming mode, and looks onto enemies within a certain area ahead. While aiming, Alyosha gains increased interruption resistance. When the hold L deals electro damage to selected enemies. Multiple! He gets the Nahida skill them? With a gun? Cool. That could be cool. He marks them. A special effect applied to... Yeah. So like, he shoots his gun like on multiple targets? That's kind of cool. Can he do that? That would look cool, probably. A special effect applied to enemies by Alyosha. If hunting mark is applied to enemy already affected by it, instead activates hunting mark. Oh. What the fuck does that mean? If hunting mark is applied to an enemy already affected by it, it instead activates it. Removes the mark. Grants all nearby party members hunter's precision, increases their attack. Oh! Oh, how much? 15 seconds duration, 14 attack. So, 28% attack. Wait, that's not ass. Isn't the first character supposed to be dog shit? The first thing we see of him is a skill-based 15-second uptime, 28% attack buff. Hello? Like... that's like... That's already more than Kachina does. That's already more than Lynette does. If hunting mark is applied to an enemy already affected by it, it instead activates the hunting mark. How do you get it? Removes the mark. So how do you get it though? How do you get it? When the hold ends deals... This doesn't really make any sense, but I'm just gonna assume you can get it. Damage is irrelevant, basically. That doesn't seem like high enough. It's not bad, but... Oh wait, I guess it's level 1. Wait, yeah. Wait, this is actually not even horrible damage. It's just one hit, it's fine. So yeah, if you tap it, you mark an enemy, and after something happens... After you mark them again, I guess, you activate the thing for 15 seconds. 15 seconds is a pretty good uptime. That's already a good start. This character might not be dog shit, like every other first character to release. When it comes to forces. Summons Alyosha's Elemental Burst, Hunter Stand. How much energy costs? 70. 18-second cooldown, 14-second duration. That gets fixed by cons for sure. Summons Alyosha's Trusted Companion, Tugo. He gets a pet! Oh, that's cool! He's gonna get a wolf? He has a wolf in the trailer. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Thunder Hunting Ground. This guy... Is this guy a 4-star? I assume that's gonna be explained in the passives. Lexer. I don't know what that means, but I think the description is just awkward. It says... The wording is... If hunting mark is applied to an enemy already affected by it, it instead activates hunting mark. Removes the hunt mark. Hunting mark removes the hunt mark. Like, that's what... I don't know what this means. I think this is formatted weirdly. I don't quite get it. A special effect applied by to enemies by Lash when the whole. We'll see. Summon Soldier's Trusted Companion. Thunder Hunting Ground. Continuously taunts nearby enemies drawing their attacks. Every 2 seconds deals AoE electro damage. Tugarin, a loyal hunting hound, trusted by Aloyasha, that can be summoned by casting Hunter's Stand. If enemies are nearby, every 2 seconds Tugarin rapidly moves to an enemy and bites it. Ah! That's gonna look cute. If the target is affected by Hunting Mark, the attack also activates. Ah! Lexodatus! Here we go. The burst activates Hunting Mark. Skill burst. Skill burst activates Hunting Mark. Skill sets it, burst activates it. There you go. So the burst explains it. This damage is considered elemental burst damage. Triggering priorities enemies affected by Hunting Mark. Nice. If the target is affected by item, the attack also activates Hunting Mark. It says it activates Hunting Mark. And here we read, activating Hunting Mark removes the mark and grants all nearby party members Hunter's Precision. For 15... So the skill sets the mark, the burst can activate it, or another skill. I guess you can play him on sack to not use the burst or something. You can use this... Wait, there's no sack polearm. What the fuck am I talking about? But that would be cool if there was one. But yeah. So yeah, skill burst. It is 14-second duration. So it should be fine. The damage doesn't look very impressive, but that's expected. Again, doubled, but like even then. Okay, what's the passive? So already he's 28% attack with a simple skill burst cast on a 70 cost burst. This boy is a fav bot. Yeah, the burst is the only thing that enables the skill buff. So the skill is useless without the burst. Whenever Tugarin attacks, it also restores HP to the active party member. A healer! Cute! Farewell to Winter Sweet. This guy is kind of good, no? Ayoshi's elemental skill and burst increase based on his energy recharge. Ah, so he is a fav bot. Okay, this is a quill. He gives himself a quill based on energy. Oh no, damage bonus? Increases the above damage by 0.35% up to maximum 70. Okay, he gives himself 70 damage bonus based on energy recharge. Interesting. Okay. Utility passive. Okay, that's it. That's it. We still need to check the cons, of course. Into the Polestar field. While inside the Polestar field, Ayosha enters the Radiant Star Sync. The Hunter's Precision effect upon... Wait, increase all parties... All party members! Oh, this guy is the best support already at C0. 28% attack, 25% stellar damage increase. This guy's better than Chi-Chi already. C0 guy is better than Chi-Chi already. Okay. Damn. Damn, that's good. And his damage seems to be better than Beto too, based on the numbers. He's Electro Polearm. Okay, so this is actually a good 4-star. In Stellar Fields, it gives 25% stellar damage and thing. Okay, let's check the cons. That's a lot of stuff already. Okay, like that's already decent. Like he's already decent. He's already better than Diona and Beto, basically. Is it? Well, it's not. It's not. 26% attack, 25 stellar damage is not better than 200 EM and 15 shred. It's not much worse. Let's see, when does he get better? When neighbor party members trigger an electrorated reaction, he gets 15... That doesn't have a cooldown on it. Oh, that does. Okay, 18 seconds. 15% energy is huge. That is ridiculous. That's the Janssen C1. Okay, that's immediately cut down the burst to 55 cost. That's good. Extends the duration of Hunter Stand by 6 seconds. Now he's 20 seconds uptime. Ridiculous. Before each turn applies Hunting Mark on target, this application cannot activate an existing Hunting Mark. Before each of Tungarin's attacks, it applies Hunting Mark to one target. This application cannot activate an existing Hunting Mark. How is this helpful? Does anyone understand what this is supposed to mean? Before each... Also, he has applications, so he can replace, like, Beto, yeah. Before each of the Tungarin's attacks, it applies Hunting Mark to... Oh! Oh, so he can... The burst doesn't even need the skill to trigger the Hunting Mark. So if you miss the skill application... I see. I see. So, before... The burst itself sets and activates the mark at C2. 21-second uptime. or what is it? Yeah, 21-second uptime, as well as the burst setting and activating the mark without the skill needing to hit anything. So this is gonna make it so it works in multi-targets. The problem with the hunting mark is you hunt, you mark the enemy, they take the mark away, and then the enemy dies, and what do you do now? This C2 makes it so that he doesn't have that issue. Okay, C4, whenever trigger its attack, is also restores HP to the nearby party member with the lowest HP. Team-wide healing. All of these constellations seem good. Gain from activating hunting mark can stack up to 2 times. Upon reaching 2 stacks characters... Okay, this is a ridiculous character. Okay, so this guy gives 56% attack, 25 stellar damage increase, and 100 elemental mastery at C6. At C2-ish, he's actually not better than the other stellar supports, right? 25%, we're assuming 28% attack and 25% stellar damage. Let me check. Like, if I remove Diona buff, which is... I have a calc here. Let's just assume we remove Diona buff or something. Like, 200 EM minus... what is it, 40 or 50? 40 stellar damage. So that's worse, right? But he has damage and application. You get 28% attack and 25 stellar damage. That would be a little worse than both of them, but not actually by that much. It's while doing a lot more damage than Diona would, and not being restricted to 20-second rotations, which means you can run faster. Yeah, no, this guy's already better at like basically C0, just because he doesn't have a 20-second cooldown. Like, his buff is worse, yes. If it is even 28 seconds, it might be lower. If it is even 28% attack, it might be lower. It says 14 here. I assume double, it's level 10. It might be lower. It's very possible it's lower. But yeah, if we assume it's 28%, at a baseline, he provides off-field electro application, 28% attack, healing, and 25 stellar damage increase at C0. The C2 makes it more consistent and gives him energy. Makes him work better off. Work better in multi-target and gives him more consistent and gives him more energy. Makes it easier to get his ER requirements done. And the C6 makes him just stronger than any other support. That's a lot of stats. Oh, this is gonna be annoying to. Oh man, 56 attack, 50 reaction damage. Why is? Oh yeah, the others. No, does the other thing even stack? Hunter's precision effect gained by activating Hunter Mark can stack. Is it part of Hunter's Mark? Yeah, no, it is. Okay, it's 50 stellar damage increase. Yeah, this guy's ridiculous. This C6 4-star is actually ridiculous. Okay, like, wait a second. So, now we kick out Nicole. Now let's kick out Nicole. We have a new person to put the set on who will consistently trigger the reaction. We'll put him on Fab for now. Okay, we're not a good start, man. Not a good start. We're not starting well, because with this guy on C6 without Odette on the team, we're already looking at 160k DPS, I'm assuming. And this is more stacks, too. Dudes. Let me just assume his DPR. I guess I don't have to, but let me just give him the set, give Yai the set back. So she gets like you don't get this. Plus 16% times 2. And instead of... This is an upscale just on the basis of buffing Yai as well, because now Yai gets a 40% on top of this. This guy's support set. Shadow on both of them. And yeah, just... It's team-wide buffs too, and it's full uptime. Like, this is just... Assuming he does, like... Let's just assume he does, like, 80k DPR. Similar to, what's his name? Similar to what Beto does, basically. Let's say he just does nothing, damage-wise. Like, a little bit. So we can focus on the buffs. Is it team-wide? Is this C6 team-wide? Character perfect, everyone gets it. Everyone gets all of it. So that's 20... That's 56% attack. That's 56% attack for everyone. That's 100 EM for everyone. That's... Okay, well, look where we are already. And that's 50% stellar damage for everyone on top of that as well. So... Guys, we have a problem here. This can't be real. Yeah, I added Shadow back to say, yeah. She gets 40% from Shadow, she gets 18% attack still, and I gave her the crit rate back. Yeah. I did give Shadow back. So this is 165k. And by the way, all of these buffs are team-wide. So, Yae is not getting replaced. She's just getting stronger. Yae is just... Oh wait, I forgot. It's an Electro character that applies Electro off-field. This is more stacks. At least like 8 or 9. At least 8 or 9 stacks. We removed Nicole for an Electro applicator. This is like 9 stacks now or something. Like, she's already Zabai. She's already Zabai. Without me even looking at Odette's kit. Calc without Yae. Here's your calc without Yae. Because the other supports are ass. And we still have Escoffier to replace. Oh no, this is like 200k free. Zabai was over for 180, yeah, but like, this is basically there. This is within 10k. C1 Yae. This is 2 cost, man. C1 Yae is 3 cost. With Escoffier. Okay, did I make a mistake here? Is it not team-wide? Is it not full uptime? Because it looks full uptime, it looks team-wide. Hunting Mark, the attack also activates Hunting Mark. Like, what am I missing? Please tell me I'm missing something that limits him, because this is ridiculous. This is like a dedicated 5-star support levels of stuffing. This is a Chevreuse. This is more than a Chevreuse. No, this is basically a Chevreuse, yeah. Like, this is not okay. Grants all nearby party members Hunter's Precision. It grants all nearby party members Hunter's Precision. What I just realized is you don't need AoE targeting because it grants you the effect once it absorbs the mark. So I still don't know what the C2 does because it doesn't really matter. So yeah. 50 stellar damage bonus, 56% attack. If we assume it doubles, it might not double. That could be the only limiting factor. It might not double here. But that is 56% attack with the current assumptions. 50 stellar damage increase and 100 elemental mastery for the entire team. That is not okay. Stellar Official is right. It's probably better than Stellar Official. This is Stellar Escoffier. This is already 170k DPS. I didn't even get Odette's kit yet. If we add Odette to this, this is a free 200k DPS. If we assume... Oh, this is level 10 scaling, so we need to take the numbers down a bit. Right. The 25 is static, the 100 is static, but the attack is not. So it's probably going to be, what, like 14? Well, like, instead of 28, it's probably going to be like 26, I guess. So 52% instead of 56. But yeah, this is full uptime, 20 seconds uptime. This is 20 seconds uptime, full uptime, team-wide. Like this, like, what are we gonna do here? Like, yeah, now calc the damage of this zero shred team against everything with more than 10 res. I mean, Lexer, what do you think Odette's kit is gonna have? Please. What do you think the dedicated support is gonna have other than shred? Obviously, that's what the kit is gonna be, right? I don't assume them at level 10, Kira. I never assume. I do 30%, 32% on Shallonen skill. Yes. I'm pretty sure Odette is gonna have that, and this is gonna be on her banner. Okay, we can calc his damage properly, I guess, while we wait for that kit to come out. Unless it's already out. Yeah, we can calc his damage proper, so we can see where this ends up. I'm pretty sure they're gonna put Shred on her. But even then, like, this is so much DPS. I don't even know if Shred holds it back that much. Dude, this is 55k DPS on Yaemiko with 0 Shred on her. If they give you Electro Shred in this team, Yaemiko is a better pull than Sandrone in general. Not just... She's doing 1,000,000 DPR without Shred! Dude, if this is like 1.1, look at what happens. Look at what happens for 20% Shred. Or 25, I guess, in this case. What is this? 30% Shred. Like... 30% Shred, immediately this character is doing like 70k DPS. You're better off 100,000,000% pulling Yae and like Odette and then playing like Sino or something. She's a fully self-damage focus sick. You know who else had that? Colombina. Could go crazy. We never know. We'll never know. But yeah, this kid is ridiculous. Actually insane. Obviously, you need to C6, which is bait. Hoya wants you to bait. Yeah, I know Colombina does a lot. We already know this is gonna be 200k DPS, basically. This is guaranteed. I don't know what is happening here. Because, like, you need to get the C6 of this guy, otherwise, he does 1,000,000 times less. He cuts his buff in less than half. Because you also lose the entire elemental mastery. He might still be better than Nicole, though. He loses so much from not having C6. Ridiculous amount. You're gonna have to spend your whole fortune to get this guy to C6. Oh, fuck no. Ridiculous, Hoyoverse. You're insane. More than double his buff is hidden behind the C6. Not even Chevreuse is that greedy. Not even Chevreuse is this greedy. Ridiculous. Monkey D. Luffy, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, okay. If I cut all of his buffs in half, we do like C2. Is he still better than Nicole? He's a side grid to Nicole. Basically, probably. Which is good, I guess, but like, even at C0, you can just reduce his damage even further to get more ER on him. So that's good. I mean, you don't need a 5-star in the slot, I guess. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. We need to see Odette. Odette is too important here. We'll pull Sandrone? Fuck no. This makes me want to pull her less. This makes me want to pull Yaemiko and just play Yaemiko, Odette plus Alyosha with like any random on-fielder. This makes me want to play Binefa, bro. This makes me want to play Binefa. Yae is the Inefa to Odette's Colombina. I'm just gonna play Binefa, bro. I'm not... That's just better. That's gotta be better, no? Cons on Odette for Elasha cons. That makes sense, yeah. That makes sense. Maybe just go C2 Odette to get Alyosha. Alyosha. My different voice comes up when I say this name. Alyosha. We can check his real numbers. Okay, he gets 1 instance of the tap. We're not gonna hold skill here. 2.86. He's a 4-star. His like field time will not be crazy or anything. So that his time should be the same as Nicole. Maybe a little bit higher, I guess. It's a little bit higher than Nicole. Nicole is 1 second. This guy might be 1.5. So this might be 19-second rotation instead of 18.5. We gotta be a little reasonable here. I could see that happening. 286. That's a skill. And his burst hits like every 2 seconds-ish, right? It said it how often it hits. Every 2 seconds, Togerin will attack. Thunder Hunting rounds. The hit itself will do 75, and the guy will attack for 100. So 150 and 100. That's not even worse than like, that's like Fischl. But like, only the Oz hits, which aren't the reason why Fischl is good. Oh, no, they both do separately. Oh! Wait! The Hunting Ground itself also does damage. Wow, that's kind of high motion value, no? It's 75 times 6 because we have 18 seconds. I guess it's not full uptime. It's the burst is 14-second duration times. Oh no, that's 7 because it's every 2 seconds, not 3 seconds. 75 times that plus 50%. Isn't that a kind of a lot of motion value? Nah, it's not. Nah, it's not. Never mind. 75, 50. Yeah. Okay, the damage is gonna be about this. Let's see if my guess was right. I guess we don't have base attack. Nah, we can't do that right now, huh? He's a lecturer as well. Ugh. We can come close, I guess. With Fab on him, we might go ER Sands. Yeah, this guy's gonna do like Chi-Chi level damage, probably worse. Nah, we need to wait on Yai as well. We need to see how good Odette is. If Odette does so much damage herself, you might just skip both of them, yeah. I could see that. I can see that. No, Harbinger does not already add into it. What are you talking about? I'm just looking at my TikTok blew the fuck up of the recent post I just said. It has 8,000 views. That's like my highest viewed and liked video I've ever posted on TikTok. I have 7 followers with a 10,000 view video. People on TikTok really don't like to follow, huh? Yeah. It did not do anything on YouTube, which is funny because I felt it was a really good video on YouTube. Sorry. Distracted. I got distracted. Shanna C2 is a bad idea. Definitely get C2 Yai. Shanna C2 isn't even good. Definitely do not. If you have Yai, you are very happy right now. Because Yai is going to have a shelf life outside of thing. Yeah, it's 2,000 views on YouTube Shorts. I'm cooked. Is the new Craftable Wika Melt upscale? Which one? That didn't come over. It's, what, like, 128 EM and the attack? That can't be enough. What kind of base attack do we want to assume for the 4-star? I don't think that's enough. What was it? These are not the craftables. Where are the craftables? Here. That was 26.6 attack, 124 elemental. Oh wait, no, it is attack if you trigger Stella's conduct though. No. So just attack and EM. You get 48% attack from Tidal Shadow. Is that worse than 128 EM? Not really. Should be the same. It is not bad though. Oh wait, this is R1. I just realized this is R1. Wait, no, that's 240 Elemental Mastery. Wait, is this R1? Well, how is this R1? Oh yeah, it's not 2 stacks. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Yeah, no, it's R1. Yeah, it's R5 is. I for some reason thought it was 2 stacks. I'm dumb. Sorry. I'm tired. A lot of yapping today. Okay, yeah. Could be competitive, but probably not better now. It's probably the same. Not better by enough to be worth anything. It's basically Tidal Shadow. 48% attack is very similar to 120 ADM, I think. Character review? I'd like to calc his numbers. I have his motion value. Crit multiplier is going to be no crit ascension. I'll give him 20 rolls of crit on the ER Sands. And you don't get anything else, sir. Not a lot of CV on this fella. He doesn't trigger any stellar superconduct or anything, so DAM is useless. Damage bonus is just the fields, which I just had at maximum the whole time, which is wrong. This also depends on the thing. 9 times, it's 29 plus 8 times plus 8. Which is 37 instead of 38. Wow, Pavica. Yes, it's just 37. I'm so bad. It's 37%, not 38. Krim, W70 stream streak. Welcome in. We're doing some calcs on the new league stuff. And yeah, it's looking kind of grim, I gotta say. These characters are going a lot of places. Wait, what am I editing? I'm editing the wrong one. No, am I? Where'd my damage go? Wait, where'd my damage go? Oh yeah, I made him C0 instead of C2. It's C6. That's what happened. We'll put him back at C6. %24% instead of 28? It wasn't 24. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That was wrong a little bit. Yeah, it's all a little in the air. We need to wait. But yeah, this is the most ridiculous C6 in the entire game. This is by far the strongest C6 we've ever seen on a 4-star. And we have C6 Traverse out and about, man. This is actually a good bit stronger than C6 Traverse. Like, a lot. This shit is 100 elemental mastery, 25 stellar damage increase, and 24% attack on a C6. Like, that's a fuck ton of stats for this team. What else? Stellar damage increase, attack increase, and 100 EM on top of that. Like, fucking hell, dude. How do you get these stats? Yeah, that's, yeah, 163k. Right now. Is free-to-play Pavica meld upskill with Shalonen? Would it be? Yeah, if you CA before, sure. But if you don't, you're cooked. Yeah, for Shalonen it's better, yeah. Because you don't want to burst. Since we can't, like, rely on Mailed Flower and there's nothing else. But yeah. It's definitely better than Slasher or something, yeah. Okay, let's do a couple assumptions. Well, we don't need EM because he doesn't do any reaction damage, just like Escoffier. The attack is the interesting part. So, Fav Lance is 565 base attack. We assume his base attack to be a standard 4-star base attack. What is character base attacks, people? Genshin stats. Genshin character. Get out of here. Genshin character by stats. I only find it when I do that. Character comparison. We look at base attack. The highest base attack in the game is Gaming for the 4 stars at 300. By far highest base attack on a 4-star. He's surrounded by only 5 stars. Janssen 257, Ferminet 254. Would he be one of the higher ones? I think we can give him Fischl space attack, maybe. What about 244? I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so he gets 46% attack.
At Pavica 21 I saw with craftable R5 DPS is reaching 192k without Odette Skull and Crossbones Skull and Crossbones.
I'm not getting anywhere near those numbers, but yeah, I'm getting like 180k. It's very high. I'm also using the craftable right now. Like, I'm not getting those numbers. But I guess it might be a different team. So what do we get? What did we get attack-wise? 311 from base, 30 from flats. You get 4 rolls, sure. Give him any art sense and fav, it should be enough. It's C6 easy. 46.6% times 1. Does he want attack? He doesn't. He would want damage bonus, if anything. I guess he doesn't get a lot of attack, though, so he might want attack. I can't really tell. But yeah, we could probably leave this here. Yeah, I'll keep him on attack goblets. Yeah, this guy does fucking nothing. He does less than Chi-Chi. Yeah, this damage is irrelevant. But yeah, I'm getting 166k. I don't know how you get 190, if I'm being honest. Oh wait, I forgot the sets. He gets 18% from the set, 12% from the set. What else? And stellar damage increase, but he doesn't care about those. Yeah, 50k. Basically what Chi-Chi does. Also get 20% from tenacity. Forgot about that. Did I give everyone tenacity? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you could get maybe higher, I guess. But yeah, he's not really a DPS. This is a pure support, basically. And he heals, by the way. He heals as well, on top of everything. Like, pretty good healing, too. Like, it's not crazy or anything, but, like, it heals off-fielders with C4 as well. He's just comfortable. 120% of his attack. Like, 3k ticks. Yeah, for every 1% energy reacher increases the buff damage by up to maximum 70 damage bonus, right? Yeah, he gets damage bonus based on his thing. Energy recharge in this team is 33 plus 56 plus 10. Wait, what's in the R sands again? $51. 51.8, 30, 27, 51.8 plus 30, 51.8% plus 37 plus 10 is about the Kekim standard. For every one of these, you get, what? You get 0.35. %. Up to 70. He doesn't get to 70 in this case, but yeah. Okay, now it's getting closer and closer to attack. It's getting closer and closer to the amount of damage I assumed at the start. No, he has healing in the base kit. The healing is just, he heals the lowest HP teammate on C4. I just had anything for Escoffier. What I said, like, there's no good attack options for weapons. I don't want to use that deathmatch, but, like, there's literally nothing else other than Fav, I guess. But, like, what for? I don't even want to burst on anyone here, other than Alyosha. It's just no, like, simple option I can slot in as a solid attack scaling weapon for Escoffier, character like Escoffier. It's just whatever. Every 1% of energy recharge increases above, yeah, 0.35%. Okay, that's decent, yeah. Sadly, he doesn't contribute any way to stellar damage, so his self-buff is irrelevant. Sandrone requires no triple. I think this is enough, probably. Escoffier particles are a lot, Alyosha and Fav. We could give her more, I guess, yeah. I don't even assume burst every rotation, I think, right? I do, actually. I do assume burst every rotation. We could put on Fav, yeah. There you go. Minus 1k DPS. I don't care about Escoffier's damage, man. It's really not gonna matter. I got 165 here, which is about 100% more damage on 100% more, double damage from what we had on Yae, like in V2 or something. And 40% more on Sandrone than we had in like V2. Set is included. Both of them are on Shadow. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah. It's about right. Yeah, the R one is good, but I just removed all the battle pass from my calcs. Yeah, so I have I have Sandrone now at 165k with a very comfortable ER set team. I don't know how you get 190, if I'm being honest. I guess you assume like 12 stacks. I have it at 9 right now, right? If you assume like, oh, Alyosha is getting us to 12 stacks or something, which I don't think is happening, you can have 175. But yeah, I don't know how people get 190. But this is already insane. I guess Escoffier doesn't have to be here anymore. Cry Resonance Optim is a little lower now. I do need to account for that as well. I gave a little bit of a Cry Resonance, I think. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, no, I did. Half Optim and Cry Resonance. On her, and she gets full. Is Alyosha bad for Rizzy because he heals? His healing is pretty good actually. It's it's level 1 scaling. If we assume double for level 10, that is actually... Oh no, it's in a passive. Okay, not good. 120% of his attacks, about 3k healing ticks. Every how often? Every 2 seconds. 3k healing ticks every 2 seconds is a lot of healing. So yeah, maybe. I don't know if I don't think Rizzy can outflank that. Man. This character is more impactful than C6 Prune. By a lot. No, I agree. More people buy Battle Pass than pull for limited weapons, but the choice they make on picking the weapons is less stellar. I often see 3 death matches and and then like yeah, 3 death matches and no Sack Jade or anything. Like ugh. So maybe it's better to get random shit. Yeah, I think this is realistic. With these buffs, I think I have a more realistic calc than whatever you're seeing there. I'm assuming also increased field time due to the fact that he needs to burst. Rotation is Yaya E, Escoffier E, Alyosha EQ. I think this is going to be 19 seconds. And yeah, burst every rotation should be very accessible with double fav. Yeah, I think this is good. I might not have actually the right stats on these characters. No, 3 hits is right. 150, 336 times 4, 374. You know, that's right. I think this is correct, yeah. 165. I don't know how you get 190. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Might be like I don't know what you're using. But yeah, this is a KKM standard calc that I think is very, very reasonable. We could turn this into like 52% to make this more KKM standardy. And yeah, I think this is where this is about to end up. 163. We'll take that as our guess. Okay, yeah, and now we just wait for that. Wow. Should I skip Sandrone weapon if I have Navia weapon to give her? Navia's weapon gives you crit and attack, and what else? I mean, I would skip for Sandrone's weapon anyway, because I don't think Weapon Banner is useful. And she gets an upgrade from the craftable in a new region anyway. So that makes her free-to-play options a little better. And a good upgrade at that point. Is the support set referred to the new set in 7.0? Yes. I guess 230. Nah. It's 200 probably. I'm guessing about like 190 maybe. 190, 200. I'm guessing it's about a 30% DPS increase. 190 to 200, somewhere in there. 22 crit rate attack. When party members use some of the shots, crystallized trigger, lunar crystallized reaction, the equipping character will gain stack. Elemental skill damage. This does nothing. So it's just a stat stick for base attack, crit rate, and attack. She has crit rate ascension. Or does she not? No, she doesn't, right? Yeah, no, she does. So that's gonna hurt with crit rate a little bit, but not as much as the other one, so it's probably fine, yeah. You're pretty chill. This plus 16 plus 22. You still have 40. You still have 38% crit to work with, so that's chill. That's not too bad at all. So yeah, that Navia's weapon is gonna be a fine stat stack for her. Oh yeah, Cryo Resonance as well. I keep forgetting about Cryo Resonance. You do get pretty good uptime on Cryo Resonance on her. So 15 added to that. How come we get one kid but the other almost? It's been an hour. It's been a while, yeah. You will not get crazy uptime on Cryo Resonance in these teams, Lexer. Alyosha seems to be applying a good amount of Electro. With two separate things that consistently attack. Like, he has 14 seconds of two things applying cryo. The Thunder Hunting Ground continuously deals Electro every 2 seconds, and the Wolf separately deals damage every 2 seconds. That seems like a lot of PAP. Forgot level 12. Oh, I did forget level 12. Yeah. What's the... Oh, we have leaks. Hey, Farron, how do you feel about 163k Sandrone without a dedicated support yet? I mean, there is one, but it's a 4-star. With a C6 4-star added to the Escoffier Yas and Drone Core, jumping to 160k. How do you feel about that? Is that good? We don't know her yet. She's not come out yet. But yeah, level 12 would be what? What is the scaling for level 12 usually? Yeah, just the 4-star. Escoffier is still here. When we add a dead to this, without the Tsaritsa, she will be at like 180 plus 90. And Tsaritsa would have to replace Yae Miko then. Which is very interesting. So maybe Yae is getting replaced. Huh. How did they do that? Hoyoverse, you crafty dog. Because even though Yae is like 30% of the team DPS, with Odette there, I feel like Tsaritsa has to do more, right? I'm happy every other buff character is useless. Yeah, it's just Yae. It's exactly 2x. Okay. Well, I assume 1.9. So I was already cheating a little bit. So we can assume 56% here. And guess what, people? This guy gets exactly where I assumed he would get then. Right? Oh no, not really. This barely matters. 70 DPR. I guessed 80. Why do we even pretend these characters matter? What does that mean? You could say that about anything. I mean, you mean the buffed characters? Yeah, it matters a lot. Are you seeing this? Have you opened your eyes? The other ones, sure, but yeah, it definitely matters. This is more than an Efa does. Yeah, is better than an Efa. Yeah, all the buff ones are all dog shit. Yeah, that's true. Basically all of them. Yae is basically a stronger character than an Efa in her team. That's ridiculous. That's with 0 shred. 0 shred. We have no shredder on the team yet. We have no shredder. We put it... If this lady is a fucking shredder, this team is 200k DPS. By the way, worst case scenario, worst situation we've ever had... I'm at 162. Yeah, I'm at 165, so that seems exactly what we have, Kira. Yeah, we're very similar then. I'm assuming 9 stacks here. I don't know if you're assuming like 12 or something. But we end up at the same, I guess. 21 seconds. Why would it be 21 seconds though? Should by himself is 4 stacks. 4 stacks of what? Why would you assume that? Why would you assume 4 stacks? That's application. Like he applies once every second. This is an assumption we make. We don't know that. How is he at least 1.5? What do you mean Sandrone is 16? Like apps in one rotation? So Odette has identical kit to Linnea in terms of DPS. We can check. Why is it a 21-second rotation? That's what I want to know. Oh, that's what you're saying. Sandrone is 16. Yae is not 2.5. What are you doing on Yae? I've watched clips of these teams being played. They're all like 19-second rotations. Yae does not take 2.5 seconds. We're optimizing here. We're not gonna like assume people wait for like half a second on every input or something. 0.8 per skill. Really? I've watched people play teams like this with like Chi-Chi, Escoffier, Simon Yae, and Sandrone. Shirley Nyan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, I'm not opposed to increasing the rotation time though. I'm fine with that. Burst every rotation was 14.5 or something. So maybe burst every other rotation was that. So maybe 16 seconds on burst. Yeah, I could go up to 20, I think. But I don't think I'm budging from 20. 20 makes sense. But yeah, if you think the stacks are that good, if we go to 12, I don't know if the stacks are that good. Yeah. I can't... Like, I'm just doing this based on the gameplay I've seen. And the gameplay I've seen of Escoffier, Chi-Chi, Yae, and Drone was literally 7-8 stacks. So I can't believe that it's higher than this. Force is less than 1.5 stacks. It's 1.5 exactly is what I'm assuming. I'm really just like assuming Sandrone is 14.5 to be honest. Rather than Alyosha being 1. That's kind of the thing. Twice every 2 seconds. Why would that seem to be the case? So if anything, it'd be once every second. I'm sticking to 9 on that. I'm down to get to 20-second rotations, but let me see DHCWPSP's video on Sandrone. And that shit had 8 stacks, like, continuously. 7 to 8. Like, not even anymore. Hello, Flag on Swings. Hello, Yoro. Welcome in. We're doing some calcs on the new characters, so there's a lot to debate here, for sure. I saw him fight this guy. The C0 teams. The first team was Chi-Chi, Escoffier, Yae, if I remember correctly. And yeah. Chi-Chi, Escoffier, Yae. And in the rotations where they aren't getting the shield break stuff, we're at 8. Now it's 12. But during the shield break, because of the minions hitting, because of hitting the minions, you get more stacks. But like once we pass the minions, 9, 4, because of the setup of the rotation, then it's 7. Now it's 8. I feel like 9 is already generous. Now it's 6. Like, I don't know how that comes close. If this team is the craftable catalyst better than Witzer? Yeah, it's side grade. It was slightly worse actually, I think. Like 200 DPS worse than average Witziv. It's consistent, exactly. So it's not bad at all. I think it's fine. Witziv is a good weapon, and it's R5 Witziv. Like, not everyone has R5 Witziv. I think it's fine. But yeah, they only get 12 stacks once they hit the minions. So that's good for them, because then on the down phase, they can, like, kill them very well. But the stacks go between 4 and, like, 8. So the average should be, like, 6, if anything. I don't even think it's 9 now. I feel like I want to put it down to 8. We got CMC kits? Oh, really? Okay, let's check the crime C. Let's check out the next character. It's 4.5 per CA. At least 0.5 cents per skill. I mean, are you just debating me? Or, like, are we not watching the same footage? I mean, I just, like... I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. Like... What is there to debate? No translations? Okay, well, what's the point then? Okay, cool. I just left Edge, but I don't know what that means. I literally have no idea what you're saying. This is me reading your chats. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Oh, it's deleted already. Wow. Well, we can infer based on the numbers, I guess. We have a number 15 here. We have a 14% here. So that's going to be a 14% attack buff to the team, clearly. Where is it? Did they re-upload it with the thing? Is that what was deleted? There you go. Perfect. Okay, cryo travel time. Let's see. Is this going to be the first good traveler? Because everyone says the pyro one is good, but no, not really. But yeah, I'm gonna actually probably reduce the stacks because this team gets 8 and Chi-Chi doesn't. Chi-Chi might have worse. No, 9 is fine. And it's not 8 consistent. On the down phases, it's 4, so you need to average those. Down phases 4 to 6, 8 is on the up phases, and you only get close to 12 only when you're hitting an AoE. But yeah, these teams become really strong in AoE. They always get. You always guarantee 12 stacks in AoE. So these are really strong AoE teams. Okay, Cryo Traveler. Ikuyo. Let's check it out. Hello! Sword Cryo. Frost Mist Blade. Thrust the weapon forward. Wait, where's this normal attacks? Hello? Did we forget about the normal attacks? Yeah, okay. So they accidentally uploaded it wrong again, making the first page not the normal attacks, but... Yeah, they uploaded the same image twice here. Or does he have 2 skills? Because they have different text. So I am confused. No, they don't have different text. No, they don't. Okay. So I guess we don't know what his normal text do. I just assume nothing, I guess. That makes sense. None of the travelers ever get any normal text changes anyway. Classic Traveler then. Trust the weapon forward, releasing a freezing mist that deals cryo damage to enemies ahead while encouraging Frigid Frost Star besides the Traveler. Is the Frigid Frost Star what is this stellar stuff? Wait, the Traveler has the... Aw, why did you spoil that for me? Kirei, let me read. That would be so funny to react to that. Well, I guess I did just, but like... Seeing it in chat would be fun. Seeing it here would have been fun. That's actually awesome. That's actually kind of amazing. That already makes them inherently good. Frigid Froster. Is that follows the active character and periodically fires ice crystals. He's Escoffier! Radiant Stellar Conduct. Okay, it's not the enabling of the reaction, but he enables it anyway because he gives the 12%. Periodically, Frigid Froster fires an ice crystal whenever the traveler's normal attack, charge attack, or plunge attack hits an enemy performing a coordinate. Only when the traveler does it? This is some official C1 bullshit. What the hell? Who wants that? When an ice crystal hits an enemy, the traveler gains 1 stack of Frost Glow up to 8 stacks. When out of combat, Frost Glow stacks are cleared after 30 seconds. A special effect gains when an ice crystal fired by Frigid Frost hits an enemy, or when performing charge attack, Frost Wave. Okay, what? So much. When casting a burst Frost and Sphere, the traveler consumes all Frost Glow stacks to increase the burst damage. Oh, so that's just damage? But it's gonna be shit. I can already tell it's shit. Who cares? The power of cryo into a spear and hurls it at enemies dealing multiple instances of cryo damage. When casting, traveler consumes all Frost Glow stacks, increasing elemental burst damage. If Radiant Stellar Roll Burst deals cryo damage that is considered... Oh, it gets Stellar reaction damage. Stellar Flare reaction damage is a weird translation. Stellar Conduct Frost Glow damage bonus 1.8. 36.8. Okay, what is that? That is 1 charge attack of Sandrone. Sim times 2 plus 2.6 times 8. Not even a Sandrone charge attack. Okay, they re-uploaded it again. Okay. That's not even a Sandrone CA. And this base stats we know already. They don't need to hide them. They're the same. So yeah, that's nothing. Stellar Swirl. Wait, do you enable Stellar Swirl as well? Oh, that's interesting. So it works in both. Oh, it has 3 hits. Oh, Max Frostco gives you 2 more hits. Wait, is that... Wait a second. That's 500 motion value. That's a Chi-Chi burst. No? If you get max stacks... If you assume you get max stacks, and you get the stellar damage conduct hit, and it hits 3 times and gets 2 more hits, that's 500% stellar motion value. That's not bad at all. With all these buffs, this could be a good character to put instead of Escoffier. Actually, we are going to put him instead of Escoffier here. That might actually be reasonable damage. Okay, let's see. Ascension passive. What did it do? Self-honed frost. Radiant stellar conduct. While frigid frost is active, travels normal charge and pleasure attacks are converted to cryo damage. It cannot be overridden. Other limit of fusion and damage is increased by an amount equal to 80%. Self-quill. Crystal clear frost. Oh, is crystal clear frost the EM one? Is that the distinction? Am I misreading this? Layers of foreign lands. I don't really get it. I mean, this is all just self-damage. None of this matters. He doesn't do enough, probably. Drawing upon power gathered throughout the traveler's journey, each element they have resonated against. I know that one, yeah. Oh wait, each element they resonated with grants an additional enhancement? Deals stellar conduct, stellar swirl reaction damage to travel against 1 stack of frozen blade. This effect can concur once every 2 seconds, up to 3 stacks. At 3 frozen blade stacks, performing your charge attack consumes all stacks. Replace it with the special. Ah, this is just their version of this. This is their version of the special charge attack. Okay. While inside the Polestar fields, or for 8 seconds after triggering Stellar Swirl reaction, the Traveler enters Radiant Stellar Conduct, or Radiant Stellar Swirl, respectively. Party members trigger Super Conduct, Cryo Swirl, they instead trigger Stellar Super Conduct. Yeah, okay, wow. He enables both reactions. He enables both reactions. The Cryo Traveler enables both of the Stellar reactions. Wow. That's amazing. That's awesome. Stellar Flare seems to be the stellar field for Stellar Swirl. Like Stellar Swirl field, its own like not a field, but like it's the name for the buffed mechanics in once Stellar Swirl has been triggered, I guess. It doesn't need a field. It just like seems to be like the trigger passive or something. Pole Star for Stellar Swirl. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like it's not a field maybe, but it still needs to be hit, I assume. Someone needs to use a Stellar Swirl sometimes. Oh, that kit? This is the Cryo Traveler kits. And the Cryo Traveler can enable both Stellar reactions. That's kind of cool. All of its kit is damaged so far, except for the passive increasing it by 14%, which is massive. That by itself is better than Escafir already. Stellar Flare reaction damage. I think Stellar Flare is just Stellar Swirl, and it's just a weird name. 5 energy is good. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, the burst is free. Wait, the burst is free. It's 7%, not 14. Ah, that makes sense, yeah, because it's 2 reactions. That's what they did with Columbina as well. So wait, so the C1 makes your burst free? What do you mean? How often does he trigger this? Does he only trigger this once or something? After an Ice Crystal hits an enemy, the active character gains 60 Elemental Mastery. Woo! Wait, 120 Elemental Mastery. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, okay. So that C2 is already a lot. Frigid Frost's duration increase. I don't know what that does. You can't trigger it off-field. I need to do it on-field then, I guess. Each Frostglow stack consumed increases the party member's Stellar Flare reaction damage by up to a maximum 40%. With 40 Stellar reaction damage and 120 Elemental Mastery on a character that gives you 7% increased... 7% increased base damage? Dude, Cryo MC isn't even bad. Wait, this isn't even bad. It's a free C6. So you do need to on-field him a little bit, though. This does require some field time. The off-field triggers the 120 AM, but you need to actually get maximum stacks. And you can only get the maximum stacks by doing some normal attacks, right? Because these stacks off-field are gained... Frigid Froster fires an Ice Crystal whenever it trails normal charge attack and thing. This is not... Oh, this... Like, it is this, but this is periodical. You're not gonna get 8 stacks by just off-fielding him. You need to on-field him for, like, about, like, 2 charge attacks, maybe? Because it literally doesn't have a cooldown. It doesn't have a cooldown. Oh, wait, no, it has performed a coordinated attack. The coordinated attack is what gives you stacks. Yeah, this might be too much field time. Driver is a good word for it, CryMC. CryMC might be a driver. The damage is low for an on-fielder. Yeah, he doesn't give the stacks off field. He still gives 120 elemental mastery and the base multiplier off field. This says if characters trigger a stellar reaction after ice crystal hits an enemy. That's a skill. Right? The wording here is not very specific. Is it only for the off-fielder or is it for everyone? No, only for the on-fielder. Okay. Yeah, I think the 7% base damage bonus might not be enough to justify this. How much would that be by itself? That by itself is kind of a lot already. But how much? We had 167. Now we had 173. Now we have 165. That by itself is almost 10k DPS, guys. That already neutralizes Escoffier's entire damage. I think he's better. Even by doing nothing. Like... That's a lot. Even just being on the team is covering for Escoffier's damage. Now all he needs is to hold a set, which he can hold TOM, and all that's left is the shred. And yes, I think the stuff, the 60 EM is probably better. The 120 EM on Sandrone is better. Why can't he hold TOM? The skill is hitting. Follows the active character and periodically fires ice crystal near enemies. How is that not TOM? What? I guess it does say instead of firing ice crystal periodically. So you don't want him to be in this state? I guess you could just do a normal attack. That's not even that bad. But yeah, you can't hold TOM. It depends on how periodically this is. Because this doesn't have a cooldown. If you can just do a charge attack to get like all the 8 stacks, because like the charge attack has like 10 hits. You can play Quicksword with Sandrone, to be honest, but I don't know if that's worth it then. The Traveler's charge attack hits often. If it periodically means like literally any attack that he does, you could maybe stack it with just 2 CAs. And that would just be like 3 seconds of field time. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. Where's MC? Ah. No, that's only 3 hits. Look how good I am at dodging. How do you get the Dendro version of this guy? Do you need to burst? I want to see the Dendro one. Yeah, Dendro MC... oh, I'm gonna die. I'm too slow. This guy's scary. Yeah, it's still not a good MC, I think. We need him to work as an off-fielder. I don't know if this makes sense the way that they describe the kid. Because, like, basically everything is turned off the moment you create Radiant Stellar Superconduct, and that doesn't make sense. Oh! This is only for Stellar Superconduct, though. The off-field does work for Stellar Swirl? Is that what this is? Akashi Mao, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're covering some of the leaks. We're already calcing them. We put the new port Alyasha in the Sandrone team instead of Nicole, and at C6 I'm at 165k already. Like, so is the Frost Glow and Frigid Froster, are those the 2 different states depending on the reaction? When out of combat, Frost Glow stacks and cleared after 30 seconds. No, wait, Frost Glow, a special effect gained when Ice Crystal fired by Frigid Froster hits an enemy. But no, this is just an explanation for the effect. This is weird, there's so many names here. None of these make any sense. Burst damage. Yeah, no, this is just a description of what a Frost Glow is, but it starts with hits an enemy or when a performing charge attack, Frost Freeze. Unlocking the talent layers of current land can stack up to 8 times. Follows the active character around, and the first word is here, instead of following the active character around, you need to on-field them. When an ice crystal hits an enemy, travel against 1 attack. To 8. Yeah, it's like 6 seconds of field time or something to get 8 stacks, probably. And that's the only case where you get 40% and 120 elemental mastery. That's not worth it. That's way too much time. Yeah, on-field does not buff anything. It buffs... It's like Sino. It's like Sino. Like, while he's on field is, I mean, he's not buffing himself, but like after the the CMC leaves, they buff the team, but only the on-fielder. I don't think this is good. Like, it's getting heavily carried by the 12%, by the 7% stellar damage increase. Multiplicative stellar damage increase. That by itself makes them, like, okay to think about. Because that's already 10k DPS almost. In this team, at least. That's already, like... What is that? What is the percentage of that? Like, 7% more damage, no? I can't do the I can't do equal sign. 5% more damage. That's already, like, 5% DPS increase. For the team. Fuck, I didn't save. Please say me I saved, like, at some points. I don't want to recalculate all of that. Yeah, okay. 165k is what I'm getting here. With 19-second rotations. I think that should be fine. Might be 20. But yeah, in 20-second rotations, probably maybe more stacks. Since it's an even 5. I don't know. I think we might be overrating a little bit on the stacks, yeah, all of us. The number seems reasonable, so I'll stick to it. Yeah, the Cryo MC seems like a shill, like, oh, you can use Cryo MC to deal with these things, but you really can't. Because the stellar damage from the Cryo MC is really low. Map spoiler, I don't want to see that. Yeah, 200k might already be in 7.0. Not with this guy, but with that. If she does any shred, it's over. We'll see if they nerf all of these guys, of course. That's what the beta cycle is for. But it's going a little fast, yeah. You can get the reaction for free, but the reaction doesn't do anything. Just like lunar reactions, they don't do anything. Like, the reactions are bad. The only thing they do is, like, deal with shield mechanics or something. And, like, I don't even know how well they're gonna do that. Or if that's even gonna be the requirement. We can't use still MC for the ball guy. I don't know. This seems very strong. But yeah, let's wait for Dead's kit and then see what that happens. That is a lot, huh? You can enable the older characters. Yes, he can, but that's gonna be like less than 100k DPS without Yae and Miko at least. If you don't have Yae, if you do like MC like Risley or Sino, but without Yae and Miko, it's less than 100k. Like, you need C1 Yae and Miko on your team if you want to have anything. Or Odette, I guess. Or should have enemies in Abyss that have 130% res but lose 120 res in Stellar Fields. Something like that, yeah. Like, or they just give us a res shredder for that team. But yeah, these guys have similar issues to the lunar characters. Like, lunar characters are just not good characters, but they are like what Hoyo designs the enemies around recently. But they have enough damage to make up for it, I guess. More so than anything. But their matchups aren't great. Are new Battle Pass weapons good? Some of them are. The polearm is probably the best. The polearm will definitely see a lot of usage. It's basically Fab but better. They made Fab but better on high refinement polearm. And it's also a polearm. But it's only for cryo and hydro related reactions. So it will not have infinite usage since you actually need to trigger that specific reaction. But it will find its use for sure. Otherwise, it's all just like 36.6 crit rate on every single weapon with stellar damage. No, not with stellar damage, but with stellar damage are all the craftables. Yeah, there's new battle pass weapons and yeah, new craftables. I like a lot of the new craftables. Sandrone is getting a dedicated weapon, which is good. It's a lot to talk about here, but I don't know. We've covered most of it. ID review while we wait? We can do some, I guess, yeah. But you can't read, I'm going to kill every Twitter user. What happens? Like, the problem with enabling all those stellar reactions is that it doesn't matter. Like, just like Lunar, just like Crystallize, just like Bloom, enabling those reactions is completely irrelevant because the reactions by themselves don't do anything. It's the empowering of the character that does something, and the, like, character talent damage that does something. The reactions themselves are not useful. They currently aren't in lunar teams, which is why I don't even get why anyone would want them. The only thing they do is break shields. That's literally all they do. Like, break some lunar shields faster. That's it. Nothing else. So someone say Cryo MC is 180 AM at C2. How do you get to that number? How do you get to that number? Yeah, and that means you need to quick swap him. Eh. How good is the craftable weapons for Sandrone? Better than milled flour. So milled flour, not havers. You have a free-to-play option. It's a good bit better. 5k DPS increase. When does the update go live? It's tomorrow. Banners should be gone in a minute. Let's stay on here, I guess. Banners are gone soon. Update will be live in like like 4, 8, 12 hours. Update is live in 12 hours ish. Pull my weaker sig right now. Yep. I was about to do a 1 pull. I don't even want to do a 1 pull. Is it better for Mawika too? It's better in Shalonen teams probably. Because Shalonen can't heal, so Tidal Shadow isn't an option. Yeah, I could see it being better than like Blackcliff Slasher or something. For the content, 1 pull, it's already gone. Oh, it's not. Okay, 0 minutes remaining. Content. There you go. That's the 1 pull you get. Imagine the YouTube short. There you go. Get out of here. Leave. 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 Remove yourself. Remove thyself. Leave. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Remove yourself. Leave. I have to pull every time I see it. Leave. 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 Move. Oh, 4-star. You can I get the Raven Ball? I don't have that one. Dory. Well, I gotta pull back. There we go. It's gone. I get those pulls back, though. That cost me 1 pull. 2 pulls. There you go. It's gone. Banner's gone. So in 8 hours, in 12 hours. Yeah, in 12 hours, the new patch is out, and we can go explore the moon. Get Doried, loser. Facts. I wouldn't have cared about any of the weapons, other than Fav Sword, of course. Fav Lance, I mean. That would be big. It was gone the moment the song hit the high note. Too bad you can't see it in the VODs. It's gonna be lost to time forever. These guys are kind of chill. Look at him hanging out. Aw, not chill anymore. Let me inhabit your soul. I stole your mommy. And I stole your daddy. And what are you gonna do about it, huh? Yeah, back off. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Back off. Before you get stolen too, little bro. This is what I do. Mean lizard. Let him bloom. I don't have bloom here. How much better is the sig from the craftable weapon? Less better, because now the craftable is better than the free-to-play option. I can check. I currently have this team at 165. I'll use this as a baseline. Not because it's good, but because I have it and I know that it's like about correct-ish. So. 674. We lose the, 27 point sting attack. We lose the 128 elemental mastery. We lose the 36 stellar damage, which is a lot of losses. We get 44 crit damage for that. We have 44 crit damage for that. We get 28% attack. That already makes up for the difference, to be honest. I don't think I did that right. I think I made a mistake somewhere here. I don't think that's right. I didn't even add the stellar damage. Let me try again. I think I failed. This is not V3. I don't know why I'm lying. Let me try that again. Not getting the attack. Not getting the M. And not getting the stellar damage increase. I guess it's not as impactful as I thought, huh? Never mind. This is still a lot higher than the craftable. 25% probably is what I would guess. But yeah, no, I did make a mistake somewhere. Might have just forgotten to remove the M. Or like accidentally taking that back. Yeah, 168. It's not 174. And then 16 times 3. That's full optime, right? I don't need to care about... Add a plus yourself. 180k. So yeah, that's worse than it was before. That's only 10% team DPS increase. Wait, am I stupid? I saw the new Honka Star characters, Kire. How are people excited for that shit? They put a costume on a character and called it a new character. What the hell is going on here? That's a skin. That's not a character. You guys see that shit? Star is selling people skins as new characters. Well, I guess they're gonna have new animations, but that's a little lazy, no? I mean, they were basically already doing that, but like... It's summer themed too. Like, oh no, that's Genshin Impact. Star Rail. Like, there's Summer Robin Samarato, which is a summer version of Robin that's a fucking wind remembrance character. And there's Aventurine Wave Flare, which is an Elation Quantum. Is it gonna be another Elation Sustain, by the way? Like, usually an SP is some kind of transformation that has to do with, like, an evolution of the character or something. Like, these guys just put on a different outfit and somehow have new abilities. Like, usually there's a little more to it. Like, Dan Heng, like, dragon form, like, has, like, lore behind it, you know? I don't like variants, SPs at all, but, like, at least there's, like, a more justifiable reason than I just went to the beach and it inspired me to change my element and my... and my... path, I guess. Is this gonna be the Elation healer I'm forced to pull for my Elation team? Ugh. Elation DPS. Ugh. Okay, well then I'm skipping. That's a cool bird she has, though. I like the bird she has. Wait, where's the bird? Yeah, here. This guy's cool. It's supposed to be fun. Well, it's supposed to be, yeah. I call it lazy. But yeah, wait, am I crazy or is this only a 10% damage increase in this team? Because of how much more Yaya does here. I am actually getting only a 10% DPS increase, team DPS increase, from Sandrone Sig over the craftable. That's kind of crazy. Oh wait, I might have forgotten to attack, did I? Oh, I did. Yeah, never mind. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank God. That was not right. Alright, yeah. 14%, 15%. Okay. So yeah, 25% team self, 15% for the team. Not crazy vert, but very solid vert. Solid vert. Very solid vertical. Very normal. Yeah, 25% team by... Yeah, it's still the same, basically. 25% team DPS increase, 15%... and 25% personal, 15% team. And yeah, because of how much Yaya does, it's not a good vertical investment. Not a crazy one, at least. But it's better than a C1, I guess. Okay. So yeah, that's Sig. That makes much more sense. That was very low for the Sig. Okay, yeah. 15% team DPS increase. Okay. How's the for weapon increase? It's a little higher. She does more of the team DPS. It's like 20%. Ish. If Odette is a pure sub DPS, this team is awkward as hell. Because there's no shred. Oh. There's no shred. This team would be very awkward. Very, very, very awkward. What are we doing here? Why did they make these lines? This team already barely has any shred for cryo. Like, if that would be really weird. Then throw Yaya out for what? You have just as much of an argument. I mean, depends on how much damage she does. But yeah, you could throw Yaya out in that point. But like, I don't even know if Shred is gonna make up for this. Might be DPS neutral. Linnea and Bina have very similar amounts of DPS, Lexer. It's very similar. I don't think that's a big difference at all. Ah! But that looked cool in the one frame I saw it. The map looks amazing. I can already tell it's gonna be awesome. I saw it for a frame, but I reminded myself that I'm not supposed to click on spoiler everything. Like, that shit looks awesome. Can we get Odette, please? Please, sir. Please, sir. Yeah, I think we covered basically everything that can come out. The dummy attributes too much Moondrift damage to Linnea and not enough to Bina. That might be it, yeah. They do very similar damage. Yeah, like, on my calcs, like, if I just give her, like, a slightly better weapon than what's it called? Slightly better weapon than Prototype Amber, like, they can come very close to each other. And yeah, if we skip the burst on, like, if you skip the burst and do every other rotation burst on, like, R1 Sag J, this lady is basically the same, if not stronger. Sometimes. They can go 50-50 on who gets half input. But yeah, what reactions are they blurring in Sandrone and Diona's kits? I mean, Sandrone is somehow getting, like, Stellar Swirl as well. I don't know what that means. Diona might be a support for Stellar Swirl as well. We'll have to see, and we'll have to wait and see. But I'm at 167k DPS. That sounds about what I'm at, yeah. I'm at 165. So that's similar, even with slightly different assumptions, I guess. You assume more field time, I assume less stacks. The average of those is probably about right. I think that's fair. I pray for Yaya's downfall again before that kid comes out. If Odette doesn't have Shred, you have a very good argument for removing her. Because I actually, somehow, they managed to make Alyasha better than her, I think. At C6, though. So if you don't get C6 Alyasha, Yaya is just straight up better. And you just have, like, no buffs and full sub DPS impact. Just 3 damage dealers in the team plus a Shredder. What would be the best Shredder? I guess still Escoffier. But you probably want to play Shilonen. I don't think she can function as a Stellar Swirl DPS without doing Stellar Swirl damage on field. It just doesn't make sense to me. That is conceptually just... Like, she can be a driver, but I don't see how she would be better than someone like Lohan, who just applies more cryo. I saw some Lohan cucks at like 130k DPS or something. With Sandrone in the team doing nothing. I don't think those are realistic. But if she does Stellar Swirl damage, I don't think she will. But maybe, if she does, that would be very interesting. But I don't think she will. I have such an urge to click on the spoiler tag, but I'm not supposed to. I want to see the map in its glory. Let's do the Genshin while we wait for more Odette information. Sucrose, if Yaya gets replaced? I mean, Sucrose is okay, but like it's going to be hard to get a double swirl. If they figure out some double swirl tech for Sucrose, she would be the best, yeah. But I don't think that's going to be a thing. That's going to be consistent. And like double swapping is not going to be possible. So the uptime is going to be low. Odette probably, Lexer. Because we're putting her in the team. Instead of Alyasha. That's kind of the point, no? To fit her, because... Oh yeah, she is cryo. Well, she's an off-fielder that's probably going to do damage throughout the whole rotation. That's what I mean. Will Odette kill Yaya? Probably not. We'll see. I think if anyone goes, it's Alyasha, because he's a 4-star. Not because he's a 4-star, but because you have to get a C6 for him to be, like, 2.5 times better than he is. You watching the World Cup? I just keep track. I didn't mean double swirling. I meant swirling twice. Oh, wait, yeah, but then you can do that easily, yeah. Because you don't care about the Electro one. Yeah, no, that's fine, yeah. Alyasha, Odette, Sandrone with Sucrose is probably good, yeah. Yeah. If you can get the swirl, because Alyasha does a lot of app, probably. So you might accidentally get the Electro Swirl. Or it might be hard to get the Electro Swirl in that team. Odette will be 7.0, right? Yeah. Odette Alyasha is going to be the banner. Alyasha is actually the very first ever 0.0 character released that is good. The 0.0 Forster release that is good. Other than 1.0 Bennett or something, I guess. Because we start Inazuma off with Sayu. Dog shit. We start Sumeru off with Kali. Dog shit. We start Fontaine off with Lynette. Dog shit. We start Natlan off with Kachina. Dog shit. We start Notcry off with Aino. Not dog shit, but pretty bad. And now we get a guy that gives you 100 team-wide elemental mastery, 56% team-wide attack, and 50% team-wide stellar damage increase. While healing and applying electro a good amount. Like, okay. That's Chevreuse. You just made Chevreuse again. But without the restriction. The restriction being the Stellar wants to play in Cryo and Electro anyway. So it's gonna naturally look like those teams anyway. Like, that is, the big 4-star of the new patch cycle coming out in 0.0 is crazy. That is new. But that means he's gonna rerun quickly. That means C6 is probably gonna be likely on him. Because he's literally optimal for every Stellar Superconduct team ever. He might be on Stellar Swirl teams as well, to be honest. In like a dual DPS situation. Even without Stellar, he gives 56% attack on RDM. He's not okay sub DPS. Well, does he need Stellar for that? I guess. I guess I didn't. No, you just need the skill and burst, no? Wait, I didn't think about that. Does he even need the Stellar Field for those buffs? I didn't even think about that. Genshin is so restrictive, I just assumed. Does he even need Stellar for 56 attack and 100 EM? That can be useful in other teams. That could find itself useful. This is just happening. The attack buff just happens. 8k? How? I get half of that. What are you assuming? You assuming he gets his burst for free or something? Fav ER cents minimum. It's a 70 cost burst. I guess it's 55. It's like Yansan. Like, I guess you might not need an ER sense, but like, yeah. Before you enter time, what is this? Upon reaching a hunter's precision effect gain from activating hunting mark can stack up to 2 times. It does need to stack up first, so the burst needs to hit. Again, this is what the C2 is for, I guess. Hunter's precision addition gains 100. Yeah, it's just on this hunter's precision. You get 56% attack and 100 elemental mastery just off rip. I hope it's less attack. I hope it scales really badly. I hope it's like 1% attack scaling. 7 ER subs fav is what I'm doing. But it's basically running ER Sands and no fav no ER subs. Which is what I'm doing. I'm getting 255 AVE, no res, and the motion value doesn't seem very good. It's 1 skill hit, and these guys are just not enough to compensate. 8? Yeah, I'm getting 4k. Animation will look super cool with the wolves. Yeah, the wolves is very exciting. I really want to look at his animations. His burst and his wolf attack separately. I think this guy's actually really cool. Man. Okay, I'm definitely pulling on Odette, I can tell that much. I'm definitely pulling on this Odette character. We'll see how good she is. I'll play fucking Sino DPS with the Traveler Alyasha Odette. Read my chat, twin. What are you on? Have you seen the Cryo Traveler kit? Yeah, we looked at it, yeah. It's kind of ass. Classic Traveler, right? I'm excited to see the little wolf. He's getting nerfed if Jeff likes him. Yeah, he's visually really cool. He's one of my favorites too. Now. Needed some time to think about it. I posted about it being, but that was a lie. Is the new banner out? No, it takes like, new banners come out, and when there's a new patch, the new banner comes up with a new patch. So there's a whole day almost of not having a banner. The banner will be back in 12 hours. Or like 11 hours and 30 minutes. Or like lower. They usually go early. What's this YouTube short?
What, is that like a gang sign or something?
I saw this one. I saw this one.
Figured it out yet. Domain expansion.
Swamp.
Of Serenity.
Get fucked. I saw this. Wolf, is that another animal-based electro character? Yes. And he spawns a little wolf guy that fights with him on the burst. I think that's so cute. I can't wait to see that. Like, that's an autonomous entity. I can finally make an autonomous enemy group, team. With Inefa, Linnea, him, and Farina. And he heals, so that team is playable. He doesn't heal well. But I can finally, if his wolf is as it is described, I can finally create the 4-minion team. The autonomous minion team. That'd be so cool. I think I'll actually see 6 bursts in a single target. His burst cannot apply marks, only remove and activate them. So you can still only activate 1 mark per rotation in a single target. So you can only get... I don't think... Remove and activate them, so you can still only activate 1 mark. Why do you mean... the C2 changes that, no? Before each of the Turgan's attacks, it applies hunting mark to 1 target. This application cannot activate an existing hunting mark. That's what the C2 adds, no? The C2 makes it so that before any hunting mark is like... Yeah, this is what the... This is why it's so good. This enables the C6 and single target. Before each of the targets attack, they apply hunting mark. So, yeah, the burst self-fulfills this entire thing. So now you don't even need the skill anymore on him. Although it will be faster to skill, I guess. Fischl technically has the most autonomous summon since Oz talks. He does talk, but he stands still in gameplay. Yeah, I mean, it takes 2 seconds to full stack. If you skill bursts... Does the burst hit itself do that, or does the... Briefly transform thunder continuously taunts nearby enemies, same thing. While hunting. If enemies are nearby, every 2 seconds it moves to the enemy and hit bites and dealing electro damage if the target is affected by hunting mark. Okay, no. So like 2 seconds it will take. So like, it will be, you do skill, you set your mark, you do burst, he comes out, immediately attacks. That's 1 stack, and 2 seconds later you get the 2nd stack. So it's like 3 seconds accounting for spawn time plus attack. And then 2nd attack. You have 1 stack, then another 2 seconds, then another. But you only get 2 stacks. Everything attacks instantly when it spawns, no? Why would it wait 2 seconds before its first attack? Even everything attacks first and then gets on cooldown. Isn't that how everything works? You do the skill burst, that's about 1 seconds in. Then guy attacks within 0.5, then 2 seconds. Yeah, 4 seconds. Maybe spawn time will be a problem, yeah. Maybe 4 to 5 seconds. So it's not too bad. You can do him early in the rotation. Why another 2 seconds? It's not a problem no matter what. For Sandrone at least, because he has 21 seconds of uptime. He has 21 seconds of buff time, so like... You can do him whenever in the rotation. Three burst hits to stack twice. Why would it? Additionally, before each of the Tugarian's attacks, it applies hunting mark to 1 target. So right before it attacks, it applies a mark and claims it immediately. Isn't that how that works? Before the attack, right, it instantly claims it. It basically just reduces the 2-hit requirement to 1. So it should be skill applies mark, burst, he takes the mark because it's already there. Because it says this application cannot activate an existing hunting mark. So it activates its own hunting mark, I guess. Wait, this application cannot activate an existing hunting mark. But they already do already take a mark if it's there. So that's base functionality applies, and then it sets its own and takes its own, so it's 4 seconds. Should be 4 seconds. And you can do him whenever in the rotation, because he has literally a quintillion % uptime. 21 seconds uptime. This character is just pure quality of life, infinite bullshit. Wow. This guy is really fucking strong. This guy is ridiculous. Ayasha Kid, yeah, we looked at it. This might be the strongest 4-star in the game, actually. I like his design as well. He looks one of the coolest ones. Are you good at chess? I suck at chess. Is he a 4-star? Yeah. And most of his utility is hidden from C6. He gets like 2.5 times better at C6. But he's the Ino of this patch, no? We get 1 copy for free. He's gonna be on every other banner because he works for every Stellar character. Every Stellar Superconduct character, at least, right? Wait, does it specify Stellar Superconduct? Let's see. Yeah, Stellar Conduct is specified. Yeah, so he doesn't work in Stellar Swirl teams as well. But they still like EM and attack, so actually he might anyway. Because all you're losing out on is 50% stellar damage, which is a lot, but he still gives 56%. Still triggers the set pretty consistently. I guess no, the Electro reaction can't trigger a Stellar Swirl reaction. So yeah, no, you can't hold the set in the Stellar Swirl teams. Odette in 7 minutes? We'll see. Exciting. He's fine at C0. Like he at C0, he already is as strong as Nicole is in this team. At C0. Like, you get 1 copy of this guy, he's already as strong as Nicole. He gets the same amount of damage, basically. It might be higher. I think I'm underestimating his damage, maybe. Probably not, actually. Stellar Swirl. We don't know enough about Stellar Swirl, but apparently it's like a stacking mechanic. Similar to Stellar Crystallize, Lunar Crystallize, but instead of, like, increasing the frequency of attacks, increase the damage of the attack. It keeps the frequency, does the damage. But, like, the stacking mechanic is the same. The amount of Stellar Swirl you trigger, the amount of Stellar Swirl reactions you trigger stacks up the big hit. Sandrone DPS set, Odette DPS set, Ayasha support set, yeah. The set specifies that you need to trigger the Superconduct reaction. Everyone can trigger the Stellar Superconduct reaction itself, as long as you are in a team that enables the reaction. So he can trigger this, even though he doesn't have any direct damage. Direct damage helps. Is more consistent, but considering he's Electro, even in a team with Yaya, it will almost be Cryo on field, so Cryo on the enemy, so he should be able to consistently trigger the set very easily. So yeah, he triggers the support set nicely. He gives you at C0 24% attack, we assume, or 28% attack, we assume, just double of the original attack percent here. 28% attack, 25 stellar damage increase. And yeah, that's it. 28% attack, 25 stellar damage increase. And healing. And at C6, he doubles both of those buffs and gives you another 100 EM. So, ridiculous. So yeah. I hope he reruns often so we can quickly get this guy to C6. I hope this becomes the Ino of the region, in the sense. Because Ino, like, you can very quickly get her to C6. I still don't have C6 Yahoda, but I do have C6 Ino. What's his C2? His C2 makes it so that he stacks his mark better. So it's not a big deal. And it extends its duration by 6 seconds, which is actually kind of a big deal. Yeah, C2 is good. C1 is massive for energy refund. Amazing. Just 15 energy is a lot less ER building, which is great for Stygian. And then the C2 extends its burst by 6. Every single one of his constellations is good. Literally, I think I like every single one of these cons. His C4 even makes him more of a team-wide healer than a single target healer. Like, it's not crazy healing. It's like, he heals for like 1,000 off-field every, like, 2 seconds-ish. Yeah, every 2 seconds. But, like, that's not nothing. And then, yeah, C6 is insane. C4 is okay. C2 is pretty huge. C1 is pretty huge. Basically, yeah, you like all of his cons. The C4 is the worst one. It's not even terrible. This actually is kind of strong, yeah. Traveler is kind of whatever. Traveler's kit is kind of weird. Going into Stellar, you basically force an on-field playstyle, but the buffs are only for when he swaps out. So, like, it's a dual DPS kind of thing, but he's not doing any damage. Like, once he swaps out, he can buff an on-fielder, but he takes a lot of field time to get going. And that's not good. That's a lot of field time. He does enable both reactions, though. Both Stellar reactions are enabled by the Traveler, so that's good for mechanic maxing. And he does do Stellar Swirl and Stellar Superconduct damage. So he can actually beat mechanics that require, like, application. So as a mechanic check, he might be okay. He might be playable, but we'll have to wait and see for that. How many fan flags do they think we have? That's the thing, Havra. They're releasing a battle pass Favlands better Fav for Cryo and Hydro characters. That's what they're trying to do. They're making everyone. They're making everyone. I mean, it says Cryo and Hydro reaction, which is like all of them. No, that's like basically everything except for Pyro, I guess. What was it? Battle pass weapons. Where are they? Was it Cryo and Hydro reactions? The polearm is by far the strongest battle pass weapon. After triggering an elemental reaction related to Cryo Hydro, literally all of them. That's like fucking all of them. Wait, no, that's literally all the reactions. It's related to Cryo Hydro. It doesn't say you have to be Cryo Hydro. Doesn't that cover almost every reaction in the game? Like, it doesn't cover Swirl and Crystallize, I guess. Yeah, Chivalrous doesn't get to use this, I guess. Janssen would have to trigger a wrong reaction with a skill. That's not great. Yeah, Janssen and Chivalrous don't get to do this. Janssen in Vape gets to do this, because she can... Janssen in Vape Varessa teams gets to do this. I guess, yeah. It's still restrictive. It's still pretty restrictive, but it gives a lot of energy. And it's mostly the energy you care about. I don't even give a fuck about the attack. We'll see how it scales, but it is a lot. In Janssen in Mav Hex teams... Does she trigger a Hydro... I think... Wait, what's the rotation? She doesn't trigger a reaction in a team. You'd have to swap back or something. Also, the team doesn't need it. You might get TTDS, I guess, on Mona with that. Flat points can be bad. In what sense? How is flat energy bad? It's more impactful than particles. For off-fielders. Where's pre-download package in Genshin? I already have it. It's in the menu. When you... What do you mean pre-download package? You mean this? You pre-install here. You mean the package? I wouldn't know. Mona doesn't run TDS into team? She can't. Too much swapping. But she does in the in the Shilonen team. She does run it in the Shilonen team. MC is getting 5-star weapon in 7.0. So what is that 5-star weapon from? Does anyone have info on that? I haven't seen it. Have we just heard that they are getting one, or is this? Oh! Holy refresh! Holy refresh pull. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this Odette lady does. We don't have her base stats, so we can't really infer much. But let's see. This could be really, really big. Don't spoil me, anyone. Please let me read. Okay, no normal attack inscription for this one either. Performs a graceful dance, dealing AoE cryo damage and summoning for solo reflection. Solo reflection, like what's her name? Solo, like Nefer? If Odette's own soul reflection is already on the field, it is resummoned instead, refreshing its duration. Okay, she has like a summon, kind of. Like Shenhe, maybe. Shenhe Burst. A dancing reflection that alternates between Feather Step and Wing Step, periodically attacking nearby enemies with elegant... Okay, off-field cryo. Off-field cryo. Additionally, while Odette's own solar reflection is nearby, her elemental skill Andante Phantom Waltz is replaced with the special elemental skill Andante Finale at Dawn, allowing her to perform a duet that continuously deals cryo damage to nearby enemies. When the duet deals one instance of cryo damage, it is considered stellar conduct. Wait, does she have to be on field for that? Oh, she has to be on field for that. So she has like a coordinated attack while she's on field. Zoom in. It's hard to zoom in. She has like a coordinated attack or something? Fraction is nearby. Her elemental skill... When it's nearby, her elemental skill changes. So obviously you need to be on field to change her skill. So she has like a quick swap thing, I guess? She has an off-field cryo damage dealer, but she can use like an attack. Maybe you can skill and then it's on cooldown. Soul Reflection. A mental projection that dances alongside Odette, which can be summoned by casting elemental skill. Oh, she has DPS or something. Which can be summoned by casting skill or burst. It alternates between Feathership periodically attacking nearby enemies. That's the same explanation as here above here. I don't know why it's doing it twice. Only one solar reflection created by that can exist. Okay. Additionally, while Odette's own solar reflection is nearby. Okay, this is literally twice the same explanation. Thank you. Finale at Dawn. What's the other one? Continuously does cryo damage. When the duet ends, deals 1 instance of AoE cryo damage that is considered stealth super conduct. The duet they can control the direction of her dance. When the duet ends... Okay, this is 4 times I'm reading the same thing over again. This is so confusing. I guess you're supposed to, like... When the duet ends, the finale hit instead deals cryo. Additionally, after casting a dead finale at dawn, if a dead is in a radiant spark state during the remaining duration of solar, both dance partners, solar reflection will also deal additional... Both dance partners? There's 2? I can't read this. I can't read this. This doesn't make any fucking sense. This is 3 times they said the same thing. I'm confused. Does she have 3 of these? Like 2 of these, I mean? Like, I can't get it. The skill damage is pretty low. Finale at the dawn continuous damage, and at dawn stellar conduct damage. Feather step damage, feather step, stellar conduct damage, stellar swirl. What do you mean she also gets stellar swirl? Oh, right. Damn. Wow, everyone's getting both of these. Okay. Yeah, right. I forgot. She's a stellar support. I guess the stellar... No. Okay, so she has 3 modes. Finale at dawn, feather step, and wing step. She has 3 modes. 15-second cooldown, 20-second uptimes, 15-second cooldown. Okay. 15-second cooldown, 20-second uptime. 3 modes that do what exactly? Like, she can spawn a summon, it attacks, she can decide to use her own attack, I think this is the finale at the dawn thing. Which, on-field will do a lot of damage, I guess. And otherwise, it's off-field damage? Ah, I don't know. I think I need to reread this entire thing again. The solar reflection alternates between feather step and wing step. So, like, she... uses either or. Is it just for funsies or what? Feather step is slightly lower than wing step. Is it faster or something? Is it just for funsies, for the animation's sake or something? Might just be for animation's sake. All solar reflection is nearby, her elemental skill and Dante. And then she can swap to use this skill while she is on field. So you can maybe play her on field and off field. Maybe that's all this is. Maybe this is over explaining the fuck out of it. Maybe that's what it is. You can play her on field as a okay DPS. Maybe that's what it is. But she can function as an off-fielder. She functions primarily as an off-fielder. Performs a rapid dance, dealing multiple instances of AoE cryo damage, summons by solar reflection, and gains Dream of the Snow Swan, increasing Odette's stellar spark reaction damage. Oh, just her own. Wait, that's not good. Oh, burst is level 8, right? I can't double the times 2. Okay. Why is it level 8? What's wrong with them? Okay, this is still a super conduct damage, right? Why do you call it spark sometimes? Okay, that's a pretty high motion value already. The burst itself is a nuke of stellar damage. What the hell? At level 8? This shit is like half of Yae's stellar damage in 1 hit on the burst. That's on 60 energy cost. That's a lot of damage. And Dream Solvent Swans, the reaction damage goes probably up to 50, I guess. 50 stellar damage increase for herself. I assume this applies to her before the attack comes out. Okay. Wait, where are the Ascension passives? Why is there after this? Why are they after the thing? Okay. The Chosen One Spring Ride. When Odette summons a Solar Reflection, she also gains 4 stacks of Brilliance. A special effect unlocked after obtaining the passive talent, okay? Each stack increases the character's stellar spark reaction damage. Which character? By 50% lasting until the Solar Reflection leaves the field. The on-fielders? But is off-field, she loses 1 stack of Brilliance per second. Transfer the corresponding number of stacks to all nearby party. All nearby party members! Wait, what? She gets 4 stacks of Brilliance. How does she gain stacks of Brilliance? Each stack increases the character's stellar spark damage by 15%. So she gives herself 4 stacks, 4 times 15%, loses 1, and gives then 3 times 15, aka 45% to the whole team? You get 4 stacks when you summon a reflection. Oh, each swap reduces it, or what? Oh, per second. That's a lot. That's very quickly. How quickly do you get it back? For every... This is Yalan all over again. For every 100 attack above thing. Oh, that's reaction damage. Okay. Wait, what? Damage deals an additional... Okay, she gets like... This is also just a self buff. 30% stellar damage increase. Field or after 6. So you're saying? Stellar conduct swirl. When party members stellar conduct swirl increases the... Okay, she gets 14%. Okay. She gets the 14%. She gets 30 self buff. And the team buff is this. Yeah, she seems like a quick swap character. She has an ability in her skill that gives her a buff. This is not the universal stellar buff that I thought it was, yeah. This is a quick sub DPS. This is not at all what people made her out to be. There's no shred. 30% is original damage multiplier. Why are you saying that? The spell spark reaction damage deals an additional 1.5 of its original damage. Oh, the Stellar Spark reaction damage. It might be. It could be 1.3 molt, I guess. That's pretty high. I don't think that's happening. Well, you can easily quickswap her and Sandrone, of course. Although it seems like you'd prefer... Yeah, so her and Sandrone can go, like, swap around, I guess. That's interesting. That's completely different than what I thought she would be. Do I like this kit? It's quick swap. I mean, we don't see that very much. Yeah, every 4 seconds you wanna like go on her and do the charge attack, or like the special skill to resummon and what do cons do? This is a little confusing. Wait, what? 200% attack, slows for 300%. What is that? There's an additional instant AoE cry damage of 2. Additionally, the Chosen One's Spring Right is enhanced. Summoning a Solar Reflection gets 2 additional balance stacks. 6 stacks instead of 4 stacks, and you get an extra stellar hit with a lot of damage. Now we get Red Shred at C2. It's 20%. Okay. And on top of that, each stack of Brilliance additionally gains 7% attack. That's a fuck ton of stacks. But yeah, I don't know. Is this the Yai replacement? Not really. She completely upends the entire team. Like the guy we can just add on here. Alyasha we can just snap on a team and he works. This lady requires us to fundamentally change the entire playstyle of this team. With a lot of swapping. Okay, this character is gonna be terrible in hyping. I don't know if she survives. It's just weird. This is weird to calc. I'll just assume the level 8 talents for now. But how do we go about this? I don't really understand how the skill works. I think I need to see how the skill works. I'm not sure if I understand it. It's a little weird. Yeah, there's no reason to remove Yaya, but to be honest, but Escoffier doesn't do a lot of shredding. You're not losing that much. I guess 10k DPS is a lot, yeah. But it's not like an unmanageable amount. It's not like Escoffier does a lot here. It's still gonna be better to have Yai than Escoffier, but the problem is it's still no shreds. And at that point the question is it better to bring a shredder than one of these supports? And if one of those goes, is it Yai? Or is it like Alyasha? Or is it maybe Odette? Maybe she's not even worth it. Huh. I think this caught everyone off guard, because you can't just slot her in here for a strict upgrade on DPS. Like, I think it's like a trade-off a little bit. And the shred, not having shred is cooked. Huh. She is very demanding on her field time. Her stellar reaction damage with her Finale Dawn skill, which you do every time you swap into her. I think for this one we need animations, because I don't know how long this takes. I think we need animations for this one. It's kind of hard to assume how long this is going to take. Her burst is a huge nuke on low cost, with a low cooldown as well. Maybe we're supposed to play... Yeah, I mean, Odette and CryMC make sense. Like, these characters swap around field time, yeah. Like, this makes sense for CryMC. You can also alternate with Sandrone, of course. But yeah. So... This is the Inefa of the region, I guess, but instead of doing pure off-field damage, you're actually doing a ton of, like, on-field damage, too. Huh. You dance between two on-fielders, yeah. That's actually really interesting. This is... Hoya hasn't made a quick swap unit in forever. Like, this is new. This is interesting. Yeah, this is demanding. This requires your thought. Okay, we want to maximize our brilliant stacks. We want to use our advanced abilities and our burst whenever we get. And yeah, we want to get this hit out, the Finale at Dawn Continuous, which is the extra hit once Odette is on field. Finale at Dawn, yes. Finale at Dawn Continuous damage and Finale at Dawn Stellar Contact damage. So this character does off-field damage, non-stellar damage, off-field cryo damage. When you swap to her, she can activate her special skill, as long as a summon is there, and coordinate with them to do an extra lunar hit that does 200 stellar contact damage. Let's assume you swap to her, like, what, like twice? Where did you find it? It's in the Reddit. It's in the leak subreddit. Asia Ping Odette, I'm gonna die. 200 Ping Odette is just minus 50% team DPS. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of swapping. I mean, how much can you swap, though? The real question is, it doesn't say how often you get to do the extra hit, and that's what we're trying to do. So our burst is about 800 motion value. These are about 200 each. So like 200, like maybe 400, 600. That would be about exactly as much damage as Yaya does. If you do 3 of these. Exactly the same amount of stellar motion value, but with way more self-buffing in the team. She gets this 1.3 thing, which might be a permanent multiplier, might just be stellar damage, which could be massive. She gives the whole team base damage increase. So her thing is gonna hit harder. To the point where I think Odette's personal damage might be exactly between these two. Yeah. I'm still questioning if I should go for Sedlali for my Durin. It's gonna be enough to farm this version and the next one during Odette Banner to get her. Aloyasha is like really good, so maybe you want cons on her instead. His C6 is ridiculous. It's the strongest C6 in the game now for 4 stars. But I wouldn't recommend going for it. He's probably gonna rerun quite often. I can't apply a Nemo on someone other than the slime. What does that mean? You apply the element and then you swirl on it. Okay, so already I'm much more interested in the Shushnaya kits than I am in the Lunar kits. This is already much more interesting, because this is not an easy plug-and-play situation. Wow, okay. So I can assume Odette does about the in-between amount of damage between off-field full Yae and on-field full Sandrone, which is kind of funny. I think she fits right in between these two. Like, actually exactly around 70k DPS probably, with off and on-fielding. Similar motion value to Yaya, but better buffs. Better self-buffs. This is the Escoffier, this is the Inefa probably of the region, I guess. I guess Yaya is the Inefa of the region, which is weird. Yeah. Okay, we need to see the animations for this to make sense. I don't think we can calc. We can assume, I guess, you can do 3. Like, how do we do this? Like, you do Sandrone CA, E, swap to her, do a skill and swap out, do a skill that resummons the thing. Does it resummon the thing? Finally at dawn, continuously this crowd damage, this instance, When the duet ends, the final hit instead deals AoE cry damage considered corresponding stellar damage. Additionally, after casting another final dawn, if Odette is in this radiant stellar state, radiant direction solar, both dance partners of the solar faction will also deal additional. No, that's even more damage. I don't really know how long this goes. The skill cool... No, Finale Dawn cooldown has 15 seconds. So you can only do it once. The Finale at Dawn cooldown is what says this. You can only do this coordinated hit once. So do you want to swap too much to her? So 300 stellar swirl damage comes from her, and then Nemo unit just deals nothing? I don't understand the question. Yeah, of course. But Wingstep and Featherstep don't do anything. How do you get that they both deal the additional stellar damage? I mean, that's the stellar damage, but yeah. Do you need to be on field for that? How often do they do that? This wording is really bad. Direction of her dance. Is that what it is? Plays with another special skill and onto finale at dawn. I don't know, it's just... Yeah, you don't need to be on field for the elect cryo damage, but if you don't need to be off field for the stellar damage either, then she is just in FA then. No? With just one time being able to do a hit. But then what is the point of the buff disappearing? I guess you want to do that you want to swap just for the sake of swapping. You don't get on a skill hit or something. And there must be some advantage for having her on field beyond the one hit of the waltz. There has to be, because otherwise it's just gonna feel awful to swap to her just for the buff to come back and then swap off. The buff only spawns when you... the buff only comes when you spawn one of the summons, and you can't do that while it's already out. So you're just gonna have to tank the loss, no? Yeah, you need to spam it. Then it's just gone. You can't get it back. That's what I asked at the start. How do you get this back? Is it just front load? Is it just front load? Is that all it is? Is this just Inefa but she front loads a little bit? Like you do skill burst to get the burst buff and then that's all that it means? Like you do skill burst but then you just leave? Yeah, actually it's not quick swap then. You just front load the fuck out of this. She does get her own buff. She also gains 4 stacks of brilliance, and only when she's off field does she lose them. So you want to swap into her, do EQ to get the skills, do EQ, Giga buff the burst, and then just go off field and like Sandrone's first rotation will get a little bit of stellar damage, I guess. To all party members as well. That's weird. Yeah, it's both cryo and stellar, I guess. Alternating between the feather step and the wing step. Hitting for both normal and stellar? It doesn't really specify. Blaze, thank you for the follow. We're trying to figure this Odette kid out. It's a little confusing. But yeah, then it isn't a quick swap character. Sad. If the finale of the Dawn cooldown was reduced, this would be very interesting. But to be honest, this is just a character that front loads a fuck ton of damage. Like, a ridiculous amount. She front loads, like, 800% motion value? With burst skill? 800% stellar motion value with, like, 3 self buffs? This lady has, like, a million on swap. Her burst isn't stellar damage? Summons for soul reflection gains. Oh yeah, it says AoE cryo damage. Okay, then the burst sucks. Beyond getting the damage bonus, of course. The damage bonus is also only for her. Why is she... She's buffing so much. She's buffing herself so much. But she doesn't do much for the team. It is an FA. It is an FA. She's just an off-field DPS, yeah. Okay. So yeah, she is an off-field DPS that has a little bit of a buff to the team. Basically, like, what if Yelan was, like, reversed in terms of buff getting better instead of buff gets worse, starts good, then goes worse? It's Yelan if she was swapped. Yelan in FA combo, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense to buff the burst and stellar damage, but yeah, you get like 50% stellar damage on self buff. You get 60 from this one for yourself on the first stellar hit, which is 200%. Stop doing that. And then yeah, the 31 is interesting because the wording is a little awkward, but that might just be translation issues. It might just be stellar damage, to be honest. Yeah, but Columbina, for example, doesn't have a support sig, you know? Where did finding these kid overviews? These are on the Genshin subreddit. Would Risley, Odette, Alyasha, and Yaya work? Well, there's no you have no shreds, but I get... Yeah, Alyasha's kind of bad for Risley. He heals a good amount, actually. The voices are shredding. No shred, and Risley can't deal with Ayasha, actually. Sino is going to be work fine in that team. But again, no shred. We still have no shredder for this entire archetype. Unless you pull her C2. So, that's interesting, because that makes all of these characters worse in high resistance situations. So if you want to play these guys in like non-shill content, you're gonna have to bring downgrade the team strength with a shredder. Interesting. That's kind of balancing, I guess. Very restricted, yeah. They're not gonna work well outside of their shill. These characters are not gonna be strong. The moment they encounter 50 reds, they're they're falling off to the face of the planet. Oh no, one before like 30% res. We're falling off a cliff. We're falling off a cliff. We're losing 30k DPS on 30 shred. So just I've just reread the C6 and I think her ascension path is badly translated. I think it is that she transfers the lost stacks to the teammates. So she just stacks on herself and gives them. Like 4 as in for 4 characters, or like... But she still loses them over a second, so what's the point? Oh, do they keep 60 is what you're saying? Each stack increases the character's stellar spark reaction damage by 15, lasting until the solo reaction is resummoned. While that is off-field, she loses 1 stack of billions per second, transferring the... Her C6 makes it more clear that it says, when Odette grants brilliance to the party members, her own brilliance stacks are not longer consumed. Oh. Oh, so... Only she has... Well, she's on-field, only she has the 6... Yeah, that's what I assumed. I assumed she only gets her own stacks for the time. I thought that. Yeah, you can find these leaks on Reddit and Telegram or whatever. Yeah, but like afterwards, she swaps and then loses them over time. How much filter am I assuming? Skill burst and then swap, no? Probably 3 seconds. Skill burst swap. 3 seconds makes sense for a 5-star in that situation. You want QE? But the Q doesn't give you the buff if the Odette isn't on field. Oh no, it does summon it, I guess, yeah. No, yeah, then we want a QE, yeah. Because then you activate the special attack immediately. Makes sense. Yeah, QE. 3 seconds makes sense. The team buff doesn't also decrease with her own stacks, it ramps up. Lasting until while that is off field, she loses 1 stack of billions per second, transferring to... Oh, yes, I can see how you read it like that. Oh, okay, that's a big buff then. Then it goes up. She transfers them to them over time. So backloaded damage. It is Yelan! It is Yelan! Level 9 is 1.7, but we have level 8, so we can't do level 8 times 1.7. So like, what, do we divide it by 8 times 1.7? No, wait, like, divide, I don't know how would we math that? We can just lose level 8 for now. It's fine. It's gonna be close enough. Yeah, the nuke is the skill now, not the burst. But it's not even that crazy of a nuke. It's 200%. It's gonna be bigger than Sandrone for sure. 0.06, so like times 1.06, I guess. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So then so you want to swap out of her early then. You want to swap into her early. She wants to be early in the field time. It's 20-second duration on the burst buff here. Solar reflection duration. The reflection is up for 20 seconds. So that's fine. So you want to swap into her early and waste as much time as possible for your DPS. Interesting. Huh. So she's first in the rotation then. Because it doesn't say that you... Yeah. Okay, that is a little bit interesting placement-wise, but it is... You want her to get Aoyashi's buff. That's true. Yeah, so him, then her, I guess, yeah. Dude, she's gonna do so much damage with that giant, enormous hit. Yeah, I mean, you can do Aoyashi, Escoffier, Yai, and then when you're on Sandrone, by the time you get your first hit, you will have full uptime on the buff. Yai will get about 50% of that, just due to how that works. Whatever the average is. You can actually just replace Escoffier here for even more damage. You figure out to play? Yeah, she is just an off-fielder that buffs the team pretty well, actually. 60 stellar damage is not nothing. It's ramps up, but she also has the permanent damage increase, which is good, and she does a fuck ton of damage. Definitely more than Yaya does. So there is an argument for sure to kick out Yaya here for and bring a shredder for a higher resistance content. Yeah. If you have C6 Alyasha, that would be the play. If not, you would probably kick Alyasha. Because he does so much less. He does as much as Nicole does. So yeah, Alyasha is getting kicked, but if you have C6 Alyasha, maybe C1... Yeah, we need to calculate, I guess. We just need to go. Is she good? She seems fairly strong. Okay, let's replace Escoffier first as a baseline. Let's replace Escoffier first as a baseline. How much do you think she applies? More than Escoffier or less than Escoffier? Probably more. She has normal cryo hits and stellar hits. Does she have more cryo? She does more, probably. I don't know if you cap it, though. I'll assume the same for now. Let's assume the same. I think that's a good idea. Okay. We're replacing Escoffier. We're losing TOM. What if he's putting on her? Damage set again? It works off field, so just triple shadow. Weapon is going to be the craftable sword, which is basically the same as the... How do you say your name? Yeah, like that. Craftable weapon makes sense. Shadow makes sense. Small Sheep Weep, thank you for following. Welcome in. We're doing some calcs on Odette now that we've probably figured out her kit. So yeah. We're removing the shreds. We're removing the 20% attack. We're probably just going to shadow on her again. I'll refill all this. Yeah, C2 Odette is actually not a bad idea at all. So far, at least. But yeah, this seems like another shadow angle. Yeah, it's smart, but it's also bait, because they're just gonna do something stupid post. They're gonna do something really dumb post Archon release that makes that irrelevant. So I wouldn't do that. Don't pull shit. Like don't overspend before the Archon comes out. I don't think it's a good idea. Spend enough to clear Fearless, I guess. Basically, like not money, but pulls. So yeah, losing Escoffier sub DPS, losing TOM. Wait, did I remove TM from all of them? No, just one. We don't know our base attack, but we can just assume it's some kind of attack percent. So yeah, but now we lost about 30k, 20k DPS from losing Escoffier. Which is that? Yeah, close to 30 almost. From losing the shreds, losing the TOM buff, and losing her 10k DPS. Okay, so she needs to make up the 30 and go beyond. How cooked is Vesna if she doesn't get an Alyasha level support? Probably, yeah, I don't know. That's going to be interesting. So the rotation length is massive here. She's going to take at least 3 seconds. If Sandrone does burst every rotation at all, maybe we don't. This is at least 21 seconds now. At minimum, probably higher. Probably 22 seconds. It might be time to kick the Sandrone burst out, or to kick out a skill on Sandrone. This is one of those situations where I feel like I want to kick out a Sandrone skill. Keep the burst, kick out a skill. Where's the low DPS now? Because I haven't added her yet. This is about 200k DPS. I imagine her to do about 70 in this team. Alyasha is only good because of his C6. His C0 contribution is about as good as Nicole's is right now. So he's basically a best in slot at C0 already. But at C6 he gets like more than twice his buff. He gets okay, he gets more out of his C6 than Llama gets out of her C2. Okay? Like, Llama C2 doubles her burst buff, but the shred is the same. He doubles all of his buff and gets more on top of that. His C6 is the most ridiculous C6 we've ever seen on a 4-star. If it stays like that. Okay. The craftable should be good, but yeah, I think it's time to kick Sandrone's kick out one attack on Sandrone. Anyone else agree? To put this down back to 19 seconds. That would be 11 seconds field time. 11, 14, 15, 16, 17. That'd be 17. Maybe 18. 18-ish. Anyone want to go down to 18-second rotations? I think it's time to kick up one of Sandrone's charge attacks. Yeah, that's DPS neutral, basically. But it's gonna be very good for Odette, probably. Yeah. Why is Sandrone even here now? On-fielder my ass, man. This is really... She really is Flynn's. She really is Flynn's. And Odette is gonna out-DPS both, actually, I think. Okay, what kind of base attack do we assume for her? We get the craftable. The craftable is pretty good. The sword is just like EM, get attack, and stellar damage. Basically the same shit. 340. 340 is, yeah. Genshin characters by stats. Where would we put her? Probably not at the highest echelon, which is like 360. But definitely not at the bottom either. Let's do the same as an F, yeah. Where's she at? 330. I'll do 330. I'm at 210k DPS. Did you also remove one skill, or did you keep a 22-second rotation? Okay. 330. Let's assume 330. 510 base attack. I kept 22.5. Okay. 22 seconds makes sense, yeah. I'd probably put it there as well. I'll try getting it down. Just, you lose uptime on buffs at that point with Aloyasha. He wouldn't be buffing Sandrone's burst if it's at the end. No? Did you account for that? It's only 21 seconds uptime on his burst. Or I guess the end of the charge attack. His buff doesn't last enough for that. For 22.5. Something's gotta go. That's why it's harder to calculate that. That's why I'm just gonna keep that. Okay. So, we get, what kind of percent? What kind of attack percent do we get here? Like nothing, basically, right? Considering her weapon is EM, I'm gonna go double attack. 46.6 times 2. We'll give her 4 rolls of attack of 4.96%. We don't get tenacity anymore. We get the attack percent from the weapon, which was how much? Yeah, she doesn't build a lot of attack. 16 with 32, so it's 32 attack. After triggering an elemental reaction, gain 16% attack. She does, yeah. Will she trigger enough elemental reactions? Can we just assume that? I don't know if she's the trigger in these. Yeah, it does apply a lot, so she could off-field for sure. Well, yeah, well, Sandrone is off-field, probably not, but that covers the 12 seconds fine. She might run out, though. But yeah, while Sandrone is off-field, you do get it. And then, yeah, I think it is fine. So 32% attack. Plus 311 plus 30.09. This is exact kick him standard stats. Or 8. What do you have? You have Witsiv, you have... I have 56 from Alyasha, of course. 56% from the GOAT. The best character in this team, actually. Holy fuck, he's literally the only one buffing anything. Everyone else is just like... I mean, stellar damage buff here, stellar damage buff here, but like, he's doing the brute work here. What about Ash's kid says his buffs are 21 seconds, 29 seconds, no? 15 seconds plus the 6 seconds. Why would it be 29? What am I saying? I was bursting every rotation. I'm bursting every rotation. Actually, can you in this team? You can't anymore, probably. I'm assuming 2 skills in a burst every time. Where's the 14 come from? This is plus 6 seconds. It does the C2 extends the burst by 6 seconds. Where's the 14 come from? His burst lasts 14 seconds and the buff is... Why would the burst extend the buff? Oh, I mean, the burst has its 14 second duration. Oh no, it's 20 seconds, not 21, 20 seconds. Wait, what? What am I doing? I forgot how this works. The mark gets removed there. I guess if you're thinking about the mark getting absorbed, it does it again. So yeah, it might be actually, yeah. It resets the cooldown every time it's absorbed, so yeah. Basically. Yeah, this is 100% uptime no matter what your rotation length is. This is infinite time then. As long as you swap to him. Yeah, no, this is fine then, yeah. He does keep the buff. He is dumb. This guy is dumb, man. What do you mean 35-second uptime? This guy is stupid. What a dumbass character. Ridiculous, dude. This might be the best character of the whole patch cycle. They gotta nerf his ass. This guy's stupid. Okay, damage bonus. We get, not this, not this. We get the 37%. We get the 40%. We don't get the 40% from, thing. So we're just 37%. EM. 19.8 times 2. We don't get this. We don't get a main step. We get 150 from the weapon. How much is it? How much was the weapon again? Did I not have it open somewhere? Where did it go? Ah, it's so hard to keep track of all this shit. I lost the weapon. $165. We get 100 EM from Alyasha. What does she self-buff again? Her self-buff is... I'm just gonna assume this is stellar damage increase. You multiplied this Kira, right? Maybe I just don't burst on Sandrone at all, because I kind of feel like I can't get her energy up every rotation. You assume this is multiplicative, right? I don't know if this is. When does this cap? A 2000 attack. 2000 attack is free, so that's fine. This is also 2000 attack. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, 2000 attack on both. 14 style damage react. Oh my god, this character is good. I know. So no burst is a 2k DPS gain, really. Okay. I'll try and keep... I really don't like using her burst, though. It's kind of awkward. I think you don't want to use her burst here. Like, cause like, it's also like, it's not gonna happen in Stygian. Let me kick her burst out real quick. Let me kick out a burst. Oh, it's just... Oh, wait, I forgot. Wait a second. Oh. Yeah, no, I was using burst every other rotation. That's why it's not ×2. I'm dumb. But I put both of them on Fav here. So I am bursting every rotation. And I have 15 seconds of field time. So... my DPS is actually 180. But yeah, that is probably going to take 20 seconds at least. That's still 170. Ouch. Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't have water. Give me a second. I'm going to be back. Power creep or not? We will have to check. But yeah, I'm going to kick out Sandrone's burst. For a skill, extend the rotation by 1 second. I just don't want to deal with the burst right now. It's like the energy requirements are just too high, I think, in this team. No one's on Fav. No, I mean, Ilyasha is on Fav, but that's not enough. We'll keep it here. I'll be right back. I need to get some water so I can not die of a heat stroke here. 160k, and with Odette, it's 204. I got 170, but because I think I have, like, you said 21 seconds, I'm 20 seconds here. By using on burst, this is like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, like 15.5. I'm assuming 15.5 seconds on Sandrone and 1.5 on Ilyasha. I think this makes sense. I get 170-ish. I'll see about Odette. We're currently at 125, and I haven't even started with her numbers or her buff. Like, at all. I'm doing 19 on the... I think burst is every rotation, 15 to 1.5 second for the burst, 12 seconds for the thing. That's 13.5, but like... No, I don't know. I don't know! More motion value than one of her full charge. Yes. Yes, it is more motion value than one of her full charge decks. But it requires energy, and I don't know if I have it. I have it here, so here it's worth using. Three times 4 is 12, plus 1.5 is 13.5. This is 2.5 seconds. Yeah. This should not be more than 13.5. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This should only be 18. Unless Yaya takes a little more. Let's just give it a little more leeway. I'll keep it at 19. I'll keep it at 19. Yeah, 180 I get. That's ridiculous. And that's with 7 stacks. Oh, it's 9 stacks. I don't know if 9 stacks is right. I don't know if 9 stacks is right. I don't think 9 stacks is right. I'm just 7. But maybe 9 stacks. This is awkward. This is awkward now. Can you get this out in 13.5? I think so, yeah. Although I did see some people take like 20 seconds to do this. Fuck it. No, they were slow on like they were just standing there. I just saw that kid. Yeah, we're calculating right now. Let me get some water so I don't die of a heat stroke. I'll be right back. We're gonna continue calculating Odette in a minute. We're here, and what the hell is happening here? Okay, I'll be right back. I have returned. Let's get back to calculating people. Isaac Luis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Let's get back to the numbers game. Okay. I think this makes a lot of sense. This Odette team will be definitely correct. I don't know about this one. It uses the burst. The burst is confusing me. The burst is technically can be 1.5 seconds, but it technically could also last for 4. Like if you stay on her, I guess. But there's no on-field buffs in that team. I think. Is this on-field buffs? I don't know. Sandrone is like Milani. Replace one of her charge attacks every other rotation with Sandrone's burst. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Definitely. But I don't want to look at that right now, because that's more complicated. But yes, it would be like Milani. You do skill, burst, skill. For sure. Like CA, burst, CA. Basically exactly like Milani does it. I'll just assume skill for now. We'll add it later. I'm focusing on this character right now. Okay. Stellar motion value. Yes. 50% from... 50% from Yae, 50% from what? From the support set, 40% from yourself, And then she gets 60% on herself. Like, but not... Wait, does she give up all of them when she goes off field? You count without Yaya? We haven't even counted with Yaya. We need to get a proper overview here. So she loses all of these. Does she lose all of that damage bonus? Not all of it. Yeah, she loses 50% per second, which is like, I guess, rotation time is 19 seconds. We have 15% lost, so like 60, 45, 30, 15, 0, and then 0 for thing. 0 times 19. The average of which is... We can average this out. But should we? She front loads the damage. We can't do that like that. We can't average it. She front loads a lot of damage. Yeah, so we can't do it like this. We need to do 2 separate EM multipliers for her. One that's averaged for her rotation after the skill hits, and one that's EM multiplier front. We'll do this one as averaged, which is going to start at 60, go down. What's the average for that? Is there an easier way of doing that than being stupid like this and doing like 16 times and then averaging that? Is there an easier way of doing that? I mean, it's what am I doing here? It's the same no matter what. Oops. I'm dumb. It's just the average of these. It's just the sum of these divided by 19. Don't delete clear content. Yeah, so like 60, 45, 30, 15. Sum of that is 150 divided by 19. So like 8% stellar damage on averaged, I guess. How often does she do stellar damage? Every hit, no? Or every other hit? I can't tell. That's what I'm confused about here. When does she hit with the stellar stuff? She has like 30% stellar motion value on all these hits. Forgot to drink water. Now I'm chewing ice. Yes, I'm that kind of person. Okay, so this description is awkward as hell. But it does say Feather Step has 43% cryo damage, and then Stellar Conduct has 27% damage. It alternates between Feather Step and Wing Step. Does it hit both at the same time? Would that imply that she applies a lot more cryo than other characters? It doesn't mention the stellar damage once here. Oh. Nearby enemies, and when the duet ends, deals 1 instance of AoE cryo damage is considered stellar reaction damage. During the that controls the direction of her dance. I don't really get it. I think she only gets 1 instance of 27% stellar damage, the way that this is described. What did you assume, Kirei? Because this doesn't really make sense to me. 1 instance of this little motion value would be really useless. She continuously deals Feather Step and Wing Step damage, but the Feather Step stellar damage is not continuous. It's only mentioned at the end of the rotation, which is after 15 seconds, which would be really bad. Then her motion value wouldn't even be that impressive at all. She would be more of a buffer than a support. Kirei, did you leave? Don't leave me now, I need help. You're out of points, Safza. That's sad. Anyone want to gift points to Safza? And I'm assuming both as an extra incident of stellar. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not mentioned here that it's stellar. That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't say it here. The only time stellar is mentioned in the entire text. Phantom Waltz is replaced with a special elemental skill Adante final allowing you to perform a duet. Cryo damage to unleash enemies. When the duet ends, it deals an instance of your cryo damage because of stellar conduct and starts to roll their damage. When it ends. It seems like she only does it once at the end. The finale at the dawn, stellar damage. Finale at dawn, continuous damage. So she does the skill, it does this once. Then it continuously hits with this 95% hit. Is this actually kind of ass? Is it actually bad? She does this skill once, then it continuously does this every second, I think. Or every 2 seconds? Is it every second? Every 2 seconds. The hit at the end is 200, but no, this is the extra skill. Additionally, while Death's own soul reflection is nearby, Adante Phantom Waltz is replaced with the special elemental skill Adante Finale at Dawn. This is the skill. You do skill burst. You do burst skill. You summon the skill, you do the finale of the waltz, you front load the 200 stellar damage, bone damage, and that's that. I don't know what this is. Other than one instance of this happens at the end of a rotation for whatever reason. I don't believe it's alternating, but always doing both. It doesn't seem like it makes sense. It isn't written like that. Yeah, this might actually be a lot weaker than I thought. Continuously deals AoE cry damage by enemies. When the duet ends, it deals 1 instance of AoE cry damage. This because it's stellar damage. Yeah, no, this is the only way I can read it. This is the only way that I can read this. When the duet ends, deals 1 instance of cry damage. During the duet can control direction. It's 3 times the same thing. I don't know why they explained all the way. But yeah, I'm gonna assume it like that. Because I can't do anything else. But yeah, it's 88% averaged here. So yeah, 7.8%. I'll average it to 7.9 across the rest of the rotation. Okay. And she gets another 32 from the weapon again. I kept closing the weapon! I think it's 32%, right? Can someone just tell me? The weapon is 32%, right? Okay. CV is gonna be about... She has a crit rate ascension, probably. We don't know that, but come on. It's pretty obvious, right? We're assuming only base attack and crit ascension, basically. 20 rolls of crit. But she doesn't need energy. It's a 60 cost burst. I think. I'm just gonna assume she doesn't need energy. I think that's fair. Cry resonance uptime, basically the same as this thing, yeah. I think that's fine. No shreds. Oh. No shred. Oh yeah, now the motion value is interesting. I'm gonna front load the cryo. Yeah, Escaffair is 157, Sandrone, yeah, that's 2-1, Sandrone, Odette, Escaffair is 174. But did you change your assumptions, or are you still assuming she hits it every time, because of how small the number is? Because the wording is just wrong, but we might get some better wording. We might get some better wording later. But right now, she might actually be worse than Escaffair, the way that I read this. 108 once, 95. Wait, what is the finale to Dawn continuous damage? What? I don't understand this kid. This description is awful. Can we get another one? Like, this description makes no sense. I have no idea what she does. Like, I actually cannot tell. Could be cryo damage. No, she doesn't like that. You press multiple times. Stellar review ongoing? Yeah, we're looking at these characters. But yeah, this is really hard to translate. Really hard to translate. Is this Kirk best in slot 4 slot? That's Vodyanitsa. The people are talking about Vodyanitsa for that. Not Odette. If that's what you mean. Oh, we got 250 KDPS, I can't believe. I think he doesn't he's a little too optimistic, I guess. With his assumptions. Like always. Every time. But that's fine. Maybe you choose between either the 230 nuke or 5 hits of 27. 5 hits of 32 over 20 seconds. Is that about the same number? Because that's really little stellar motion value. But yeah, it's about... I mean, no, it's not. It's a lot lower, though. There's never point to choosing the lower one, no? No, it's just worse. That doesn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. The nuke is weaker? Is it... Oh, you mean 5 hits of both. That's what you mean. But you don't get 5 hits of both, because that would... No, that would work. That would work, yeah. Yeah, her nuke would be bad. What if you get... I'm confused. It doesn't say that the skill makes it stop going or something. Oh, wait. This last sentence explains it. Wait. Additionally, after casting Finale at dawn, if Odette is in the Radiant Stellar Spark state during the remaining duration of Solar Reflection, both dance patterns of the Solar Reflection will also deal additional cryo damage. Okay, so it is doing additional cryo damage. But only when you do the skill. Okay. So, like, why would you ever not do the skill? I guess field time? This is saying the same thing 3 times over. It's hard to it's hard to translate. You can't be mad at me. Look at how this reads. They say the same shit 4 times. Like, only the last 2 lines are something unique every time. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, that makes sense. That's exactly what I expected at the start. Just wanted to make sure, because this game is wrong all the time. So... Okay, the non-stellar damage is 108%. I'll do the non-stellar damage here. Non-stellar damage is 108% cast. Then, what is the continuous finale at the dawn continuous? What is that? Has anyone any idea what the fuck that is? Finale at dawn continuous damage. 5 hits of feather step, 5 hits of wing step, and the nuke. Yeah, that's always how it is. Except for I don't know what this is. Because it says continuous in it. That means it happens more than once. It says continuously deals area cryo damage, and when the duet ends, deals 1 instance of area cryo damage. Oh! Oh, this is also at the end? I don't really know what you mean by attacking, where you attack multiple times. Is this also at the end of her rotation? So she doesn't front load? Continuously finale at dawn is triggered when you press her skill. Replace the special... But how often would you press it? I guess twice? and that's what continuous one is called. Yeah, but there's no point in doing anything else, is there? Why would you do anything but that? Is it just like because it wastes time and that's like the trade-off? Like you just spend more field time for more damage? Because Neil is swapping between modes. I don't think they were even thinking about stuff like that back then. Damien, W80 stream streak. So like, you go from this mode to this mode to this mode, and in this mode, it continuously deals this damage and these two. So this also happens? That's a lot of cryo application. Will Yaya ever be replaced? Maybe. This looks like it's very possible, yeah. I put one instance of it. Yeah, the continuous one is confusing. I don't really get it. I think I need a better description here. Off-field cryo damage, and the solar reflection does the wind step. But that would mean she has more application than Escoffier. That matters. So cryo res is almost always up. What does that mean, cryo res? There's no cryo resistance. Oh, cryo resonance, yes. Cry Resonance might actually be up the whole time. I thought you were talking about resistance. Yeah, Cry Res should be up good. Well, I have half uptime on Odette, on both Odette and Yai. I'll just give it 100% only for Sandrone because she's on field, applying. Yeah, fuck it, I guess. I don't know. I'll assume the same Kiri got, whatever. 180, 1 instance of the continuous damage. Maybe it is 95.8% times, like, 10 plus 5 instances of the wind step and 5 instances of thing. 5 instances of 43. This is so awkward. 5 times 51.5. 1500. It's not a crazy amount, but it's a lot of hits. It's not a large amount, but it's a lot of hits. That's 3 hits every 2 seconds. That's a lot of app. Like, the damage is not crazy at all. But it's so much app. Yeah, this is not improbable. Yeah, this is very possible. Okay, the front load stellar damage, but it's not front loaded, by the way. This is not front loaded. This is at the end of her rotation. This is back loaded. We don't know it's ICD. Yeah, I mean it could be bad ICD, but like I assume it's just standard. Double cryo Mav upscale? Nah, Marika already does as much as she can with double cryo, I think. Maybe. She needs to be in Stellar Superconda for this to come even close to for this to work even, so no. Continuously deals cryo damage to nearby enemies, and when the duet ends, deals 1 instance of AoE cryo damage. This considers stellar reaction damage. That is that. So that's at the end. So that's not even front loaded. So the front load does nothing. She's back loaded actually. So the average is fine. There's no front loads. We imagined the front load because of the skill, but the skill actually just puts her in the states. Yeah, instead of actually casting the damage here. No front load. The burst is front load, but the burst doesn't even do any damage. It's stellar, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so I can just keep the one, like, averaged up. 7.9% average stellar damage increase on her. Wait, no, this is only once she leaves the field. No, she keeps 60 for the entire time when she's on field. In 4 seconds. Yeah, no, she loses all of it. Yeah, it's whatever. We'll stick to 4.10. She's backloaded, actually. Which is interesting. Okay, this is the non-stellar motion value, and we only need stellar motion value here, which I'm getting at 2 or 3%. Plus, I forgot about the burst. I'll get to that. 2 or 3%, 2732. That's not even that much either. Oh, that's not right. This is her non-stellar damage right now. This is her stellar damage right now. That would only be 15k DPS. I forgot to add the burst, of course. And the 30% multiplier, which is multiplicative, maybe? But I'm going to assume it's just 30% damage here. That's really low. Would they make a whole passive for that? I don't know. I don't know if they would do that. I don't know if Hoya would do that. Stellar Spark reaction damage deals an additional 1.5 of its original damage. The bonus can... Yeah, so you put it here, Kirei, right? You put it here. Right? The passive makes... the way that it's written, it doesn't seem like lunar damage increase. So you could say it's this. And then she also gets another 52 from the passive. From the burst. And yeah. Three characters with Shadow, that's grim. A little bit, yeah. But she might not have to be, actually. She doesn't seem to... Her buff seems actually more relevant than her thing, than her damage. Okay, let me see her burst. Again, this was 52% damage, right? 42. Ah. It's probably go up to 50, yeah. 42, though. It's level 8 talents right now, so it's not exactly correct. I mean, it's not exactly correct anyway. I assumed 330 base attack, just random numbers. It's fine. But yeah, I only have 500 stellar motion value. Is that about right, Kire? Do you have also about that much? Because I'm now that I'm looking at it, this is not that much. Okay, and now she gives the whole team, excluding her, I'm not sure about this. And now the average for her buff on everyone else is 15, 30, 45, 60 times, 60 times for the rest. 15, 16, 17, 18, or like 16. 1 second off field, 2 second off field, 3 second off field, 4 second off field, and onwards. 4 plus 15. So her average buff for the other characters is actually fucking massive. Ah, come on. 55% average stellar damage increase for everyone else, which is the highest out of all of them. Well, technically, depending on the rotation, Sandrone just gets the full 60. But for the for thing, I can just 55. But yeah, that's still worse than the other team. Is that all? I'm only getting 160k here. I think I'm making a mistake here. I have 1600 stellar motion value. Now, where's that come from? Because 5 times the waltz, 5 times the other one, and 1 time this one. Where does the rest come from? I had the multiplier, of course. Yeah, the multiplier. Completely forgot about that one. I gave her 44, but it's actually 51. 21. 21. So yeah, it's basically the same DPS. That's really worse. Is it 19 seconds? 12, 13, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's 18 seconds. Is that right? With skill, yeah. So yeah, it's actually the same. Weird. Yeah, I added the best multiplier. Wait, no, 14, not 7. What am I talking about? Yeah, 180k. My dead damage. How? What's the motion value? I'm asking. I literally asked you. Where? What else do you get? What am I missing? You get 1 instance of the finale hit. You get 5 instances of the small one. You get 5 instances of this one. What else are you getting? 1.3 base damage. Yes. I gave her lunar multiplier times 1.58 instead of times 1.28. I guess, yeah, this should be... Yeah, that's not exactly accurate. But still, that doesn't change much. I can put it somewhere else. Makes more sense to put it here. Like, sure. Even then, like what motion value? Didn't level her talents. Yeah, by 1. It's not gonna be that. It's not gonna get times 3x 3x multiplier, Kirei. It's level 8. Oh wait, it's level 1. Wait, what was it? Level 8? Why is the skill level 1 here, but the other one is level 8? How would I know that when everything else is level 8? Why? Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, that's a lot of damage then. What was that? 1.9 multiplier for level 9? What was it again? 1.7, yeah. So yeah. Let's just do that times 1.7. Now that's more like it. And now I'm at 200k. But it's still only 800. I don't know where you're getting like 1,600 from. That's 200 though. Yeah. Still, yeah. Still, the damage distribution is very interesting. I'm including a stellar conduct multi. Ah, that's what you're doing. Of course, yeah. Then yeah, sure. I see. Yeah, just a different calc. Yeah, but that's not the motion value then. That's not how you communicate motion value. Yeah. About 800k from her, 1.2 million from, yeah. Getting 200k here and 170k here. Show about a 20k DPS increase from her. A bit less actually. No, 23k DPS from increase, which is normal for a dedicated support generally, but I don't know. So pretty much the same. Yeah, I'm 195 in 18 seconds. I don't know if this one is accurate, I guess. This one is a little awkward. Maybe this one's a little over what it should be. You do get the burst. I have 2 characters on FAF. I'm always getting the burst, so I want to use the burst always, because it's more motion value. It's not longer. It doesn't take longer. It takes less, actually. I'm doing 3 plus 1. Maybe this is... No, this is probably 20 seconds. Again, we just have to assume for now, because we don't know enough. So maybe like 30k DPS above, actually. Before that, over Escoffier. Which is a fuck ton. The stream couldn't have been long. Yeah, it's already been very long. Yeah. What's more important, Yara or Odette? Odette is contributing more to the team. She does less damage than Thing, but buffs more. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is about reasonable. So yeah, I'm getting about 164k DPS with Yae and with Escoffier, and adding Odette to this C6 Aloya Shakor gets this to almost 200k. So basically, she's already in 7.0. We already have a 200k DPS if this stays like this. Odette Escoffier, yeah, it would be. It would be. I can calculate that next, but yeah, Odette is more valuable than Yae. C1, yes. She has higher buffing while doing only slightly less damage. She would be more impactful. Let me do a Frankenstein's monster. Okay, so what happens here? Everyone loses the 50 stellar damage from Yae. You lose the electro damage from Yae. Oh, I didn't even give bro the electro damage from Yae C1. Oops. Oops. Oh, Yasha upscale. Now he does 80k. I told you guys he does 80k DPR. I told everyone that, didn't I? Hero Jacko, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're doing some calcs. Mine is doing 150. I don't know where you get that from. I gotta be honest. Where you get the 10% res from Escoffier. Let's keep it like this. Okay, I removed the 40%. Did I do this correctly? 1.28, 4.5. 1 second reduction, 12. You would now use the burst. Okay, let me do it like this. The other way around makes more sense. This is the Yaya team. What am I doing here? I think I'm fucking stuff up here. I want to copy this here. I have so many Sandrone calcs. I should have this more organized. That's on me. That is on me. Alright, I'm gonna put the Yaya calc here and put Odette over Yaya instead of the other way around. Because this is more simple. Okay, that, can I see, is 153 for now. But Odette's average damage in this team is actually... She gets 50% from thing. 50% from Yaya. Instead of 50% from Yaya, you get 60% from Odette. Instead of the base multiplier being 1.14, it's 1.28. And what else happens? We lost Yaya's damage and Yaya's buff. We gain Odette's damage and her buff. And that's it. Is there Odette leaks? Yeah, we're already calculating. Is that not it? What am I missing? Her buffs are the base damage increase, which she already accounts for herself, of course. And her... And that's... And her damage bonus being slightly higher than Yaya's, which is 60% instead of 50. We lose Alayash's damage bonus as well from the C1. That's like literally the exact same damage as Yaya, basically. Sucrose instead of Escoffier for sure. Yeah. But Kira, you say you had 50k DPS difference here? I have a 1k DPS difference here. But yeah, this definitely isn't a team where you want to play Escoffier. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 9, yeah, 19, 20. C1 Odette is a bit worse than Yaya. What C1 Yaya is a bit worse than Odette? Is that what you mean? Other way around? Do you mean other way around? Do you see Yaya C0 or C1? I don't know what you mean. C1 Odette is a bit worse than Yaya. I have C0 Odette being slightly better than Yaya in this Escoffier team. And Escoffier is definitely not the slot you want to have in this team. Which about adds up due to the base damage and multiplier increase. But yeah, you want both for now. C1 Odette, Escoffier. Oh, that's what you mean. C1 Odette with Escoffier to compensate for it is worse than C0 Odette. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, yeah, because that's 196k DPS. I'm talking about this team. You said you had 15k ahead by like just replacing 1-1 and keeping Escoffier. That's what I mean. Did you even calc this? Because yeah, this seems about right. They're actually very similar in value. And they compound upon each other because they buff each other. Like, Yaya and Odette are basically the same character. Odette just... I'm getting 157k on Yaya Escoffier, 168 on Odette Escoffier. Really? I'm not getting that. I'm getting 165 on Yaya Escoffier, I guess I need to give this team a little bit more stacks because she definitely applies more. Maybe this team gets to 11 stacks. Maybe 10. You give more stacks? Oh! Oh, wait a second. This was still on 7 stacks. Well, this... No, this is both of 7 stacks. Well, this one is on 9 stacks. From this team. If this is 9 stacks, it's 172. Your Sandrone is doing more. How's mine doing more? Well, this is a 20-second rotation. I'm doing 3 skills and a burst. And that should fit in not 13.5, but 14.5 seconds. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I have double fav. How am I not getting burst every rotation? How is that not happening? And to be honest, I can actually fodder the particles into Sandrone too. I can fodder the Escoffier particles into Sandrone. How is that not happening? How is that not enough? What do you mean one particle? She has standard particle. She uses 4 particles in one of her inner rotation. 4 to 6. I guess 4 to 5, eh? What do you mean one particle region? Yes. She gets 5 particles. Or 4. 9 stacks. Yeah, does this do 2 stacks more? The stacks are the problem. 1 per skill. It's like, I counted. It was 4. She doesn't proc them on skill at all. I counted them. It was 4. And that's the one I could see. It could have been more. 4 that I saw in an 18-second rotation. That's a lot, but I assume you don't actually have as many particles as you actually get. I think she gets more particles than you think. She gets at least 4, and that's probably more than that. Because I don't know what happened during the burst animation. I counted 4. Well, how many do you assume? 3? Show 1 per skill, man. I don't know what to tell you. That was the creator server that I saw. That was also on the server. Oh, was it creator server? It was beta, I guess. Do you think they changed it? Well, no one has said anything about it, so why the fuck would I know that? Well, then we can't do burst. And then there's no point in going on fav. 18.5. Or what is it? 1.5 divided by 2. I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's the same number. It doesn't really matter. It's 2k DPS lower. Oh no. What else do I need to change? I thought I needed to change something else. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? I'm not getting to 135. I'm just gonna put deathmatch back on Escoffier and do every other rotation. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Deathmatch. 454. 33%. I forgot what it was actually. 33.1% times 2. And 24% attack. And now we're back to the same number. Because, yeah. Now I'm back at 165. So that didn't do anything. Because I could also reduce my time. Not by 1.5 seconds, though. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Not this much. Not at all. This much. 161. This Odette isn't even in the team. You're asking if Odette can even burst every rotation with a 60 cost burst? In this team? Yeah. We don't know how her particle gen works. I just assume she does. If she can't, that would hurt a lot, yeah. Like, what did I assume here with the stack generation? 7 stacks. I don't think she's getting 2 more stacks than Escoffier. She's getting 1 more stack than Escoffier. So I'm gonna assume 8 stacks in this team, and then it's not 15k DPS ahead of that, but only 7. We're getting the exact same number on the Escoffier Odette team, but I'm getting more on the Escoffier Yaya team. By 3k. By 4k, actually. Yeah, and no one read these, by the way. I didn't look at any of them. I'm just doing them in my head. That's what I'm doing. 161k with on Escoffier Yaya, Deuce Deathmatch, and disperse every other rotation. I'm not giving the Battle Pass weapon. No. But yeah, this seems about right. Yeah. It actually seems that Odette and Yaya C1 are basically exactly as valuable as each other. Like, Odette slightly more, but like, you kind of want both right now. We'll see if the Tsaritsa changes that, I guess. That's what you need to bet on, I guess. I guess Odette is the safer pick anyway, and she's the better banner because Aoyasha is on the banner. But if you currently have nothing, none of these, if you don't have Sandrone, Odette, or Yae, your best pull is just not getting Sandrone and not getting Yae, basically. And Odette also works for Lunar Swirl as well. Stellar Swirl as well. So yeah. Odette is like not a lot better than Yae, but Yae and Odette together are a lot better than either of them by themselves. We can make these conclusions for now. We still need to see footage. We still need to see like how this actually works out. But that's probably my day 1 calc conclusions. Odette is better for Sandrone than Yae, but it's best to play both of them. In a Sandrone team for now. We'll need to wait until Tsaritsa comes out and see if she kicks Yae out fully. Maybe she shreds, who knows. For now, no one's replacing Yae, but they still could add Tsaritsa to the team. But yeah, for now, this is a 1, 2, 3 cost team doing 200k DPS. Which is fucking stupid. Odette does 2/3 of Yaya's DPS was my exact guess before you got a single leak about her kid. Yeah, that's about exactly what it is, yeah. It's kind of funny how this worked out. This is assuming not burst every other rotation, so we can add that. Burst every other rotation instead of a skill. Is it better? How would I... Like, that's... How much more motion value is that? My Excel glitched. It doesn't have the burst, but like it's still. Oh, that's the other stuff. I'm stupid. Excel did not glitch. Okay, so plus this instead of 9, it's 7.5. Instead of 3, it's what, like 2.5? That's 199. So yeah, if you use the burst every other rotation on Sandrone instead of the middle skill, you would get basically exactly 200k DPS. Have you tried that, Kire? Or is that what you're assuming already with the 196? Or whatever you said, 190. What were you saying? 190 something? Because I wasn't using the burst at all before. I wasn't using the Sandrone burst, that was just 3 skills. CA, 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 Q, CA. Replacing one of the skills with the burst instead of this. instead of using the burst every time or every other time to give a low rotation. That's why I'm at 18 seconds instead of 22. I could try adding both, I guess. But that might be worse. Playing her like Mulani is kind of funny. I think this is a good idea. Well, let's see if we don't. Every other rotation this, but we keep this. The 212, but in 19.5 rotation. Is it? That would be worse. If 1.5 seconds is the right... I don't know. How much worse is Sino? We could check Sino stuff, I guess. But it's been 6 hours already, so I don't know if I want to do that. Also, it's best to wait for footage so we have better information before we continue making this whole sheet like this. 2 times 3 CAE, 3 CAE, and then 2 CAEQ. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by that. Charge attack, skill bursts, charge attack, skill, leave. That should be 12 seconds field time for Sandrone. I'm doing 3 CAE, but every other rotation I'm losing one of the CA hits for Q. That's what I'm saying. I get that to 199. What do you guys by doing that? What was that? Was it one? You had more or less than me? 196? It's really just a question of how many stacks we assume. We're just fields crafting the stacks right now. I am, at least. I mean, we are. We don't know her ICD. 196. Yeah, this is close enough. But yeah, you can definitely KQM scam her to be... Well, 12 seconds. What? 3 charge attacks is 12 seconds. I guess it's not 12 seconds. It's actually... The skill is about 13 seconds, actually. Yeah, that's true. The skills are about 0.3 seconds-ish. Forgot about the skills. 190 now. 3 CAE is not 15 seconds. You're insane. A CA is 4 seconds, and the skill is like 0.3 or something. It's not more than 13. And if I do that, I'm getting 190k DPS. CA is not 4.5 seconds. What were you watching? I wish someone did a showcase. Skill is also not 0.5. Does he have like a showcase of her? Get early access? No.
Guys, Sandrone is about to come out and she's shaping.
Anyone got early access so I can see the footage? Sandrone. Who would do a proper rotation? Probably DHC WSP. Alright, I'll time the time from the Wait, Sandrone is not going to be on field for her full uptime issue. What did he? Yeah, he did actually. Alright, Sandrone field time starts about 5.5 seconds. 1. He's a little slow on the skill, to be honest. He's really slow on the skill. But yeah, that actually did take forever. That was 14.5 seconds. Oh, ping. Ah, yeah. That's why it's slow. No, why would that affect anything? The skill can be cancelled faster than this, I know that. I feel like he's on the skill for like a second. But yeah, it is longer, yeah. But then I'm getting like... What, like... 170k DPS. I think everyone just assumes too many stacks. Maybe it can't get the skill out faster. Yeah, that was the best one. The third one was the best one. It's a little bit of tech you need to figure out, I guess. She swaps at like exactly 19, 5.5. So yeah. 13.5. I don't think 11 stacks is guaranteed at all. We don't know her ICD. But it's more than Escoffier, and I had 7 on the previous one. But yeah, it's just the stack issue, really. I have no idea what the stacks are. So... yeah, that's 13.5 seconds here for 3 skills. This is 13.5 seconds for 3 skills. I assumed, like, 13. Yeah, I did not have 11 on Escoffier team. I've literally looked at the footage right here. This is the Escoffier Yaimiko Chichi team having an average of 6 stacks. I don't know why you're putting 11 there. Like, you're talking about creative experience, but this is creative experience. 7 stacks is the maximum you get. Or like 8. 8 stacks is the maximum they get. And on the down phases, it's 4. So the average for Yai is definitely not anything above 7. I don't know where you get 11 stacks from. But yeah, it goes faster and there's less stacks. It's basically the conclusion. Rotation starts at the bottom once, like 0.8 seconds. It ends at 19 seconds. 18.5 seconds to rotate through this team, yeah. About exactly right. 18.5 second rotation for this team. 1 second on Escoffier, 2 seconds on Yai, 1 second on Chi-Chi, with the rest being left on thing. 2 minus 1 minus 1.5-ish. So yeah, it could be 15. Although swap delay does take about a third of a second away here. So there might have been 18-second rotation. You can keep saying what you want, Kirei. I'm looking at the footage in front of you, and it's not giving you those stacks. I don't know what to tell you. It literally never has 11 stacks. You can keep saying that. It doesn't fucking matter. It's clearly not the case. But yeah, we need more information on the kids. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Do you have eyes? You can open them. There's never 11 stacks on there. Not once. Alyasha by himself. We're talking about this team. Oh, you added Alyasha for 4 stacks. That's what you're saying. Oh, I don't think he gives nearly that much. I don't know why you're assuming that much from him. I'm assuming 2. No, I'm not. You account for Sandrone being able to do EQ and cancel the skill animation entirely? The skill animation entirely. I did not. That might save time, I guess. Yeah. Why does he apply twice every 2 seconds? I mean, yeah, he hits twice every 2 seconds. We don't know if that applies every other hit. Why would you assume that? It's a 4-star. He could have standard ICD. Why would you assume it applies every other second? That's just an assumption. Probably just his standard ICD. They want him to be better than the 5 stars. Well, yeah, that's true. Well, he is the best character released in there. That is factual. We'll see. Minor map detail. I don't want to see minor map details. We don't have any more leaks. We need to wait for the footage. And I'm not going to wait on stream for the footage. Let's just say that. So, yeah. I guess we'll look at that tomorrow after we get the patch. But for now, I think I'm fine with this conclusion. Even if it isn't exactly accurate, we're going to have to redo all of this anyway. Field time is a little weird because we don't know Alyasha's or Odette's field time. We also don't know the amount of stacks they generate. So that can vary the team DPS by a large amount. But for now, I can, like, if I assume, like, similar things to just compare them to each other, Odette is better than Yair for these stellar teams by a bit, but it's best to play them both together right now. The way that they are. And Eliasha C6 is fucking ridiculous. And without it, the team's like tank heavy. So yeah, I think that's a fine conclusion for now. And I think we can end it on today. We did an hour of we did an hour of like banner review and then 5 hours of calcs. Stella Swirl Kid is there. Wait, what? Yeah, for her, you mean? Yeah, I'm not doing that now. Oh, you didn't mean Stella Swirl? Oh, just in general, how this works. Okay. We can read that, yeah. Fuck, I want it to end. You guys, ugh, come on. When an emo comes to the contact cry, if certain conditions are met, it triggers a special Stella Swirl reaction. This deals 1 instance of an emo damage to the target. So wait, it still keeps the damage? I don't think there's gonna be anything with Mizuki, if I'm being honest. I think this is... The buffs are the buffs, and it has nothing to do with her. She can just be a driver for those teams. Like Lohan is or something. I don't actually think her kit is gonna include Stellar Swirl. We knew Stellar Swirl dealt damage. I didn't. How would I know that? The Stellar Swirl leaks for the first ones came out like 10 hours ago. What are you talking about? We knew that. Everyone knew that, Pavica, you dumb fuck. I didn't, so shut up. This one instance of emo damage and the target creates a Polestar Wind Cluster. Polestar Wind Cluster, there you go. We have a zone or something. After a certain duration, oh, this is the explosion thing. Dealing a single instance of large AoE. Oh, it's AoE. Both instances of damage can crit, well, obviously. Oh, wait, this normal Swirl can crit too? A Nemo damage to the target and creates a Polar Star Wind Cluster. Well, Swirl damage isn't a Nemo, so it's something else. 1 instance of a Nemo. Triggering a Swirl reaction not only deals 1 instance of a Nemo damage, but also, after charging up... Oh, after a certain amount of time, it does saying, okay, that's a lot of instances of damage, I guess. Only one of these can be thing. It's like a big hyper bloom that you keep charging instead of like doing hyper bloom, you like keep charging one big one, a big hyper bloom, big not hyper bloom, big burgeon. It's explosion thing. Mahamodatius, doses. I don't know how to say your name. Mahamat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're checking out the leaks. I wanted to stop the stream, but this came out. Stellar Swirl grants nearby party members the Radiant Stellar Swirl. Yeah, there is a Radiant Stellar Swirl effect. Triggering the reaction counts. So you don't need to be in a dumb field. I don't know why the first one had to have a field for it. Some characters can, through their own talents directly. Of course they do. This reaction damage can crit. After a pulse wind cluster cry explodes, it briefly grants nearby characters the ability to perform a high jump. Ooh! That's like the only cool thing that I've ever seen from a Stellar / Lunar reaction. That's actually fun! Briefly grants nearby characters the ability to perform a high plunge. Ah, that's cool. After the explosion, it creates like a wind area around it. Does that have any tech? Is there any tech with that? If you put 2 Anemo in the team, put down Dahlia's skill, and then walk on with a tall male, they take fall damage from it. Is that related to movement speed? Yeah, certainly. I think so, yeah. That's interesting for sure, Huntress. Everyone can be a rat from the sky. Shan Yun gimmick. Yeah, it seems only after it explodes, and it probably explodes every like 2 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. Probably like longer, right? No, it explodes every 2 seconds, right? That would be really... that would be anticlimactic in a way. She's gonna be a flying character for sure. She has wings. She's a Nemo. A Nemo flying characters come out every year. We have 3 of them. So he's gonna float for sure. Vesla is definitely a character I'm interested in pulling the most. The Battle Pass sword uses movement. It does, yes. And she is a sword? Yeah. Yeah, could be. Yeah. Janssen time. So yeah, it crits. It's a lunar reaction. It's charged up, I think. It's lunar crystallize. But like instead of dealing, yeah, we didn't tell us anything new really. This is not anything new. The only new thing is this. The jump ability. That is interesting, yeah. But we want to see the reaction multiplier. That's what we need to see. Someone needs to reverse engineer that shit. Yeah. So Stellar Swirl and Stellar Supercon, yeah, well, obviously. Stellar Swirl is coming out in 7.0 with Vesna as the only character that can deal direct Stellar Superconic damage, Stellar Swirl damage on release. Don't we, is Vodyanitsa not 7.0? Are we only getting one new 5-star, or are we missing one? I thought she was 7.0, but apparently not, I guess. Mizuki cannot plunge in her skill state, yes. She can't jump either. Can she jump? She cannot. She can't do anything. She's very restrictive. She's really bad. 7.2 now. I thought it was 7.0. Well, yeah. I mean, 2 characters is enough. I don't want to spend too much. So Vesna might be 7.1 then. CryMC is a 5-star. Well, CryMC is playable. You can definitely play Odette CryMC, like, Voya, what is his name? What's his name? Alyosha. Alyosha. Traveler and Odette can make a competent team. They can make a competent team for sure. Like, what would you add to that? Like, you can on-field Lowen in that team. No, you would probably want a quick swap between Odette and Traveler. Another off-fielder? Like, a Shredder, I guess. Like Sucrose? Since you're doing double cryo, you can do Sucrose in that team. I think I want to calc that team, I guess. Maybe that's like 100k. Probably enough for the gimmick bosses, I guess. Is Alyosha looking better than... Surprisingly, yeah. Yeah, he has, like... He does a ridiculous amount of things. He is actually the most ridiculous character to release in a while. This is Traverse. But for super conduct, but actually without the restriction of having to be in the same 2 elements. But yeah, I think I'm done for today. Thank you guys for watching. We'll come back tomorrow with more, with the new patch, of course, first and foremost. We're going to explore the moon. That's going to be exciting. And yeah, we'll do some more calcs about once we get the videos as well. And hopefully get Stellar Swirl multiplier so we can see what the reaction damage of that is. Restriction is C6, of course, yeah. And it's very big. It's very much, he's very much C6 loaded. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Same time as always. Ta-bye.